Chapter 1268 False Report. When Luo Yixuan first came up, she was wondering what kind of person she was that would receive such treatment from her master. First give them a beating, then serve them tea. Upon hearing that he was the lord of the eastern demonic path, Luo Yixuan's eyes widened in shock, but then a look of realization dawned on her face. That's why they should be hit. Judging from his now obedient appearance, he has clearly been subdued by his master. Senior, please have some tea. Luo Yixuan approached Tu Ming with a confident smile and placed the tea from the tray on the table. Thank you. When Tu Ming saw Luo Yixuan, he nodded expressionlessly, but he was very surprised inside. Clearly, Luo Yixuan's yellow spring spiritual power could not be hidden from him at all. Moreover, Granny Ming, who possessed Luo Yixuan, was clearly visible in his eyes, which could see through the yin and yang. However, when Chen Mobai was present, he pretended not to know anything, but he made a mental note of the female disciple of the Azure Emperor in front of him. Fellow Taoist, I have always been very curious about your sect's heritage. I wonder if I would have the honor of witnessing it, Chen Mobai suddenly asked. Tu Ming's life and death were entirely at Chen Mobai's mercy, so he naturally couldn't refuse and readily took out a jade slip and placed it on the table. Luo Yixuan, who had just finished serving tea, picked up the jade slip at Chen Mobai's nod and turned to hand it to him. Upon witnessing this scene, Tu Ming felt a slight stirring in his heart, as if he had thought of something. After reading the Netherworld scripture, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Although he considered this cultivation method to have many flaws within the heavenly river realm, it was an exceptionally strange and powerful nascent soul inheritance. The only problem was the high barrier to entry. Only those with a ghost fetus could even begin to practice it. However, this was within his expectations. Fellow Taoist, after you've had this cup of tea, please continue on your journey. I hope I will never see you again within the territory of my 5-element sect. After obtaining everything he wanted from Tu Ming, Chen Mobai raised the teacup in his hand and spoke. Upon hearing this, Tu Ming's face twitched slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything more. After drinking it all in one gulp, Tu Ming tried to activate the gate of the underworld. At this moment, he found that the void confinement around him had been released. Not wanting to stay for even a moment, he tore open a crack and disappeared from the spot. Master, why would the bright venerable come to Wandering Mountain? After the master and apprentice were left alone, Luo Yixuan obediently came to Chen Mobai's side, picked up the teapot and poured tea for him. He's overestimating himself and wants to take revenge on his master. Chen Mobai briefly recounted the story of the ghost fetus from over 100 years ago. Finally, his expression hesitated slightly as he turned to look at the palace-dressed disciple kneeling beside him, pouring him tea, seemingly considering something. Master, what's wrong? Luo Yixuan's attention was entirely on Chen Mobai. Seeing the unprecedented expression on his face, she thought that she had been ambushed by the lord of the eastern demonic path while she was in contact with Mingzun, and she panicked slightly. Xuaner, if you can only reach the nascent soul stage in the future, would you be willing to accept that? After thinking it over, Chen Mobai still asked the question. Of his 4 disciples, Zhuo Ming and Jiang Xingheng have already reached the pinnacle of their abilities. Not to mention nascent soul, they even have a glimmer of hope of reaching the void refinement stage. As for the remaining 2, Liu Wenbai and Luo Yixuan, they are probably at most at the nascent soul stage. Among them, Liu Wenbai is kind and honest, but Luo Yixuan is a bit extreme. Chen Mobai is afraid that compared to Zhuo Ming and Jiang Xingheng, she might not be able to think straight after his ascension and fall into the demonic path in pursuit of a higher realm. Instead of doing that, it would be better to lay this topic out on the table first. With a master-disciple relationship spanning over 200 years, Luo Yixuan was unwilling to deceive Chen Mobai. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment when faced with this question, she gave her answer. Master, this disciple is unwilling. If she were a child, she would definitely have reached the nascent soul stage, since at that time the most powerful cultivators in the eastern wilderness were only core formation cultivators. But now, she is the direct disciple of the Azure Emperor of the eastern wilderness, a true successor of the nascent soul stage. She has witnessed Chen Mobai entertaining true monarch Wuchen and other nascent soul cultivators from the eastern continent on her usual days at Wandering Mountain, and even met a demonic giant like Mingzun today. Having seen the vastness of the world, she cannot accept that she has stopped at the nascent soul stage. With your talent and comprehension, Although you have improved to the heavenly water spiritual root with the help of Qing Nu's spiritual water, the hope of becoming a deity in the future is slim. If one day I ascend to the spirit void immortal realm and your lifespan is nearing its end, you can try to comprehend this netherworld scripture. Chen Mobai had no prejudice against either the righteous or the demonic. According to the immortal sects, as long as it was not immoral or against heaven, any method that could be used was a good method. He had always kept his distance from the demonic path before entering the heavenly river realm, mainly because the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect and the demonic path were irreconcilable enemies. He was an ally of the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect, so naturally he supported their position. However, Chen Mobai felt a pang of guilt if he could just watch his disciple Luo Yixuan die of old age. After all, with her talent, if she were to cultivate the netherworld scripture, she might very well become the next Mingzun. That is why he asked the Mingzun for this technique. As they spoke, Chen Mobai handed the jade slip in his hand to Luo Yixuan. Master. Luo Yixuan's eyes widened in shock, her emotions surging violently. Although she had the idea of copying a copy when she saw Tu Ming hand over the netherworld scripture, it was just a thought. Unexpectedly, Chen Mobai wanted it for her. Luo Yixuan was deeply moved. But there is one thing. If you decide to cultivate this netherworld scripture, you will need to leave the Five Elements sect and will no longer be able to call yourself my disciple. Moreover, even if you cultivate demonic arts, you cannot engage in demonic acts and must uphold the righteousness in your heart. However, Chen Mobai added a final sentence. This also caused Luo Yixuan, who had just obtained the jade slip, to pause. After much deliberation, she gritted her teeth and withdrew her hand. Master, I believe I can achieve the nascent soul stage without the netherworld scripture. Luo Yixuan knew her own heart very well. The reason she wanted to become a nascent soul cultivator was simply because she wanted to spend more time with her master and her fellow disciples, not for the sake of breaking through cultivation realms. If it means leaving the Xionichen family, she would rather give it up. Seeing that Luo Yixuan was able to make such a choice, Chen Mobai was surprised but also very gratified. This disciple has finally grown up after all these years. Chen Mobai, in that case, let me keep this netherworld scripture for now. If I ascend to immortality in the future, I will give it to Ming'er. Although Qingnu is Chen Mobai's Taoist partner, this is ultimately a matter for the Xionichen lineage. Zhuo Ming will inherit his mantle in the future, so Chen Mobai arranged for Zhuo Ming to handle this matter. Just then, Zhuo Ming finished dealing with the aftermath of the slain demonic incarnation within the Eastern Yi territory, and Chen Mobai summoned her over. Yes, master. Although Zhuo Ming was surprised by Chen Mobai's arrangements for Luo Yixuan, she obeyed all of Chen Mobai's decisions. Master, are you about to ascend to immortality? At this moment, Luo Yixuan felt that Chen Mobai was making his final arrangements, so she couldn't help but ask. Not yet, but I'm only one step away. Facing his two disciples, Chen Mobai did not hide his cultivation level. The heavenly river realm is about to undergo the biggest upheaval in tens of thousands of years, and Chen Mobai cannot guarantee that he can suppress the situation from beginning to end. He feared that he might encounter an invincible opponent in the future, and that he might have to advance to the void refinement stage to deal with them. In that case, one would have no choice but to ascend to heaven. Although theoretically, he had already used the turtle treasure to locate the heavenly river realm, and could return at any time even after ascending. What if? Moreover, he would not forget that there is currently a powerful being named Taixu Zhenwang, a pure yang being, in the Linkang immortal realm. What if he ascends and retrieves the turtle treasure? Therefore, in addition to diligently cultivating the pure yang scroll in order to achieve the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, Chen Mobai has also begun to make arrangements for the people around him and the future of the Five Elements sect. Just then, Tu Ming walked right into the trap, and Chen Mobai remembered the netherworld scripture that Granny Ming had mentioned before. He thought that he could use it to provide Luo Yixuan with a safety net for the future. Master is truly amazing. Upon hearing that Chen Mobai had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan felt genuine admiration. Such a speed of progress is unprecedented, not only in the Eastern continent, but also in the entire heavenly river realm. If you two work hard, you'll achieve great things in the future. Chen Mobai smiled and praised him. On the other side, after leaving Wandering Mountain, Tu Ming still felt as if he were under Chen Mobai's watchful eye. He used the gate of the underworld several times in succession, moving tens of thousands of miles away from the eastern Yi coast, before he felt a sense of relief, as if he had broken free from a cage. This shocked him even more, wondering why Chen Mobai was able to monitor such a vast area. Could it be because of that mirror? I've heard that the ancient longevity sect possessed a great technique called water mirror reflection. When cultivated to its peak, it can use the omnipresent water vapor in the void to reflect all things in the world within a radius of 10,000 miles, revealing every minute detail. But that Hayashin mirror is clearly the natal magic weapon of the fire path immortal scripture of the longevity sect. Considering Chen Mobai's status as the top weapon refiner in Dongzhou, Tu Ming guessed that he might have used his superb weapon refining skills to incorporate the great technique water mirror reflection into the fire element Hayashin mirror, achieving a state of harmony between yin and yang and the coexistence of water and fire. Tu Ming dared not even guess that the five-element sect's grand formation covered such a vast area. After leaving Chen Mobai's sight, Tu Ming still dared not linger until he was almost at the eye of the Xuanjiao royal court, when he was stopped by a demonic avatar of the central demon lord. Fellow Taoist, how did the trip to the five-element sect go? A dragon whale broke through the surface of the sea, and sitting on it was a humanoid figure formed from flowing water, which was the appearance of the central demon lord. He asked Tu Ming. Inner demons are not unique to humans. They can also exist in otherworldly spirit beasts. This dragon whale has extraordinary bloodline. After being possessed, it has already reached the 5th rank. Now that Tu Ming doesn't have the hell disc, he might not even be a match for this dragon whale in a direct confrontation. The cultivation of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was even stronger than I had imagined. I fought him twice in the Eastern Wilderness and the Eastern Barbarians, and both times the battle ended in a draw. In the end, out of mutual respect, he watched me leave. Tu Ming couldn't say that he had lost both battles and hadn't even lasted 3 moves in total, because if he did, the Central Demon Lord would definitely suspect how he escaped. He simply started to embellish his own image. Moreover, Tu Ming also harbored resentment towards the Central Demon Lord. After talking with Chen Mobai, he realized that he had been used as a pawn by the man in front of him. Therefore, he also spread false information, hoping to make the Central Demon Lord mistakenly believe that Chen Mobai's cultivation level was similar to his own. Given that he was no match for them, he hoped that the Central Demon Lord and the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor would both suffer heavy losses. In that case, I might be able to find a chance to turn things around. It seems that Chen Gixian's strength is indeed extraordinary. The demonic power on your body is much stronger than before. The Central Demon Lord did not notice that Tu Ming no longer had the Hell Disc. After Tu Ming received the power of the Black Fly Demon God, not only did his body show signs of mutation, but his entire body was also filled with the aura of the Hell Disc. That's why I made the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness wary. It's a pity that I was delayed by that old man in the Western continent, wasting 100 years before I reached the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to come to this point. Tu Ming said, pretending to be resentful, and turned to look in the direction of the Eastern continent, his face showing unwillingness. He seemed quite dissatisfied with his inability to win over Chen Mobai, a junior. Fellow Taoist Tianling is already on his way. After he uses the beast disc to cleanse my dragon whale avatar, my bloodline will be able to return to its ancestral form and transform into a giant kun. At that time, it will be a peak 5th order true spirit, with strength only slightly inferior to my original body. With your and fellow Taoist Tianling's help, taking down Chen Gixian and destroying the 5-element sect will be a piece of cake. Although all the demonic incarnations in the Eastern continent had perished and disappeared, the Central Demon Lord was very certain that the evil ghost plate was located within the territory of the 5-element sect. Compared to the profound foundation of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, even though the 5-element sect inherited the legacy of the Longevity sect and the 1 Yuan Dao Palace, it still only had one nascent soul cultivator, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. The Lord of the Central Demonic Path believed that killing Chen Mobai would be easier than stealing the reincarnation disc from the 9 Heavens Demon-Slaying sect. Just as Tu Ming said before, start with the easy and then move on to the difficult. I fought 2 fierce battles with that Chen Gixian, which injured my essence. It may take some time to recover. Tu Ming didn't want to see Chen Mobai again, so he immediately made an excuse to say that he couldn't participate in this operation. But don't worry, Chen Gixian is in no better shape than I was dealing with my black fly demon incarnation. He's probably exhausted and busy meditating to recover. The sooner you go and kill him, the better your chances of success. Tu Ming continued to lie in order to solidify the Central Demon Lord's resolve to take action. Then you'll be in charge of leading the Eastern Continent demonic path to cause some trouble in Dongli and attract the attention of the Nine Heavens demonic sect. That's your territory. It just so happens that Wu Chen and the others are also chasing a disciple of the Jade Mirror demonic sect. That person has the Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade. The Central Demonic Pathmaster revealed some information that he had seen when he was browsing through Du Menjian's Sea of Consciousness. Chapter 1269 The Way Fades, the Demon Grows. Chapter 1269 The Way Fades, the Demon Grows. Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade. When Tu Ming heard about this magical treasure, his eyes lit up. He had just lost the Hell Disc and the foundation of a 6th-tier demonic treasure. Although he could use the power of the demon god to disguise himself for a while, he would eventually be exposed when the cycle of reincarnation began. If he could refine the Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade before then, he could maintain a superficial balance of power with the Central Demon Lord and the Heavenly Spirit True Monarch. So upon hearing about this, he immediately took full responsibility, stating that he would definitely hold back the 3 holy lands of the East in Dongli. Wandering Mountain. Chen Mobai is trying to comprehend the Hell Compass. Although this 6-path subdisc has been refined by the Black Fly Demon God, it is essentially a part of the innate spiritual treasure, the Life and Death Disc, containing the profound mystery of life and death reincarnation. This is precisely why the invincible Kantanki, the Book of the Three, is of little use when facing the Hell Plate, a symbolic representation of Hell. Of course, this was mainly because Chen Mobai's cultivation level was insufficient. The Hell Disc was basically already soaked in the power of the Demon God, and he simply couldn't compete for control. In the areas without the power of the Demon God, there was the power of the 7th-order Tao of life and death, which he, a mere nascent soul cultivator, was powerless to do. As time went by, Chen Mobai's mind was suddenly pulled into a desolate, dark, starry sky. What I saw before me was all that had been eaten away, a desolate and ruined landscape. Amidst the buzzing sound, countless flies spread their wings in the darkness. It turns out that the so-called darkness was just an endless cloud of flies that blocked out all the light. However, Chen Mobai was able to sense that the darkness was merely on the surface. Deep within the darkness lay the great Tao, which could not be concealed or devoured. That must be the cycle of life and death. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai had a sudden thought and wanted to wave his hand to part the dark cloud of flies and insects to peek into the essence of the Hell Disc. His mind transformed into a blazing sword, slashing into the cloud of flies and insects. However, the cloud was far thicker than he had imagined, and no matter how deep he slashed, he could not break through it. Moreover, his action enraged the flies, and more, larger and more terrifying flies began to fly in from all parts of this desolate starry sky, with fierce howls, like pitch-black tornadoes, swarming towards Chen Mobai, who stood in midair. At the same time, Teng Xianji began to issue a strong warning. Just as Chen Mobai was about to extricate his wisp of divine consciousness from the Hell Disc, he witnessed a scene that shocked him. A huge shadow emerged from the end of the starry sky, transforming into a giant fly that seemed to fill the universe. Its mouthparts were so large that a galaxy would disappear with a single swallow. Its blood-red, bulging eyes, filled with a chilling and merciless coldness, fell upon Chen Mobai. In that instant, Chen Mobai realized that no matter what methods he used, he could not break free. Is this the demon god? Terrified, Chen Mobai instantly severed this wisp of his divine consciousness. His true form, seated atop Wandering Mountain, opened his eyes and saw a dark, mysterious demonic power surging from the Hell Disc. Countless flies, like dark clouds, enveloped his entire body. The Hayashan mirror shone with divine light, descending from the sky and enveloping Chen Mobai. All the black flies that fell in front of him turned into tiny sparks after colliding with the light. However, the demonic power within the Hell Disc seemed inexhaustible, growing increasingly dense and dark, causing even the Xu and Yang divine light to ripple. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately severed his connection with the Hell Disc. Although the Hayashan mirror, empowered by the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, is extremely powerful, there is no need to waste spiritual veins like this. Moreover, if the power of the demon god in the hell disk is to be cleansed, it is estimated that most of the spiritual veins of the three border regions of the eastern continent will be consumed, and the time will be measured in hundreds of years. Chen Mobai would definitely not do something that would be a losing proposition. After stopping the joint examination, the hell disk did not release any more demonic power. After the radiance of the Hayashin mirror ignited and purified all the flies, it bloomed again for a period of time, illuminating all parts of Wandering Mountain for a long time. Only after confirming that there were no flies left did it slowly subside. However, this experience also made Chen Mobai realize just how terrifying the power of these transcendent demonic cultivators from beyond the realm truly was. This black fly demon is indeed a true spirit that existed since the beginning of time. His strength is so great that it may not be limited to the realm of chi refining. From this perspective, the hell plate in his hands is actually a hot potato. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai fell into deep thought. He already has a demon disc as a safety net, and taking another hell disc to the purple cloud universe would be redundant. Rather than doing that, it's better to take it out and exchange it for what you need. That way, you can also get rid of this hell disc that has been refined by the demon god. Putting aside other things, at least in the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, they've offered a bounty of at least 6-tier resources for the magic treasure. Chen Mobai's 8 Views lantern has been nurtured and refined in his spare time over the years, but it has been stuck at the 5th level due to the quality of the materials. If he can take this opportunity to exchange for the corresponding resources, he will have another 6th level magic weapon. After the 6th level of the 8 Views of Tushita, the supernatural power of Tushita Heaven will be formed, which is also the Dharma realm. However, compared to the Dharma realm that Chen Mobai cultivated with the 6 imperial scriptures, the Tushita Heaven is based on the great Tao of life, which can continue the vitality of all realms and create and nurture all things. For example, if a spiritual plant is placed in the Tushita Heaven, it will grow to its highest grade and become perfect in the shortest time. For Chen Mobai, the Tushita Heaven was not very useful, but for an alchemist like Qing Nu, it was an invaluable treasure. With this, the 5 Elements sect, with its foundation in high-grade medicinal herbs, can easily catch up with the moral sect after several generations of effort. As time goes by, it may even become no less powerful than Du Guang of Nanju. In addition, there are 6th-tier spiritual items needed for a spirit lord to recover from injuries. If a hell plate could be exchanged for these things, Chen Mobai felt it was worth it. However, if he were to approach Kainkyu by Malin on his own initiative, he would definitely be pressured to lower the price. It would be better to let Zhangzhu know unintentionally that he has the hell plate. Chen Mobai thought for a while, considering who would be the best person to leak this information to. Should we look for a nascent soul cultivator from the Dayad sect, or one from the Taeksupayo Male Palace? But before he could even begin to act, the messenger talismans of True Monarch Wuchen and True Monarch Dakung had already been sent by express talisman, flying 100,000 li to Mount Fangwang. After Chen Mobai noticed this, he activated the Great Formation, sending 2 communication talismans to land in front of him. After reading it, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the 2 senior nascent soul cultivators spoke of slightly different things, the underlying cause was the same. That was Wen Baiyu of the Jade Mirror Demon Sect. After receiving the message from Chen Mobai, Wuchen and Dakong felt that taking down a mere nascent soul cultivator would be a piece of cake. Among them, Wuchen Zhenjun, because he possessed the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, quickly found the hidden lair of the Jade Mirror Demon Sect. He confidently charged in, intending to act on behalf of heaven, destroy this demonic lineage, and then take away the heavenly calamity Frost Blade. Little did they know that Wuchen Zhenjun would fall into an ambush as soon as he entered. There was a blood god waiting for him there. The blood god was Dio Xianlin, the great elder of the Jade Mirror Demon Sect. After the last battle between the righteous and the demonic, she used the blood moon sacrifice to transform into a god, but was found by the great void True Lord, who smashed her physical body with the golden and silver rings. Only her spiritual consciousness was taken away by the blood moon in the sky. At that time, everyone thought that Dio Xianlin had failed to become a god and had been eaten by the ancient demon. Little did anyone know that he was hiding in Dongli and even became the blood god. Although this blood god is a puppet of the ancient demon, he is still a nascent soul cultivator, but in terms of strength, he is definitely no match for True Monarch Wuchen. However, if one wields the heavenly calamity frost blade, then it's a different story. If true Lord Wuchen hadn't been carrying the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, he probably would have lost half his life in that attack. Because both Wuchen and Dakong wanted to possess the demonic treasure for themselves, they did not travel together. Without Dakong Zhenjun's void secret technique, Wuchen Zhenjun could not escape and could only confront the blood god in the jade mirror demon sect's trap, waiting for an opportunity to send out a message talisman to seek help from the righteous path of the eastern continent. Apart from Chen Mobai, the other nascent soul cultivators should have also received his message talisman. After reading the message talisman from true monarch Wuchen, Chen Mobai was slightly surprised, not expecting that the Jade Mirror Demon sect had such a trick up its sleeve. The message from true Lord Dakong was that he had found Wen Baiyu, but the latter had been possessed and controlled by an ancient demon from beyond the heavens, causing her strength to surge. In the ensuing battle, although he was able to win by relying on his void secret techniques, he was still no match for Wen Baiyu, who had already achieved immortality. During their battle, true monarch Dakong discovered that with each victory he achieved against Wen Baiyu, the latter would improve and transform, gradually becoming more and more strained over time. However, he dared not let Wen Baiyu out of his sight, so he used a communication talisman to request help from Chen Mobai, hoping that he could come and lend a hand to break Wen Baiyu's immortality with the 6th-tier Yuan Yang sword. Both pieces of news made Chen Mobai sense the change in the heavenly river realm, where the Tao was declining and the demons were growing. The demonic forces, which were originally suppressed by the righteous path and could only barely survive, have taken advantage of this great change in the world to show signs of rising again. Besides the fact that the demonic path already had a strong foundation, the main reason for this was that the celestial demons from beyond the realm were closer to descending upon the heavenly river realm. However, Chen Mobai's stance is definitely on the side of righteousness. So after receiving these two pieces of information, his first thought was to take action. Not to mention his good relationship with Wuchen Dakong, there's still an unresolved issue between him and Dio Xianlin. During the Great War between the righteous and the demonic, on the battlefield of Eastern Wu, Dio Xianlin and the demonic clan of the Desolate Sea joined forces and caused considerable trouble for the Five Elements sect. However, the demonic villain escaped quickly and avoided being buried by the primordial Five Elements extinction divine lightning. But with the arrival of the Great Calamity, this debt must eventually be settled. Just as Chen Mobai was about to get up, Tong Tianjie began to issue a warning. This made his expression turn serious. Is the Jade Mirror Demon sect in Dongli stronger than we imagine? This shouldn't be happening. A demonic path cultivator at the divine transformation stage shouldn't be able to resist a pure Yang scroll. Just as Chen Mobai was filled with doubt, he sensed a carrier of the primordial demonic talisman rushing from the Xuanhai Sea toward the shore of Dongyi. As it drew closer, its aura began to expand, as if it were constantly advancing in its breakthrough. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai focused his mind and activated the power of his final destiny to investigate what was going on. He quickly realized that this was an incarnation of a demonic being, a powerful true spirit with a fifth-order immortal body. But one thing was very strange. The bloodline of this true spirit was constantly reverting to its ancestral form. You should know that the cultivation of the true spirit is to make one's bloodline more and more pure and ancient. And this process is called atavism. However, over 90% of the aberrant cultivators in the heavenly river realm, even after hundreds or even thousands of years of refinement, may not be able to improve their bloodline. The demonic incarnation now heading towards the Eastern barbarians is extremely strange, as if it has no bottleneck. Its true spiritual energy is endlessly increasing. Chen Mobai even suspects that if he weren't still in the process of ascending to the Void Realm, he could probably directly advance to the 6th rank and achieve the realm of rebirth through blood. Could this be the warning from Tongxianji? As Chen Mobai thought about this, he felt that something was not right. After all, no matter how powerful the demonic incarnation of the Central Demon Lord is, even if it is an alien true spirit that is not within the range of the pure Yang Scroll's restraint, it cannot be more powerful than the old dragon above the Xuanhai Sea. If he could slay the old dragon, he could slay another peak 5th-tier true spirit, and it might even be easier for him. After all, the Lord of the Central Demonic Path could not possibly possess a treasure like the sea-suppressing pearl. So why is that? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai tried to stop himself from going to Dongli to support the two nascent soul seniors, Wuchen and Dakong, but Teng Xianji was still warning him. After ruling out Dongli, based on the current information, the only remaining possibility is the Lord of the Central Demonic Path. Unable to understand the situation, Chen Mobai could only adjust his state and prepare to harvest the fifth-tier peak inner demon avatar that was attacking him. However, he was always cautious and had already made plans to immediately pull the Central Demon Lord into the Dharma realm and hand him over to the Spirit Lord if things went wrong. He simply didn't believe it. Currently, there are still experts in the Heavenly River realm who are beyond the reach of even a void refining cultivator. As expected, Tongxianji's warnings began to subside. But if it still exists, it means that this opponent is very strong. After activating the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array to ensure that the aftershocks of the battle would not affect the three border regions of the Eastern Continent, Chen Mobai escaped with his second primordial spirit and went to the Xuanhai Sea to intercept and check on the condition of this demonic incarnation. On the other hand, considering that the Dongyi coast was the closest place to the battlefield, and that there were many spiritual fields in the sea that Zhu Ming had personally cultivated, Chen Mobai informed her to prevent her from leaving the range of the Great Formation at this time. After doing all this, the second primordial spirit instantly teleported to the surface of the sea and saw the giant true spirit that was coming with towering waves. This is Kunpeng. Chen Mobai was slightly startled when he saw the enormous, strange creature in the sea that resembled a moving landmass. Does the Heavenly River realm still possess such a true spirit? Chapter 1270, The Great Path of Power. Chapter 1270, The Great Path of Power. It should be noted that even in the Purple Cloud universe, true spirits like the Kunpeng are extremely rare. Chen Mobai had never heard of this place in the Heavenly River realm. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai understood the heaven-defying nature of the demonic transformation technique. By transforming into countless forms, one can try countless paths and always find the one most suitable for oneself. Before embarking on the Great Tao through the void refining stage, one can make the most thorough preparations and lay the most solid foundation. One can even use 3,000 incarnation to comprehend the 3,000 Great Taos. Is this an alternative method of creation? This thought suddenly flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. However, for the demonic transformation technique, even if one masters countless Great Tao powers, one can only choose one Great Tao when reaching the void refinement stage. Therefore, to lay the foundation for the 3,000 Great Taos, one must do so before reaching the void refinement stage, which is absolutely impossible given the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if Chen Mobai could freely enter and leave Zixel Palace, he could only comprehend a dozen or so Great Taos at most when he reached the nascent soul stage. However, after one attains the Tao in the future, if one wishes to comprehend the 3,000 Great Taos and achieve enlightenment, this may be a viable method. After all, the Demon Lord's primordial heavenly demon method still needs to find a suitable primordial demonic symbol carrier, but the great path of the heart demon only needs the heart demon. However, the moment the thought crossed Chen Mobai's mind, he felt a chill. He found that ever since he tasted the benefits of the primordial demonic talisman, he had become less and less resistant to demonic arts and was even thinking about turning them into his own. This felt extremely wrong to him, given his unwavering resolve. Perhaps, once one begins to cultivate this demonic path, one will gradually become addicted. Chen Mobai was already thinking that he would improve his morning bell in the coming period, playing it constantly in his purple mansion sea of consciousness to cleanse his mind and prevent the emergence of inner demons. At this moment, the giant Kun incarnation of the Central Demon Lord also rode the wind and waves and arrived in front of Chen Mobai. In the sky, the golden second primordial spirit did not conceal its presence and immediately attracted the attention of the Central Demon Lord. A stream of azure water surged from the back of the giant Kun, transforming into the image of a young man with narrow eyes. Fellow Taoist Chen, I am Su Wen. I have come to the Eastern Continent today to ask you for something. The young man stood on the back of the giant Kun, cupped his fist slightly to Chen Mobai, and said this with a smile. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had heard the name of the Central Demon Lord. He asked without changing his expression, "What is it?" Su Wen, a roulette wheel. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Chen Mobai already understood his meaning. Chen Mobai, what will you use to exchange for it? Upon hearing this, Su Wen looked surprised, thinking that he had not explained himself clearly, and emphasized again. Fellow Taoist, I am asking you for it. If I were to exchange it, wouldn't that be a righteous act? Chen Mobai nodded, indicating that Su Wen had not misheard, and stated his opinion. I am a nascent soul cultivator of the righteous path in the Eastern continent. When you talk and act with me, you should naturally follow the principles of righteous conduct. This roulette wheel is of little use to me. If you can offer something that moves me, I will gladly exchange it with you. Chen Mobai's words were actually a mockery of the central demon lord, but the latter clearly understood the meaning behind them. Su Wen chuckled, reached out and clenched his fist, a pool of seawater condensing into a block of ice in his palm. He held it up to Chen Mobai and said, since that's the case, let's do as the Romans do. I'll exchange this for that roulette wheel. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire the central demon lord as a remarkable figure. Chen Mobai, this is not enough. Su Wen, but I think that's enough. Having said that, Su Wen shaped the ice block in his hand into the shape of a sword, and threw it at the golden second primordial spirit in midair. An ordinary ice sword, the moment it flew out, stirred up the roar of the vast ocean, as if sweeping up endless waves, turning into a terrifying torrent that submerged the sky. A deafening roar. The massive torrent of waves was blasted away by the 9 crimson fire dragons as it reached Chen Mobai. Much of the seawater was instantly evaporated into water vapor upon contact, causing even more intense explosions and bursts of fire. Amidst the clash of the water and fire, Chen Mobai remained motionless. With a flick of his right hand, the 6th-tier Yuan Yang sword, already poised to strike, descended from above like a thunderbolt, cleaving the sky and the sea, and landed directly before Su Wen and the giant Kun beneath him. Su Wen's water avatar was instantly turned into steam by the Yuan Yang sword upon contact. But the giant Kun opened its mouth and swallowed the endless ocean, gathering immense power to collide with the Yuan Yang sword light. The terrifying force caused even the void to shatter. This is one of the great principles that the giant Kun can master: power. This is also the innate great Tao. Basically, any true spirit beast known for its power has it engraved in its bloodline from birth. However, this is also the most difficult great Tao to master in the world. Getting started is easy, but the step from beginner to expert can stump 99% of true spiritual beings. Su Wen's demonic incarnation was clearly more than just an entry-level practitioner in the Tao of power. Under the immense power, Chen Mobai's 6th-order Yuan Yang sword light began to twist and bend, finally shattering completely with a violent explosion, creating massive waves on the vast ocean. Seeing this, Chen Mobai's expression turned slightly serious. The Yuan Yang sword above his head was also trembling and groaning. The power that the giant Kun just unleashed was undoubtedly at the 6th level. This means that Su Wen has completely revived and activated his true spirit bloodline. However, what makes Chen Mobai even more wary is that so far only the giant Kun has been discovered. It should be noted that the true spirit of Kun Peng, besides the giant Kun, also includes the celestial Peng, which is the fastest in the world. With the combined eruption of these 2 peak 5th-tier true spirit bloodlines, coupled with Su Wen's essence as the lord of the central demonic path, his second primordial spirit might actually be suppressed today. After all, his pure Yang scroll's restraining effect against true spirit power wasn't that strong. When Chen Mobai activated the Yuan Yang sword just now, he was wary of the Tianpeng true spirit, whose whereabouts were unknown. That's why he only used half of his strength and reserved the other half for defense. Surprised, aren't you? Although you've destroyed all my demonic incarnations in the Eastern continent, I've almost finished gathering intelligence on you. The sword of holy virtue is indeed a counter to us demons. That guy, White Bone, didn't know this, which is why you killed him with one sword. So I prepared this dragon whale incarnation and used the beast disc to revert its bloodline to the giant Kun. This giant Kun is born with the ability to control the Tao of water and the Tao of power. The former is exactly what you cultivate in the fire element immortal scripture, while the latter will not be countered by your Tao of sacred virtue. Under these circumstances, it is a contest between you and me in terms of our control over the Tao. I can take the step of void refinement at any time. Once I reach that level, you will not be my match. However, considering that you still possess the primordial chaos bell, I have also prepared another 6th-tier supreme treasure, the Usra disc. This was left behind by the war god who once vied with the heavenly emperor for the throne of heaven and earth. He was the master of the great Tao of power, and he is a perfect match for my avatar. In the past, even the immortal Takesu almost had his head smashed open by me with the Usra disc when he was careless. As Su Wen spoke, he once again conjured a water avatar, which landed on the head of the giant Kun. Looking at Chen Mobai in midair, Su Wen exuded confidence and composure. It should be noted that when he fought against Takesu Immortal before, he had only roughly refined the Usra disc, and had not yet fully mastered the inheritance and power left by the war god within it. Now, after decades of refinement, coupled with this giant Kun avatar whose bloodline has been refined with the beast plate, Su Wen is confident that he can become the strongest in the heavenly river realm. Of course, this is only a comparison of strength. After all, if magical artifacts are added, the treasure for achieving enlightenment is something that the current Usra disc cannot withstand. But when it comes to dealing with Chen Mobai, Su Wen felt that was more than enough. After all, the most powerful artifacts in the Eastern continent are only 6th-tier magical artifacts. Unless Chen Mobai practices Void Realm on the spot, he will surely die in this calamity. As expected of the Lord of the Central Demonic Path, your schemes are meticulous. If I were truly only this much strength, I might not be a match for your demonic incarnation. After listening to what Su Wen said, Chen Mobai looked at the enormous Kun, which was as big as land, and realized that his second primordial spirit was inferior to him in terms of both magical artifacts and strength. Oh, do you have any other trump cards? Are you going to use your 1 Yuan Dao body to activate the primordial bell to come here? Although I really want to suppress and kill you, the strongest one, in a fair and square manner, I am, after all, a demonic cultivator, so I have already arranged for other fellow cultivators to go to Wandering Mountain to ambush and kill you. At this moment, Su Wen revealed another piece of information. He could naturally tell that the Chen Mobai in front of him was not the real person. Besides him, Tianling Zhenjun also came this time. After all, there was a connection between Chen Mobai and the Wanling sect. Although Tianling Zhenjun did not want to expose his collusion with the demonic path, he also felt that this was a good opportunity to sever ties. Moreover, as long as he kills Chen Mobai honorably, according to the rules of the Heavenly River realm, it will be considered an accidental killing during a debate on Tao and magic. After all, both the Eastern continent and the Central continent knew that the disciple of the Heavenly Spirit True Monarch had died at the hands of Chen Mobai. The Heavenly Spirit True Lord had a legitimate reason for coming to kill. No wonder my eyelids have been twitching all day, Chen Mobai said with a look of sudden realization. He understood why Teng Xianji had been issuing warnings. It turns out that besides the Central Demon Lord, there was another opponent hiding in the shadows. Fellow Taoist, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the evil ghost disc, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse and guarantee that the 5 Elements sect's legacy will not perish. At most, it will just be under my control. At this point, Su Wen issued an ultimatum. Chen Mobai merely smiled slightly at this. He waved his sleeve, activated the Dharma realm, and absorbed the vast ocean in front of him along with the giant Kun incarnation. End of this chapter. Chapter 1271, The Spirit Lord Makes His Move. Chapter 1271, The Spirit Lord Makes His Move. The Dharma realm unfolds, and it remains a vast ocean. Chen Mobai directly sent the giant Kun incarnation to the Kangliu Sea, where the Spirit Venerable was recuperating. However, the Lord of the Central Demonic Path still keenly noticed the changes in the world, because his connection with the original body was severed the moment he was taken in. Based on the current situation, the Lord of the Central Demonic Path guessed that he had already arrived at a cave world that was his own. It was at this moment that he finally understood why his inner demon avatars in the Eastern continent had not conveyed the crucial information to his main body. Are you from the Takesu Misty Palace or the Hushan Demon sect? The Central Demon Lord asked. Neither, Chen Mobai shook his head. The Lord of the Central Demonic Path assumed that Chen Mobai simply didn't want to answer, and then, with great interest, extended his divine sense to observe the Dharma realm before him. Gradually, his expression changed. Because streams of powerful blood energy, no less potent than his giant Kun incarnation, were rising from the deep sea and surrounding him. Such a large number of fifth-order aliens could not possibly be supported by the mere 5 Elements sect. Moreover, it is quite obvious that these alien beings have abundant blood and energy, having accumulated energy for at least 1,000 years. The 5 Elements sect has only existed for a few years. Could it be the foundation of the longevity cult? Just as the lord of the central demonic path was filled with doubt and surprise, the Kangliu Sea began to churn continuously, and strangely shaped deep-sea beasts broke through the surface of the sea, surrounding him. Every alien is, at the very least, immortal. But despite being surrounded, the lord of the central demonic path remained calm, even with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. With the Usra disc in hand, under the great Tao of power, even the most powerful fifth-order true spirit will be blasted into dust by me. If this is all the strength you have, then just wait to die. As they spoke, the giant Kun avatar beneath the central demon lord unleashed a terrifying aura, carrying an unstoppable and ferocious momentum, ignoring the surrounding deep-sea beasts and crashing towards Chen Mobai in midair. Wherever it passed, the void began to distort. If it weren't for Chen Mobai's Dharma realm, having undergone the ordination and having the universal heavenly book suppressing the space, it would probably have been torn apart by the giant Kun incarnation, allowing the central demon lord to return to the heavenly river realm. Faced with the formidable attack of the giant Kun incarnate, Chen Mobai wanted to test his own strength. Since he killed the old dragon, he has been hailed as the #1 person in the eastern continent. However, he knows that there are always people more powerful than him, and there are many experts in the central continent who make him wary. Among them, the lord of the central demonic path is undoubtedly one of the strongest people in the heavenly river realm today. Although what came today was merely an incarnation of his inner demon, with the baptism of the beast disc and the blessing of the Usra disc, even if Takesu Immortal didn't wield the measuring ruler, he might not be able to defeat it. Chen Mobai wanted to use this to measure his own strength. He transmitted a message to the spirit of the primordial deity who had already arrived in the heavens, asking her to temporarily hold the line. Then the second primordial spirit shone brightly, and the Yuan-Yang sword technique was instantly propelled to an unprecedented level. The power of the holy virtue path surged forth, and brilliant golden light shone from the sword blade, transforming into ancient characters that formed a magnificent text never before seen by the central demon lord. It floated in the air, but he saw within it the mountains and rivers, the nation, and the civilization of humanity. Although this sword technique, Chengping, was created by the Yuanyang ancestor, in Chen Mobai's hands it has far surpassed his previous works. But the lord of the central demonic path remained fearless. His giant Kun incarnation, carrying a terrifying force capable of shaking the heavens and earth, and an aura that could shatter and destroy everything, crashed heavily into it. In the sky, a giant sword covered with golden characters traversed the void, like a divine pillar supporting heaven and earth and the 4 seas, firmly suppressing the 4 directions of the universe and the 8 wastelands in 6 directions. A sword that brings peace, reaching the sky and plunging into the sea. However, the giant Kun incarnate sought to shatter heaven and earth. The 2 sixth-order powers collided without any fancy moves, causing an unprecedented and violent shock within Chen Mobai's Dharma realm. The entire Kangliu Sea was stirred up at this moment, and even the most powerful deep-sea beasts, who once reigned supreme, were swept away by the aftershocks of the clash between these 2 sixth-tier forces. Amidst the deafening roar, a sharp crack was clearly audible. The giant Kun that had suddenly emerged from the sea flew back and crashed heavily into the ocean, failing to break through Chengping Yijian's defense. However, Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit was also suffering in midair. The first click sound was followed by a series of clicks. The giant golden sword, reaching from the sky to the sea, shattered like glass from the center of the impact by the giant Kun, breaking apart like snowflakes before finally collapsing to reveal the Yuan-Yang sword, which was constantly trembling. Beneath the Yuan-Yang sword, Chen Mobai's figure flickered between light and shadow. This is a sign that the second primordial spirit has consumed a huge amount of pure Yang true energy and is about to lose its form. Indeed, you are qualified to make me use the Usra disc. Seeing this scene, the central demon lord, seated atop the giant Kun incarnation, still had the composure to offer his comments. Suddenly, the already enormous giant Kun was covered in scarlet patterns, which eventually converged on its forehead, in front of the seated central demon lord, and transformed into a bright red wheel. Clearly, this is the Usra compass. With the appearance of this roulette wheel, the already terrifying giant Kun incarnation experienced an endless surge in power. Chen Mobai sensed the power within his body. If he were to unleash it at full force, it might truly be able to break through the Dharma realm. It seems I'm still a step away from being at the very top of the heavenly river realm. After sensing the power of the central demon lord, Chen Mobai admitted that he was no match for him. As expected, compared to the entire Tian realm, Dongzhu is merely a small pond. While he reigns supreme here, he is hardly considered a top-tier figure across the entire 5 continents and 4 seas. The central demonic path truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 demonic path that has competed with the major holy lands in the central continent for tens of thousands of years without being wiped out. Its strength is unparalleled. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can practice the void realm at any time and take the step of ascension. If you know the difference, you might as well die. Faced with Chen Mobai's admiration, the lord of the central demonic path snorted coldly, and the giant Kun avatar, empowered by the Usra disc, once again leaped up in the Kangliu Sea. The terrifying and ferocious power of the great Tao, carrying enough force to shatter Cheng Ping's sword, slammed into Chen Mobai like a cannonball. Moreover, this attack froze the void, locking onto its target, preventing Chen Mobai from using void movement to dodge. "Please, Senior, make your move." Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately clasped his hands in prayer to the sky for help. Are there other experts lying in ambush? Seeing Chen Mobai's action, the central demon lord couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. However, as far as he was concerned, there was no one in the entire heavenly river realm he feared, as long as it wasn't a treasure for achieving enlightenment. The power of the great Tao, empowered by the Usra disc, will shatter all resistance. Thinking this, the giant Kun avatar had already smashed into Chen Mobai's face, and it looked like it was about to shatter him when a gentle breeze suddenly blew across the sea, filling every inch of the void on the Kangliu Sea. Subsequently, the lord of the central demonic path felt as if his great Tao of power had been smashed into soft cotton. The terrifying force, capable of shattering all things, was dissipated by a gentle breeze and spread to a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Even the great path of power requires concentrating one's strength to shatter a target. The force that was dispersed into the vast void by the breeze and arrived in front of Chen Mobai was equivalent to a slap in the face. The Yuan Yang sword shone with golden light once more. Cheng Ping's sword pierced the sky and plunged into the sea, easily sending the giant Kun's transformation flying again. The sword light even rebounded, cutting deep, bone-revealing wounds. However, thanks to his immortal body, the wounds were completely healed before the Kun could bounce back to the surface of the sea. But at this moment, the lord of the central demonic path stared wide-eyed at the sky in disbelief. Suddenly, a golden light appeared there. This golden light, unlike Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit which radiates light and heat, is filled with both sharpness and warmth. The two completely opposite characteristics of the great path of wind coexist perfectly within this golden light. With a flash of golden light, the spirit lord had already landed beside Chen Mobai. This is not walking in the void, but pure speed. What is this guy's background? He's neither human nor fish. The golden-haired, golden-eyed spirit lord looked at the giant Kun avatar that had fallen into the Kangliu Sea and asked with a frown. This giant Kun incarnation was forcibly refined using the beast disc and advanced from the dragon whale. Although its bloodline has reverted to its ancestral form, the central demon lord does not know what the true spirit of the giant Kun should look like. It merely evolves towards the two great paths of water and power based on legends. Among these, because of the Usra disc, the Tao of power within the giant Kun's incarnation far surpasses the Tao of water, even reaching a higher level. However, in the eyes of the Spirit Lord, this direction of evolution was somewhat reckless. Although the bloodline of the giant Kun does indeed contain the great Tao of power, this great Tao is too powerful. Even a fifth-order immortal body cannot fully withstand it. Therefore, one must first cultivate the great Tao of water, using the nourishing power of water to nourish all things and protect the entire body, before attempting to cultivate the great Tao of strength. Even if the lord of the central demonic path were to suppress and kill Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit with the great Tao of power today, this demonic incarnation would soon suffer from the backlash of the great Tao of power, resulting in the depletion of its essence and blood, and the collapse of its body. However, for the lord of the central demonic path, it was only a temporary pang of heartache. After all, it's just an avatar. If we encounter a good dragon whale hatchling in the future, it can evolve again. Moreover, with this experience, we might be able to refine the next incarnation even more perfectly. Practicing void. At this moment, the Lord of the Central Demonic Path also sensed the void fluctuations around the spirit venerable that constantly rippled with his breath, and was greatly shocked. How can there be beings practicing void in your Dharma realm? You are indeed from the Taeksu Misty Palace. Only this holy land has such a foundation. The only answer the Central Demon Lord could come up with upon seeing the Spirit Lord was this. The Taeksu Misty Palace has a Dharma realm, where beings who have cultivated to the void reside as the foundation of their sects. This legend has always existed in the Central Plains. But whether it actually exists or not, even the Central Demonic Path, which has fought against the Central Plains' holy land for tens of thousands of years, dares not be certain. Even someone at Su Wen's level could only force the Taeksu Misty Palace to bring out the measuring ruler. Since the great changes in the world, even though the 5 continents and 4 seas have experienced many calamities, the Taeksu Misty Palace has always remained aloof from worldly affairs, unaffected by any calamities, and naturally has no opportunity to utilize the sect's resources. But today, unexpectedly, this has been proven true in Chen Mobai's case. The Dharma realm, the pure land of all beings. This one thing alone is nothing. When combined, the entire Heavenly River realm and the Central Demon Lord can only think of the Void Palace. At this time, Chen Mobai had already given the Spirit Lord a general account of the origins of the Central Demon Lord. He explained that he was currently in a different world created by a pure Yang powerhouse, where he encountered this cultivator who was practicing the supreme inner demon inheritance. He happened to possess a giant Kun incarnation and thought it would be helpful for her recovery, so he provoked her and sent her to the Dharma realm. I suspect this other world is related to the destruction of the Xuan Palace. The Taeksu Misty Palace is the legacy left by the Taeksu Dao ancestor of the Central Taoist Temple. The Dharma realm divine power is the symbol of this sect, so they mistook me for someone else. While listening to Chen Mobai recount the story of the spirit venerable of the Heavenly River realm, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the giant Kun incarnation not far away. After witnessing the appearance of the void refining being, the Central Demon Lord knew that killing Chen Mobai today was impossible, so he decided to make one last attempt by sending out the Usra disc. In the 2 exchanges just now, the Lord of the Central Demonic Path had roughly tested the limits of the Dharma realm. If he were to enhance the power of this giant Kun incarnation, or even burn his essence blood, he could break through the boundary of the Dharma realm. Even the slightest gap will do. Therefore, the Central Demon Lord immediately unleashed the strongest power of his giant Kun incarnation, attempting to blast open the Dharma realm. For the Spirit Lord, this was an unforgivable waste. So she raised her eyebrows and unleashed the great Tao of Wind, controlling all the air within a radius of 10,000 miles, instantly condensing it around the giant Kun incarnation. The Central Demon Lord felt as if tens of thousands of mountains were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. However, with the blessing of the Usra disc, his Tao of power was a true 6th-order power, which was extremely terrifying. A series of explosive sounds rang out around the giant Kun avatar, forcibly pushing open the Spirit Venerable's great Tao of Wind. However, during this process, the giant Kun avatar seemed unable to withstand such terrifying force within its body, and it broke open with wounds. The Lord of the Central Demonic Path, however, disregarded everything and was determined to burn everything, tearing apart the great path of wind and the barrier of the Dharma realm. Faced with this situation, the Spirit Lord used a seemingly effortless approach. The originally forceful suppression of the great Tao of Wind suddenly softened, and the great Tao of Power, which had been suppressed by the giant Kun incarnation, was no longer suppressed and instantly burst forth and spread out. The Lord of the Central Demonic Path cursed inwardly, but the force released after being suppressed was beyond his control. It was vented by the Spirit Venerable into the air within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and naturally could not break through the barrier of the Dharma realm. After a brief release, the great Tao of Wind condensed once more, pressing down and suppressing everything in its path. At this point, the Central Demon Lord no longer had the power to resist. End of this chapter. Chapter 1272 QE Beast. Chapter 1272 QE Beast. A gentle breeze swirled in the air, like ropes, easily suppressing the giant Kun incarnation of the Central Demon Lord. In Chen Mobai's eyes, the almost irresistible Tao of Power was easily manipulated by the Tao of Wind of the Spirit Venerable. This is the power of a cultivator who has mastered the void refinement stage. Although both are sixth-order Tao power, and the strength is innate, the nascent soul cultivator can only use the power he has refined, while the void refiner has already completely stepped into the Tao. Once you step onto the great path, your power becomes limitless. The only difference is how much one can handle. The great Tao of power of the central demon lord originates from the bloodline of the giant Kun incarnation, and is further enhanced by the power absorbed from the Usra disc. His physical body is only at the 5th level. Even if he reaches the upper limit, he can only reach the lower limit of the void refinement stage for a moment. The spirit lord had already discerned the true nature of the central demon lord from the sky when he watched Chen Mobai's peaceful sword clash with the great Tao of power. He effortlessly neutralized the power Chen Mobai unleashed and defeated him in one move. My true self will avenge this. Under these circumstances, the lord of the central demonic path did not struggle any further. After leaving behind these words, he directly severed his inner demon. Although the situation within the Dharma realm cannot be transmitted to the original body. However, after being refined by the beast disc, the 5th-tier peak giant Kun incarnation and the 6th-tier peak Usra disc were both destroyed in Chen Mobai's hands. This shows that the strength of this Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor is at least comparable to the Taixu Immortal, and may even be at the Liangsu level. Therefore, if the Central Demon Lord makes another move, he will definitely prepare an even stronger force than today. It's even possible that we'll come back after we've mastered the Void Realm. Next time we meet, I'll be much stronger than this, Chen Mobai thought to himself. The one who fought against the Lord of the Central Demonic Path this time was only the 2nd primordial spirit, and the Yuan Yang sword was only a 6th-grade low-level weapon. It is normal that it was no match for the giant Kun incarnation who possessed the 6th-grade peak Shura disc. If the original body were here, wielding the primordial bell, the outcome would be uncertain. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai remembered what the Central Demon Lord had said. This time, it wasn't just him who came. There was another nascent soul cultivator who went to Wandering Mountain to ambush and kill his true form. Although he was confident in the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, he still took his leave of the Spirit Lord just in case. The Spirit Lord said, "Leave this place to me. If anything happens, you can call me anytime." After the inner demon within the giant Kun's incarnation disappeared, the 2 great Tao powers within its body were essentially no longer under the control of divine consciousness. The great Tao of water was still all right, but the great Tao of power began to backfire, constantly cracking its massive body and even causing the Kangliu Sea to tremble violently. Compared to when the inner demons were still present, the Spirit Lord found it more difficult to suppress them, because he had to prevent the giant Kun incarnation from completely collapsing. This other world has rules and order set up by powerful beings and can only accommodate nascent soul cultivators at most. Once you reach the void refinement stage, you will be forced to ascend and undergo the 9 heavens tribulation. Therefore, Senior, it is best not to leave my Dharma realm rashly. Chen Mobai emphasized this point to prevent the Spirit Lord from becoming impatient and stepping out of the Dharma realm when he happened to be in the heavenly river realm. If the ascension light were to fall, it would already be right under the noses of the powerful beings in the spirit void immortal realm. Even if Chen Mobai were to bring the spirit venerable back into the Dharma realm, he would probably be seen through by those true immortal Tao lords. I see. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Lord was slightly surprised, but considering that it might be an alternate world created by a powerful being of pure yang, he quickly accepted it. Wandering Mountain. Chen Mobai's true form looked towards the horizon with some surprise. A faint rumble of thunder broke the silence between the sea and the sky. By the time it was heard, the sky had already darkened. Only a single, horned blue ox, its eyes shining like the sun and moon, treaded on thunderclouds and walked step by step toward Mount Wandering. With each step the ox took, the coastline of the Eastern Yi people trembled for a moment. It seemed that the entire Eastern continent was unable to withstand the presence of such beings, and was trembling in fear. A Kui beast. Upon seeing the azure ox, Chen Mobai immediately thought of Lei Zun, one of the 9 true spirits of the heavenly river realm. Isn't this the spirit beast of the heavenly spirit true lord? Is it this that Tengxianji is warning us about? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai had already raised the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Because he had already discerned that the thunderclouds beneath the Kui beast's feet or brewing sixth order true thunder. Although placing it within the heavenly curtain earthly network array would essentially guarantee its destruction, doing so would affect the five element sect's territory. Zhuo Ming had worked hard for decades along the coast of Dangyi, finally managing to build dams and create various underwater spiritual fields. Chen Mobai was unwilling to see all of this vanish into nothingness. As for why the QE beast came, Chen Mobai would understand after a little thought. It must be that the matter of killing Su Taifeng has been exposed. After all, he was a disciple of the Myriad Spirit sect and a close disciple of the Heavenly Spirit True Lord, and he even sacrificed a fifth-tier fox spirit. This loss is already enormous for the Myriad Spirit sect. The last time they suffered such a loss was when they were attacked by the Demon Clan's royal court. If it weren't for the fact that the Eastern Continent is such a special place, if it were any other holy land in the Western Continent, Southern Continent, or even the Central Continent, the Heavenly Spirit True Monarch would have already taken action personally upon receiving the news. This opportunity of the six paths of reincarnation was far too important for True Monarch Tianling, so even though the Eastern Continent was a forbidden area for the Myriad Spirits sect, he still came. However, True Monarch Tianling also knew that even if he ascended to heaven, he would still have to meet his ancestor, unless he completely followed the demonic path and went to the outer realms. Therefore, he remained hidden for a while. After the Lord of the Central Demonic Path gave the signal, the Heavenly Spirit True Monarch stopped above the Xuanhai Sea and sent his old companion over there. After unlocking the true wonders of the Beast Plate, the QE Beast, through continuous refinement, had already reverted to its ancestral bloodline, not only mastering the Great Tao of Thunder, but also cultivating the Great Tao of Armor and the Great Tao of Strength. If it weren't for the Heavenly Spirit True Lord's restraint, the QE Beast could have even attempted to ascend directly. It was precisely for this reason that True Lord Tianling dared to cooperate with the Lord of the Central Demonic Path. In the Heavenly River realm, without the Void Refining realm being available, the QE Beast is practically invincible. Therefore, Tianling Zhenjun believed that even if Chen Mobai had the protection of the Hunyuan Bell, he could wear down the QE Beast by sending it out. Boom, boom, boom. The QE Beast strode step by step across the sea toward the eastern continent, while thunder rumbled in the sky. Such an astonishing commotion naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators along the coast of Dangyi. Any cultivator who looks up at this moment will see dark clouds covering the sky, with streaks of shimmering blue lightning rolling within them, like lightning dragons flashing, carrying a terrifying aura that chills the hearts of cultivators. Many cultivators with unstable mental states even experience spiritual energy disorder at this time. For example, Luo Yixuan in the Wandering Mountain was pale and felt as if the Yellow Spring spiritual power in her body had encountered a natural enemy. Granny Ming was also trembling. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation. When Luo Yixuan was forming her core, she passed through the heavenly tribulation. She could sense that the thunderclouds above her head contained power of the same origin as the one she had passed through before, but it was 100 or 1,000 times stronger. Not only Luo Yixuan, but all the core formation and nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern Yi region had their expressions change drastically at this moment. They all saw the terrifying lightning they had witnessed when they were undergoing their tribulations, and some even thought that this was their own tribulation. The reason for this idea is that the QE Beast directly brought the first tribulation of the 9 heavens to the Eastern continent. When he first transformed into a deity, Tianling Zhenjun could freely enter and exit the lightning tribulation by relying on the bloodline power of the QE Beast. After the QE Beast bloodline reverted to its ancestral form, it directly mastered the power of this tribulation lightning, as if this tribulation lightning was set up by it in the first place. As expected of Thunder Lord. With Chen Mobai's cultivation level, he naturally saw this and was greatly amazed. It should be understood that this heavenly tribulation power is formed by drawing upon the power of 9 great Taos. The fact that the QE Beast can now directly control the first layer of lightning clearly indicates that it can step into the great path of lightning at any time. In other words, what True Monarch Wuchen warned about back then is very likely to happen. Moreover, because the QE Beast's arrival this time was so commotion-inducing, it directly triggered the first tribulation of lightning, which is probably already known to many nascent soul cultivators across the 5 continents and 4 seas who are very sensitive to the 9 heavenly tribulations. After all, there are quite a few nascent soul cultivators who regularly collect pure spiritual energy during the nine heavens tribulation. Perhaps right now, there are many primordial spirits manifesting in the ninth heaven, watching this upcoming battle. Under these circumstances, if Chen Mobai were to use the Dharma realm, Takesu Immortal would likely rush over when he subdued the QE beast. Therefore, Chen Mobai not only had to take action to resist the QE beast, but also had to prevent the QE beast from breaking through in the face of battle and taking him away, even if it meant ascending to immortality. The simplest method is to block it directly with a large formation. With the sixth order, heavenly canopy, and earthly network, unless the QE beast risks turning the three border regions of the eastern continent into ruins with its lightning tribulation, Chen Mobai inside the formation will not suffer any harm. We activated the grand formation first. Of course, it would be best to keep the enemy out if possible. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai activated his divine sense, and the myriad swords Dharma body, which he had cultivated for over 100 years, rose from behind him. In a flash of sword light, it transformed into a giant 1,000 meters tall, landing on the Chuanhai Sea outside the Wandering Mountain, blocking the QE beast's path. Using the primordial chaos Tao, Chen Mobai could create pure and ethereal immortal energy. Through persistent refinement, he finally elevated his myriad swords Dharma body to a seamless state 3 years ago. It is precisely for this reason that he no longer needs the primordial Tao fruit to evolve into the primordial Tao body. Because his myriad swords Dharma body is already equivalent to the perfected nascent soul stage, and it is more compatible with the current primordial bell than the one Yuan Tao body. End of this chapter. Chapter 1273, Sword Domain displays its power. Chapter 1273, Sword Domain displays its power. After its upgrade, the Hunyuan Bell contains the power of 4 great Taos. The 1 Yuan Tao body within the primordial Tao fruit was left behind by the 1 Yuan True Monarch before his ascension, and it only contains the 5 elements and primordial chaos. Therefore, if the 1 Yuan Tao body were used to activate the primordial bell, its full power would not be unleashed. But Chen Mobai's myriad swords Dharma body is different. It was the result of his arduous cultivation over 100 years. Because the immortal sword techniques were integrated into his foundation, he could basically contain any power of the great Tao. The 4 great paths of the 1 Yuan Tao Jing are even less of a concern. With a thought, streaks of sword intent rose around the myriad swords Dharma body, shimmering like stars, forming a mysterious sword domain that enveloped the Chuan Sea outside the heavenly canopy and earthly network array. From a distance, it looks like a god who controls the sun, moon, and stars, descending upon the sea. Boom! At this moment, the QE beast had already arrived, carrying a terrifying power that made the entire eastern continent tremble. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of azure lightning at the myriad swords avatar blocking its way. The moment the lightning appeared, it cleaved the Chuanhai Sea in two, like a blazing pillar of light. Wherever it passed, the seawater evaporated, life was wiped out, and reefs turned to ashes. Even the void seemed unable to withstand it and began to twist and distort. Without a doubt, this is a 6th-tier power. If it were to fall on the eastern barbarians, the land would probably be split open and sunk. Even more terrifying was that, as this pillar of lightning surged forth, the lightning tribulation that was already approaching the eastern continent in the sky instantly began to pour down like a torrential downpour, with continuous roars. Faced with this unprecedented and violent calamity, all the cultivators on the eastern Yi land were pale-faced and showed despair. Even the nascent soul cultivators stationed here from the 3 great holy lands of the East were utterly shocked. They had seen more, some even having witnessed firsthand the tribulations of their own families' recent nascent soul ancestors, but even the tribulations of nascent soul cultivators did not have such a terrifying and vast scale. Faced with such a vast heavenly tribulation, even they could only unleash their magical artifacts, hoping to hold out a little longer until the eastern continent's nascent soul cultivators could stand tall and upright. Clang! Just as the lightning tribulation was about to strike, a deep and resonant bell rang out outside the Wandering Mountain. This is the myriad swords Dharma body controlling the primordial bell. 5 colored ripples spread across the Chuanhai Sea like waves, seemingly slow, but in an instant they covered the entire Dongyi. All the falling lightning bolts seemed to be enveloped, and no matter how vast and terrifying their power was, They were all frozen in midair by the five-colored ripples and could not be unleashed. This is the wondrous application of primordial chaos true chi. The heavenly tribulation lightning, designed specifically for cultivators, contains various transformations of the five elements. Each time a cultivator breaks through, a divine lightning of the opposite element is unleashed. The primordial chaos true chi cultivated through the One Yuan Dao scripture overcomes all transformations of the five elements, and this tribulation lightning is naturally among them. As a member of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't waste these tribulation lightning bolts. With a casual wave of his hand, the purple lightning sword, which had been polished for a long time, flew out from the Dharma realm. After sensing the large amount of lightning essence outside, it shot up with a whoosh without Chen Mobai's command and entered the tribulation lightning cloud sea that was fixed by the primordial true chi, and began to absorb and refine it to its heart's content. At the same time, on the sea surface, the primordial bell, driven by the myriad sword's Dharma body, collided with the lightning beams spewed out by the QE beast. Two sixth-order powers erupted with a violent roar and light above the Qianhai Sea. In a daze, Chen Mobai even thought he had returned to the time when he destroyed Pluto with the Chaos Energy Cannon. An endless, blazing light spread out, causing the eastern continent to tremble and the Qianhai Ocean to evaporate. The former was somewhat better, as it was protected by the Hunyuan Bell, and the remaining aftershocks could not break through the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. It merely appeared as if the sky was about to collapse and the earth was about to split open, causing an earthquake. However, Qianhai was not protected by any great formation, and directly bore the brunt of the collision between these two sixth-order forces. Centered on the spot where the myriad swordsmen stood, the seabed crust began to crack open like a spider web, with scorching red magma erupting forth. Coupled with lightning, countless amounts of seawater were evaporated in that instant and then ignited and exploded. Clang, clang, clang. After exchanging blows, Chen Mobai naturally stopped holding back. The jade-colored Hunyuan bell swayed continuously in the hands of the myriad sword's Dharma body, emitting an even deeper bell sound. Before the aftershocks of the previous battle could fully erupt, they were suppressed by the overwhelming five-colored ripples, which surged toward the QE beast from all directions. As the ripples landed in front of the QE beast, they seemed to come alive, like threads of multicolored light condensing and weaving into a net that gently drifted down. A trivial skill. Facing Chen Mobai's great five elements extinction divine ray, the QE beast snorted coldly, then exhaled as thunder, and the clear light around its body layered on its surface, transforming into layers of transparent armor that covered its entire body. The five-colored rays of light fell, cutting into half of the clear, luminous armor, but could not cut any further. Through the touch of the divine light, Chen Mobai understood that this was the great Tao of armor. When cultivated to its peak, even some innate great Taos could not penetrate or break through its defenses. Although his great five elements extinction divine ray could kill a nascent soul cultivator, it was not enough to break through this clear light armor. Boom! At this moment, the aura armor around the QE beast shone brightly, and the great five elements extinction divine ray embedded within it was crushed by a vast and mighty force, dissipating into the five elements spiritual energy that filled the sky. This is the great way of power. The great Tao is engraved in the bloodlines of all powerful true spirits. After shattering the great five elements extinction divine ray, the QE beast raised its single leg, and the thundercloud beneath its feet emitted dazzling crystalline light, instantly transforming into lightning that transcended the five elements. Being outside the five elements, it naturally cannot be restrained by the primordial chaos chi. Chen Mobai's primordial chaos Tao had not yet reached the level of a true monarch of one yuan, and he was unable to utilize the Tao principle of the five elements and the creation of all things at a more microscopic level to neutralize the divine lightning that suppressed the QE beast, which transcended the five elements. Therefore, he could only take this kick head-on. The jade-colored Hunyuan bell flew out from the palm of the myriad sword's Dharma body and collided with the one leg of the QE beast as it stepped down. An even deeper, more muffled sound erupted across the Qianhai battlefield. At this moment, two sixth-order forces surged upwards to the heavens and downwards to the depths of the earth. Many nascent soul cultivators from the heavenly river realm who were watching this battle in the ninth, heaven avoided them to prevent their primordial spirits and Dharma bodies from being affected. Even the top 15 people in the heavenly river realm did not get any closer. This is because, It is a force that they need to use their most powerful supernatural abilities or magical artifacts to resist. The heavenly spirit true lord is truly lucky. He hasn't even reached the void refinement stage yet, but his raised spirit beast has already taken this step. But isn't the eastern continent a forbidden area of the 10,000 spirits sect? How dare the QE beast appear here? It is said that, when the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was not yet a nascent soul cultivator, he was fighting a Taoist disciple of the Myriad Spirits sect. In a moment of carelessness, he used too much force and killed him. The old man of heavenly spirits has likely come to avenge his disciple. Above the ninth heaven, numerous primordial spirits in Dharma forms gathered, discussing the two sixth-order forces colliding continuously above the Xuanhai Sea below. The most discussed topic was whether the dispatch of the QE beast by the heavenly spirit true lord to the eastern continent would cause turmoil in the upper realm. After all, regarding the matter of the nine-headed great sage, although there was no evidence, the blame had essentially been placed on the head of the myriad spirits Tao Lord. And now, the heavenly emperor is working with the patriarchs and Tao lords of the various holy lands to change the rules of the great Tao, including the myriad spirits Tao Lord. Although the heavenly river realm is a lower realm, the purple cloud heavenly palace must have a way to contact the heavenly emperor. It is unknown how the heavenly emperor will react to this matter. However, logically speaking, it should be the lord of 10,000 spirits who is having a headache. Meanwhile, many nascent soul cultivators were also paying attention to another point. Where is the heavenly spirit true lord? Could it be that we're just burying our heads in the sand, pretending that the arrival of the QE beast doesn't count as our own arrival in the eastern continent? The strength of this Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is truly worthy of being called the #1 person in the eastern continent. Although I had heard of his feat of slaying the old dragon, he was still too young. I didn't expect that he had already cultivated the 1 Yuan Dao body to the perfect nascent soul stage, and with the 6th-grade superior Hunyuan Bell, there are probably only a handful of people in the entire 5 continents and 4 seas who could suppress him. Unfortunately, he has offended the old man Tianling and encountered the QE beast, who is about to break through to the great Tao. He may perish today. Amidst the spectators from numerous nascent soul cultivators across the 5 continents and 4 seas, the battle between the myriad swords avatar and the QE beast on the Xuanhai battlefield grew increasingly intense, with the latter beginning to reveal its true strength after being refined by the beast plate. With the arrival of the first tribulation of lightning and the endless thunderous energy, the myriad sword's Dharma body, which had initially been able to hold its own, gradually began to lose its footing. The crust of the nearshore area has been completely shattered. Countless living beings have perished in the battle between the two nascent soul cultivators. One can even faintly see the dark, sinister energy swirling and gathering on the seabed after the great massacre. However, the heavenly river realm didn't care about these things, and the QE beasts were already in a bloodthirsty frenzy. With a deafening roar, the QE beast, clad in its radiant armor, withstood the blow from the Hunyuan Bell, its azure horns slamming heavily into the chest of the myriad sword's Dharma body. Under the terrifying power of the great Tao, the sword aura array composed of 5th-order sword intents shattered instantly, but soon more sword intents and sword auras condensed and took shape, like thousands of stars, slowly resisting the bull horn that crashed into the sword domain. With the blessing of the heavenly heart of the entire eastern continent's 3 border regions, the heaven-slaying sword domain stabilized. The QE beast's movements have slowed down. High above the 9 heavens, a Confucian scholar was the first to notice the changes on the battlefield and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Not only speed, but the power of the great Tao has also been reduced by about 20% compared to the beginning. Beside the Confucian scholar stood an elderly man wearing a cloth crown. His eyesight seemed even sharper. He noticed that the QE beast's slowing down wasn't due to the depletion of its power as the battle progressed, because after attracting the tribulation lightning, the QE beast's power was inexhaustible as long as it could withstand the onslaught. But now this problem has arisen. It's a strange and powerful sword intent. As the battle progresses, it continuously draws upon the power of the QE beast to strengthen itself. A purple ring appeared around the edge of the old man's pupils, a very powerful spiritual eye technique that pierced through the heaven-slaying sword domain, surrounding the myriad sword's Dharma body. Since Chen Mobai mastered this sword domain, he has never encountered an opponent with whom he could fully unleash his power. After all, in the eastern continent, no matter who it was, They were all defeated in one move by the Yuan Yang sword and the Hunyuan bell. Even a being like true monarch Suyu, whose essence was the void refinement stage, had never faced a perfected fifth-tier myriad swords Dharma body. The QE beast is the first opponent capable of fighting the myriad swords avatar to such an extent. It seems this move is recorded in the sect scriptures. It's the ultimate technique of that celestial venerable from the eastern continent. The scholar thought for a moment, then recalled the heaven-slaying sword, and couldn't help but transmit his thoughts through his primordial spirit. So this is indeed the celestial venerable's legacy. It seems to be the second one Yuan, destined to cause trouble sooner or later. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but let out a cold snort. He was none other than the immortal of vast Qi from the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, while the scholar was the immortal of the Void Palace. They, along with the flame immortal of the Southern Profound Fire sect, were known as the Three Immortals, and were among the most powerful experts in the Heavenly River realm. It could even be said to be the strongest, because they are able to wield the treasures of enlightenment. Even the Lord of the Central Demonic Path, who can reach the Void realm at any time, can only hide and flee when facing the Void Immortal. The Thousand Autumns Ink Forest and the One Yuan True Lord have some grudges, and even the vast Qi Immortal doesn't quite like Chen Mobai, the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor who inherited the One Yuan Dao Palace. I actually find this junior quite pleasing to the eye. After all, he is a righteous cultivator. If we guide him properly, he might be able to take over our responsibility of guarding the Heavenly River realm after we ascend to immortality. Takesu Immortal said this, causing the other nascent soul cultivators around him, who had been thinking of keeping their distance from the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness because of Heoran Yiki Immortal's words, to look at each other in bewilderment. And these two bigwigs reach a consensus. Otherwise, they won't be able to choose sides. Heoran Yikishian remained silent and said nothing more. At this moment, on the Chuanhai battlefield, the myriad swords Dharma body had finally reduced the power of the QE beast to its limit. If it continued, the intercepting heaven sword domain would not be able to withstand it. As the power of the myriad swords Dharma body rose and fell, it also broke through its limits under the blessing of the sword domain. This was not because his avatar had advanced to the 6th rank, but because one of the sword intents in the sword domain, after absorbing the power of the QE beast's great Tao, had finally undergone the most crucial transformation. Boom! A deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted from a purple star behind the head of the myriad sword's avatar. This is the purple flower sword intent. Chapter 1274 Sword Forging. Chapter 1274 Sword Forging. Chen Mobai had already refined the purple flower sword intent into his myriad swords Dharma body a long time ago. It could even be said to be the foundation of the Dharma body. However, there was simply too much sword intent within the myriad sword's body, and Chen Mobai's cultivation period was short, with the great Tao being of greater importance. Therefore, he really had no time to allocate to these sword intents. The purple flower sword intent was no exception. Its upgrades were entirely driven by the purple lightning sword. Therefore, when the purple lightning sword reached the peak of the 5th rank, this sword intent stopped at that level. The bottleneck between the peak of the 5th rank and the 6th rank, although only half a step away, is actually an insurmountable chasm for the vast majority of magical artifacts and even living beings. Since Chen Mobai already possessed the 6th-tier Yuan Yang sword, he didn't have any urgent expectations for the purple lightning sword, which he had been working with for a long time. He kept reassuring it not to rush and to take it slow. Of course, he definitely hoped that the purple lightning sword would successfully advance. After all, they had fought side by side for many years and had a deep bond. Moreover, he had invested an extremely precious 6th Order 9 Heaven's Profound Thunder Gold. If he doesn't level up before his ascension, it might tarnish his reputation as the #1 weapon refiner in the Eastern continent. But I suppose it was just a matter of fate. The QE Beast, one of the 9 true spirits and the Thunder Lord, actually had the audacity to come to the Eastern continent to die, and even achieved great success in the Great Tao, attracting the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation to descend. This provided the purple lightning sword with the energy to advance its level. The QE Beast, relying on its great Tao of armor, ignored the sword intent and sword aura and charged straight into the heaven-slaying sword domain. 20% of its great Tao power was absorbed and sublimated by the myriad sword's Dharma body. This is the intent required for the purple lightning sword to advance. In addition, It was made from the 9 heavens profound thunder gold that had been refined long ago. With these 3 elements combined, the purple lightning sword can finally take the difficult step of advancement. Under Chen Mobai's divine thought, the 6th-order purple radiance sword intent, like a purple star, soared into the sky like a dazzling ball of lightning. At the same time, the purple lightning sword, which had already absorbed the essence of the lightning tribulation, transformed into a beam of light and descended from the sky. The sword intent and the sword itself, standing 1,000 feet above the head of the myriad swords' Dharma body, collided and merged perfectly. A series of deafening roars echoed. Originally, the heavenly tribulation lightning, which was entirely controlled by the QE beast, began to surge towards the purple lightning sword in a small portion. It was continuously absorbed and refined by the sword, propelling it towards the 6th rank. To forge a sword at such a critical juncture, as expected of the successor of the 1 Yuan true monarch, the #1 weapon refiner in the eastern continent. That flame immortal claims to be the #1 weapon refiner in the heavenly river realm, but I think he's far inferior to this azure emperor of the eastern wilderness. Above the heavenly gang, the gods from all continents and seas who witnessed this scene began to discuss it again. Among them were several 5th-tier weapon refiners, although they may have only successfully refined a handful of items, and some of them were even obtained by chance. Their insight and knowledge were extraordinary. When they saw the purple lightning sword making such a commotion, they knew that it was advancing towards the 6th tier. Currently, there are no 6th-order weapon refiners among the major forces across the 5 continents and 4 seas. If Chen Mobai could successfully sublimate the purple lightning sword in front of them, even if it was just luck, he could still be called the #1 weapon crafter. "Senior brother, do you think it can succeed?" Takesu Immortal asked, pointing to the purple lightning sword below, which had absorbed the 6th-order purple flower sword intent and erupted with 10,000 feet of lightning, resembling a giant ball of thunder. Haoran Yiqi Xian is also a 5th-level weapon refiner, and his level is even comparable to that of Yan Zhangxian. But Haoran Yiqi Xian, who always loved to talk big and make pronouncements, remained silent at this moment. The other nascent soul cultivators nearby thought it was a pessimistic view, but Takesu Immortal understood that it was quite the opposite. Because of the relationship with true monarch Yiyuan, Kainkyu by Malin has always disliked people and things associated with him, and immortal Haoran Yiki made no attempt to hide this earlier. Therefore, if the purple lightning sword were to fail, given his temperament, he would probably already be mocking it. The current silence clearly indicates a high probability of success. This silence even made Haoran Yiqi Xian dare not say anything, lest he be proven wrong after the purple lightning sword successfully advances. Will the QE beast just stand by and watch the azure emperor of the eastern wilderness forge a sword? Just then, a primordial spirit Dharma image from a 5-colored mountain peak raised this question. Although it was the first time Takesu Xian had met him, he recognized him at a glance as the 5 Mysteries Hermit of Chuanwu Peak in Jiangsu. He was also listed by Wu Qingjai as one of the new 6 wonders of the world to succeed the Demon Lord. Judging from his tone, it seemed he was hoping the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness would fail in his sword-forging attempt. As soon as he finished speaking, sure enough, the QE beast above the Chuanhai Sea also moved. Accompanied by a violent sonic boom, the QE beast, like a ball of cyan lightning, flew straight into the sky and landed in front of the purple lightning sword, which was absorbing 10,000 tribulation lightning bolts in the sky to advance its level. It roared angrily, and the bullhorn on its head gathered a vast and powerful force, which slammed heavily towards the purple lightning sword blade. Good timing. Faced with this attack, Chen Mobai smiled. He unleashed a sword technique from a distance, maneuvering the purple lightning sword in midair, and forcefully struck the bull's horn with the center of the straight spine of the 8-sided blade. Under the immense force, the thick and upright blade was bent into an arc by the bull's horn, bursting with streaks of lightning as it hurtled towards the QE beast. But the QE beast is the Thunder Lord, and controlling thunder is as easy for it as breathing. As it exhaled, the lightning bolts that flashed from the purple lightning blade entered its entire body, restoring its vitality. Just as the QE beast was feeling slightly smug, it realized something was wrong. Because the purple lightning sword, bent by its bull horn, suddenly began to rebound with increasing force. Just as this corner pierced through the bottleneck of the purple lightning sword, the previously slow ascension energy suddenly surged. A deafening roar. The purple lightning sword has officially overcome the bottleneck that had trapped it for decades, and has become a sixth-tier sword. This was Chen Mobai using the power of the QE beast to shake open the nine heavens' profound thunder gold origin within the purple lightning sword, allowing this naturally formed sixth-order immortal gold to completely merge into the sword blade. The reason why the purple lightning sword could not advance its rank for so long was not only because of its shallow foundation and insufficient sword intent, but also because the nine heavens' profound thunder gold had not been fully refined. Chen Mobai lacked a sixth-rank cauldron and true fire, so he could only help it advance slowly with the Cantong Pact. However, because he spent most of his time comprehending the Great Tao, he let the purple lightning sword work hard on its own. The combined power and lightning paths of the QE beast provide maximum assistance, allowing the purple lightning sword to overcome the final hurdle in its advancement. After successfully advancing, the purple lightning sword felt the power of the thunderous origin, which was more than 10 times stronger than before, and expanded to its limit. It began to discharge electricity wildly, unleashing its sixth-level sword intent. Amidst the deafening roar, it tried to straighten the bent blade and push away the annoying QE beast that was pressing down on it. Faced with this scene, the QE beast roared and used all three great Tao powers it possessed at once. The great Tao of thunder to suppress the purple lightning on the sword blade, the great Tao of armor to confront the sharp edge of the sword's aura, and the great Tao of strength to push against the center of the sword's spine, determined to break this newly born sixth-order sword with overwhelming force. Any opponent, even the lord of the central demonic path, would have to give way to the sixth-tier purple lightning sword. But the QE beast showed no fear whatsoever. Because the purple lightning sword's origin is lightning, and lightning can never harm a QE beast. In fact, it can even be countered by it. Besides lightning, the sword also possesses sharpness, but the QE beast also has a protective aura. Even if it cannot completely block the lightning, the QE beast doesn't need to worry about being killed by the sword. The newly advanced purple lightning sword spirit had barely had a few seconds to feel triumphant before being completely suppressed by the QE beast, and the blade became even more bent than before. Chen Mobai had been directing the entire process of the purple lightning sword's advancement using the Cantong Qi, so he naturally sensed this scene. "Master, save me, this bull is too strong," the spirit of the purple lightning sword cried out for help. The myriad sword's Dharma body immediately hurled the primordial bell in its hand, which slammed into the waist of the bloodthirsty QE beast with a loud bang, sending it soaring into the ninth heaven. The nascent soul cultivators, including Takesu Immortal, who were watching the battle from the heavens, scattered instantly, making way for each other. After being smashed up, the QE beast also discovered the primordial spirits and Dharma forms of the heavenly river realm, but it pretended not to know them. After letting out an angry roar and dissipating the power of the Hunyuan bell, it transformed into a blue lightning ball once again, riding the boundless sea of lightning and charging towards the Xuanhai. Chen Mobai, wielding the purple lightning sword with his myriad swords avatar, unleashed its full power after its upgrade, coordinating with the primordial bell in offense and defense. However, the purple lightning sword was too much countered by the QE beast. Even with the blessing of the heaven-slaying sword domain, it could barely maintain its original lightning from being controlled by the opponent, and could even pierce through the armor with its blade, but it could not cause a fatal wound at all. The purple lightning sword needs to be imbued with a new power capable of slicing through the QE beast's armor and breaking free from the constraints of the great Tao of thunder. After some attempts, Chen Mobai had thoroughly mastered the newly upgraded purple lightning sword through his myriad swords avatar, and then the key to defeating the QE beast emerged in his mind. If it were someone else, it would take at least 100 years of thinking and practice to achieve this. But Chen Mobai had a plan for this. Thunder is the acquired path, and to elevate it to the innate is destruction. In the past, Chen Mobai used the purple lightning sword to unleash the Tao Annihilation Sword Strike, which contained the meaning of destruction. He himself personally experienced the true meaning of destruction when he used the Chaos Primordial Cannon to destroy Pluto, and even comprehended the great Tao of destruction by using the Tao platform outside the threshold when the Purple Cloud Palace descended upon the Three-Eyed Clan's planet. Previously, Chen Mobai had thought that this innate path would be of no use to him. After all, no matter how hard he tries, he can't possibly catch up with Bai Guang in this aspect. Moreover, his pure Yang path was established early on, and he is a saint with virtue and in the final days of his life. If one were to forcefully attempt destruction, the distraction might prevent one from achieving even a single goal. However, if this great Tao is refined into a sword, there is no problem at all. After all, the purple lightning sword had been working hard all along. Chen Mobai only needed to refine the great Tao of destruction into it, and the rest was up to its own destiny. Chapter 1275 Creation should be enjoyed alone. Chapter 1275 Creation should be enjoyed alone. With this in mind, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated. After all, the QE beast became more and more ferocious as it fought, and under the blessing of endless lightning tribulations, its control and comprehension of the three great Taos became visibly more proficient. In the heavenly river realm, true spirits at the level of the QE beast don't actually have many opportunities to fight, especially after its breakthrough, as it has kept it hidden to avoid exposure. It has only tested the three great Taos that have revived within its bloodline with true monarch Tianling through demonstration. Now, with the formidable opponent of the myriad swords Dharma body, the QE beast is filled with murderous intent and goes all out. The power of the three great Taos within its body becomes increasingly adept and skillful in the battle. If it weren't for the incredible toughness of the primordial bell and the wondrous power of the heaven-slaying sword domain, a second primordial spirit would probably have been blasted apart long ago. However, if this continues, the myriad sword's body will eventually run out of power, since the QE beast constantly replenishes its essence with lightning tribulations. Given that the purple lightning sword cannot break through its defenses, it is necessary to immediately forge the sword again to break the deadlock. With a thought, Chen Mobai's myriad sword's avatar hurled the purple lightning sword toward the wandering mountain behind him. The nascent soul cultivators of the heavenly river realm in the 9 heavens naturally witnessed this scene as well. They were also curious about how the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness would be able to overcome this calamity. In an instant, the purple lightning sword disappeared into the heavenly canopy and earthly network array, rapidly flying to the familiar figure seated atop the mountain. The sword vibrated repeatedly. "Master, where did this raging bull come from? Its strength is entirely my natural counter. Against any other opponent, I would have surely slain it with a single strike." Faced with the somewhat aggrieved declaration of fear of battle from the purple lightning sword, Chen Mobai smiled slightly, extended his right hand, and a pure white light flashed like lightning in the palm of his outstretched hand. There is a way that can help you break the QE beast's restraint on you, and even lay the foundation for your future advancement to the 7th rank. However, it may be very painful, and there is even a possibility of failure. Are you willing to try? Chen Mobai always respected others very much. Even though the purple lightning sword was his weapon, he still asked a question before attempting to infuse it with the power of destruction. The purple lightning sword had followed Chen Mobai for 200 years, witnessing its master's journey from foundation establishment to deity transformation. It itself had also benefited greatly, advancing to the 6th rank. In the process, it learned a lesson. The promises made by its master will eventually come true. So after hearing this, it didn't hesitate at all and said righteously, "What about the future? It doesn't matter. As long as I can help my master, I'm willing to endure any hardship." "Good." Hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded in satisfaction. Before the purple lightning sword could react, he slapped the destructive power from his palm into the sword. Even though the purple lightning sword was prepared, it still couldn't help but let out a violent scream. In that instant, it felt as if its entire blade had been shattered and reassembled. Bear with it. Once you get through this, you will no longer be an ordinary sword, but a sword that can embody the great Tao of destruction. Chen Mobai offered words of comfort. When he was refining the power of destruction, he disconnected the connection between the Cantong Pact and the purple lightning sword in advance. After all, this was the purple lightning sword's destiny, and even as its master, it shouldn't share in this pain. Fortunately, the purple lightning sword had some experience in this area, and it had previously been subjected to the Tao Annihilation Sword technique. With Chen Mobai's reminder, it gritted its teeth and used the Tao Annihilation technique, which was at the level of breaking through all laws with a single sword. Gradually, the white lightning crackling across the sword's blade brought forth wisps of purple iron filings. These were inferior materials within the sword, rapidly being removed during the reforging process by the power of destruction. The refinement that originally required Chen Mobai to achieve over hundreds of years using the Cantong Qi was accelerated 1,000,000 times under the power of destruction, and was completed in just a few breaths. Soon, the purple lightning sword shrank in size, but what remained was its essence. The core part had been completely replaced by the 9 heavens profound thunder gold. Previously, it was entirely purple, but now it had strands of golden patterns, and streaks of white lightning could be seen in the flashing sword light. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that his idea had come true. The purple lightning sword truly embodied the power of destruction, living up to his expectations. How are you feeling? After successfully forging the sword again, Chen Mobai immediately engaged in the same practice as the purple lightning sword, and its painful groans echoed in his mind. Master, I feel like I've become stronger again, but I also feel like I'm about to die. After diagnosing the condition, Chen Mobai stated that this was a normal phenomenon. All the great paths of cultivation in the world are obtained through this kind of seeking. The strength gained through hardship and suffering is the one that is cherished and solidified. For example, as the master, he also cultivated diligently for more than 200 years to reach his current level of cultivation. Is that so? Although the purple lightning sword felt that the suffering of pain was not quite the same as the suffering of asceticism, it had experienced less of it after all. In addition, it had just been refined by the power of destruction, and its spirituality was still trembling, making it somewhat dazed. When have I ever lied to you? All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We're facing a formidable enemy right now. You were badly beaten by that QE beast before, and now that you've improved again, it's time to take revenge. Chen Mobai was afraid that if the purple lightning sword overthinks things, its spirituality will dissipate. Using the Kantong pact to sense that its sword body had become more stable after being refined, he immediately pointed to the myriad swords avatar, which was riding the Hunyuan bell and fighting the QE beast on the Chuanhai Sea in the distance. Yes, master. After being reminded, the purple lightning sword recalled the brutal beating it suffered at the hands of the QE beast, nearly breaking in the process. It stopped dwelling on these trivial matters, regrouped, and transformed into a streak of purple lightning, slashing across the sky and descending upon the battlefield once more. The QE beast, which was wrestling with the Hunyuan bell, glanced at the returning purple lightning sword but then ignored it. In its view, the only purpose of this sword is to recharge itself. However, compared to the endless lightning tribulations, the power of the purple lightning sword is negligible. The sword's 6th-tier sharpness was barely enough to pierce its chi armor, but the resulting wounds were like acupuncture to the QE beast's massive and sturdy body. It was for this reason that the QE beast continued to concentrate its energy, preparing to unleash its blood energy with endless thunder, continuously improving its power until it could break through the defense of the Hunyuan bell, or even strike from a distance, and annihilate the myriad swords' dharma body beneath the jade bell. It could already sense that the aura of the myriad swords' dharma body had weakened by 30 to 40% compared to the beginning, and the victory in this battle was about to fall into its hands. Therefore, when the purple lightning sword, after being reforged, found itself stabbing the QE beast, the latter merely condensed its body's clear light into an armor of energy. Such a dismissive attitude enraged the childlike purple lightning sword. This bully looks down on me. I'll show him that fortunes change, and you shouldn't underestimate the young and weak. With a sword cry, the purple lightning sword, controlled by Chen Mobai's divine sense, unleashed the destructive power it had just fused with. Chen Mobai knew very well that the QE beast's weakness would only be exposed once at most. If he didn't seize this opportunity to strike hard, even if he managed to break through its armor, he might not be able to kill it if it tried to escape. The purple lightning sword, which was originally shimmering with purple light, began to emit a cold, eerie white electric light. The moment it came into contact with the QE beast's Qingguang Qi armor, it was as if it had cut into tofu, easily piercing through and penetrating its vest without any hindrance. The sword tip was chilling, piercing through the QE beast's fur, flesh, and bones, and going straight into its heart. As the blade pierced its heart, the QE beast felt a chill run down its spine. A sense of impending doom surged into its brain, and it immediately withdrew the power of its 3 great Taos, gathering it in the wound to prevent the purple lightning blade from penetrating any further. To its shock, the purple lightning sword, which it could normally suppress and control at will, now had its blade crackling with eerie white lightning that was no longer under the control of the Great Tao of Thunder. Fortunately, the Great Tao of Armor and the Great Tao of Power were still functioning. True spirits like the QE beast, whose bloodline has been fully revived, possess tenacious vitality. Even if their hearts are pierced by a sword tip, their blood energy remains vigorous, and they may even become extremely ferocious. After realizing that the Great Way of Thunder was ineffective, it immediately swung its tail and used the Great Way of Armor to wrap around and coil the hilt of the purple lightning sword that was piercing its back. Ignoring the excruciating pain in its chest, it used the strength of a raging bull to pull the sword out inch by inch. But at this moment, the myriad sword's Dharma body, which had been suppressed for a long time, also had its eyes light up. Within the heaven-slaying sword domain, the fifth-order sword intents that had transformed into stars shone brightly in an instant, as if meteors were rising up and gathering into a brilliant river of sword-intent stars, which transformed into an unparalleled sword array and empowered the newly born purple lightning sword. This sword strike is the annihilation of the Tao. Each fifth-order sword-intent star merged into the purple lightning sword, and the white light emanating from the blade became even brighter. As all the sword intent within the sword domain merged and condensed on the blade, a ray of pure light rose up, dazzling and blinding, making it impossible to look directly at it. In the 9 heavens, all the nascent soul cultivators who saw the white light from the blade of the purple lightning sword felt a chill run down their spines, and even their primordial spirits and dharma bodies couldn't help but tremble. What kind of avenue is this? What a terrifying aura! What kind of sword did the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness forge? While these nascent soul cultivators were filled with fear, the QE beast facing this sword was already screaming in agony. The Great Way of Armor, which it was so proud of, turned from ice into water the moment it came into contact with the white light of the sword blade. The clear light armor wrapped around its tail was easily cut apart by the white light extending from the sword blade. Amidst the splattering blood, the QE beast's tail had been severed and fell into the heaven-slaying sword domain below, where it was collected by the myriad swords avatar using a sword intent. Without its tail to draw the sword, the purple lightning sword, like a wild horse unleashed, once again pierced towards the QE beast's heart. The great Tao of power could resist, but after the purple lightning sword pierced its heart, the QE beast's strength was already waning. Just now, it had to muster its last breath and its tail had clamped down on the blade, which was why it was able to exert its strength in conjunction with the great Tao of armor to push the sword out. In this situation, the QE beast found itself completely helpless. The great Tao of thunder, which filled its entire body, encountered the same problem it had faced when confronted with the white light as it had when dealing with the purple lightning sword. In fact, the moment it came into contact with the white light, it was instead controlled by the sword, increasing the sharpness of its blade. However, as the most powerful true spirit in the heavenly river realm, the QE beast made the most correct judgment at this critical juncture. Faced with the purple lightning sword that was about to pierce its heart, it suddenly released all resistance. Caught off guard, the purple lightning sword transformed into a streak of pale white light, piercing directly into the beast's back and exiting through its chest, thus piercing through the beast. With a loud boom, the purple lightning sword, having pierced through the QE beast, could no longer control its terrifying power and was launched directly into the 9th heaven. A primordial spirit avatar that was watching the spectacle from above the battlefield happened to be on the path of the purple lightning sword. Although it had already used its fastest escape speed to dodge, it was still grazed by the rapidly flying sword blade. This unfortunate nascent soul cultivator was none other than the 5 mysteries hermit of Chuanwu Peak in Jiangsu. The 5-colored mountain peak that his primordial spirit had transformed into was merely grazed by the edge of the sword, yet it was as if a mountain had collapsed, with one corner beginning to shatter and turning into scattered grains of 5-colored sand. These colorful grains of sand fell into the 9th heaven, where they combined with the pure chi of the 9th heaven and transformed into incomparably pure 5-element spiritual energy. Wuxuan Jushi couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. This primordial spirit Dharma form was condensed from his nearly 1,000 years of painstaking effort. The 5 elements of spiritual energy represented by this single grain of sand would require him to spend several years to condense and replenish it. In other words, just being grazed by the purple lightning sword caused his primordial spirit avatar to lose 100 years' worth of cultivation. The sword of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is truly vicious. Seeing this, everyone was shocked once again. The road to destruction. At that moment, a solemn voice rang in everyone's ears. The one who spoke was none other than the immortal of the vast chi of the 1,000 Autumns Ink Forest. His aged face was solemn, and his eyes were fixed on the purple lightning sword, which, after losing all its power, transformed back into a bolt of lightning and fell towards the Xuanhai battlefield below. It's actually this path that leads to the end. Wasn't the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness supposed to cultivate saintly virtue? Takesu Immortal had some guesses, but the great Tao of destruction was too rare, so he dared not confirm it. After hearing Haoran Yiki Immortal's words, he nodded secretly and asked with some doubt. The path of sacred virtue has long been occupied by the ancestral master. He received the inheritance of the longevity sect and might even be able to contact the one Yuan true monarch in the spirit void immortal realm, so he probably knows this. Continuing to cultivate on this path, even with the highest talent, would at most only reach the void refinement stage, and even then, whether one could reach void refinement would depend on the ancestral master's whim. Under these circumstances, given his ambition, he would undoubtedly attempt another unclaimed path. It is said that, when the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness first emerged, he wielded a purple lightning flying sword that traversed the Eastern continent, earning him the title of the Eastern Wilderness's #1 swordsman. After achieving nascent soul status, this sword vanished, and he began wielding another suddenly appearing 6th-tier saintly virtue sword. Now it seems he is likely attempting to entrust this sword with the path of destruction. However, the path to destruction is incredibly difficult. He should thank the QE beast for coming to him today, allowing the sword to withstand the pressure and achieve such a crucial and successful breakthrough under the threat of death. Haoran Yikixian integrated all the information he had about the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness into his mind, and combined it with what he had seen with his own eyes today, and filled in the truth in his mind. Chapter 1276, The Final Move. Chapter 1276, The Final Move. Haoran Yikixian guessed a little bit of the truth. The biggest mistake was that Chen Mobai never intended to cultivate the great Tao of destruction. The purple lightning sword's advancement today was merely a coincidence. He had too many things to practice and didn't have time to painstakingly dedicate himself to the great Tao of destruction. However, the purple lightning sword's current achievements are undoubtedly due in large part to its master. The myriad sword's Dharma body sword domain operates, using sword intent and sword aura to evolve the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth into an array, unleashing the Tao annihilation sword that was originally intercepted from the finger profound sword. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai finally fully comprehended this sword technique. Zhang Daosun's realm in the past was indeed infinitely close to the void refinement stage. Unfortunately, even after taking that step, he still failed. Of course, this was also due to the lack of spiritual energy in the immortal sects, and Chen Mobai decided to learn from this experience. However, for him at present, it is still too early to reach the void realm. The most important thing right now is to deal with the opponent in front of him. The QE beast truly lived up to its reputation as a spirit. Even after its heart was pierced by the purple lightning sword, it remained alive. This is immortality. But the heart is the most vital organ of any living being. For aliens, it is second only to the purple mansion sea of consciousness and Danshan. It is precisely for this reason that, although the wound that pierced the QE beast healed quickly, Chen Mobai could still hear with the sound of an empty valley that its heart had not recovered. The once powerful and energetic heartbeat was now inaudible. Even if one is immortal, if the heart is severely damaged, it will still require a lot of vital energy and a period of time to regenerate. Clearly, Chen Mobai wouldn't give the QE beast that time. Amidst a roar, the purple lightning sword flew in from beyond the sky. The Tao Annihilation Sword, which the myriad sword's Dharma body had already prepared, was instantly imbued into the sword. Strands of white light and lightning reappeared on the blade, flickering and illuminating as it pierced towards the top of the QE beast's head. Even if one is immortal, one will die if one's Danshan is penetrated. These are the weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Unless it's a 6th-tier blood rebirth. In comparison, Chen Mobai's Nirvana Tao and longevity technique allow him to achieve a state similar to rebirth from a drop of blood. Even if he is killed on the spot, he can be reborn through a resurrection point. The QE beast sensed its rapidly depleting blood and strength due to the severe heart injury, estimated its current strength comparison with Chen Mobai, and found that it was no longer a match for him. If it had known beforehand how powerful the purple lightning sword was, it could have held its own against it by employing the great Tao of armor and the great Tao of power. However, due to momentary underestimation, its heart was pierced, and from then on, there was no way it could defeat it. That damned Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is so treacherous. The QE beast was focused on fighting the Myriad Sword's avatar and had no perspective from the Nine Heavens. It was unaware that Chen Mobai had reforged the Purple Lightning Sword after its upgrade. It assumed the Purple Lightning Sword had always possessed such power, initially concealing it to lull it into a false sense of security, only to deliver a fatal blow at the crucial moment and change the course of the battle. Amidst his indignant curses, the Purple Lightning Sword flashed white light and struck the top of the QE beast's head. The QE beast immediately unleashed its innate lightning escape ability and turned to flee. Although this escape will undoubtedly cause his reputation to plummet, there's always hope. As long as he can escape, he can recover from his injuries with his immortal body. When he reaches his peak, he can always find an opportunity to fight alongside the heavenly spirit true monarch, or even summon the central demon lord and the bright venerable together, shamelessly using numbers to overwhelm the enemy and kill this Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. However, Chen Mobai had finally managed to corner the QE beast to this extent, so he certainly wouldn't let it return to the mountains. With its single leg, the QE beast was surrounded by flashing thunderclouds. It had only managed to escape a short distance when it crashed into the Hunyuan Bell, blocking its path with a bang. The battlefield where the two fought was still within the heaven-slaying sword domain. Therefore, although the QE beast's lightning escape was fast, every move was under the watchful eye of the Myriad Sword's avatar, and the direction in which the lightning escaped was naturally the same. Before that, the heaven-slaying sword domain slowed down the QE beast's movements, and even the Purple Lightning Sword interfered with the great Tao of Thunder within its body. That is why the Hunyuan Bell was able to successfully block the road. Even if the Hunyuan Bell fails to intercept it, a golden light is already waiting not far away. It was Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit that came from another battlefield. Although the 6th-grade low-level Yuan Yang sword cannot break through the QE beast's defense, the defensive power of Chengping's sword can also intercept the QE beast. However, it seems that this backup plan will not be needed. The Myriad Sword's Dharma body alone is enough to turn the tide of battle. The Hunyuan Bell, struck by the QE beast, emitted a muffled sound, but it stopped the beast at the edge of the Jiashan sword domain. The Zidian sword, carrying the Dayami sword, also chased after it with murderous intent, determined to get revenge for the beating it had just received. Under these circumstances, the QE beast can only use its last trump card. Following the spiritual contract, it spoke to the heavenly spirit true lord, then reluctantly ignited its bloodline and took that step. Thousands of miles away at the bottom of the Chuanhai Sea, the heavenly spirit true lord couldn't help but clench his fist and smash a nearby reef to pieces. He never expected that the QE beast, which could step out of the 6th rank at any time and comprehend 3 great Taos, would be no match for the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Although he had considered this possibility before coming to Dongzhou, he believed that even the worst outcome would only force the QE beast to take that step, and then use its fierce and powerful ascension power to suppress and kill Chen Mobai. But now, without even seeing Chen Mobai's true form, they are being forced to use this trump card. With this step taken by the QE beast, it meant that Tianling Zhenjun had permanently lost this powerful spirit beast on the Tian realm side. Even with the beast compass in hand, the departure of the QE beast, a natal spirit beast that had mastered 3 great Taos, was still a huge loss for him. However, in the current situation, even the heavenly spirit true lord has no way to deal with it. He can't possibly make the move. As for exposing the beast's private parts, that is even more unacceptable. If that happens, even if we manage to rescue the QE beast, once we return to Zhangzhou, the Xian Tiank will probably be the first to come looking for trouble. It might even implicate the myriad spirits Tao Lord of the upper realm. Although Tianling Zhenjun had already entertained the idea of betraying the sect, now was not the time. The trend of the Tao declining and the demons growing has not yet evolved to its extreme. Even if he were to fall into demonic possession, at most, he could only rely on the general trend to achieve the void refinement stage. He wanted more. Old friend, I hope you can successfully ascend. After figuring everything out, Tianling Zhenjun could only sigh inwardly and say this to the QE beast according to the contract. If it were the QE beast at its peak, having mastered the 3 great Taos, taking this step would be virtually a sure thing. However, now not only has his path been broken, but his heart has also been pierced. The chance of successfully ascending is probably less than 50%. However, after igniting its bloodline, the QE beast's previously weakened energy suddenly surged, directly crossing that boundary. With a roar, the QE beast poured the newly emerging power of the great Tao from its bloodline into the bull horn on its head. The azure light, under extreme concentration, even shimmered with a ghostly glow. The purple lightning sword, which had been chasing after them, was once again met with a powerful thrust from the QE beast's horns. Looking from the ninth heaven, it was as if a fierce white light had split the heavens and earth, slashing a giant azure bull standing on the sea into the ocean. And the vast ocean was also cleaved open by the sword of annihilation. With a piercing creak, the destructive white light caused the purple lightning sword blade to pierce into the horn of the QE beast. However, this was the hardest part of the QE beast. In addition, it had forcibly advanced to the 6th rank, and its great Tao of armor and great Tao of power had been enhanced again. Under the even more ferocious force, the white light that appeared on the purple lightning sword dimmed slightly. With a resounding clang of the sword, the power of the Tao Annihilation Sword, enhanced by the heaven-slaying sword domain, was exhausted, and the purple lightning sword flew back once again. This scene also surprised Chen Mobai and the nascent soul cultivators from the heavenly river realm who were watching the battle. They naturally realized why the QE beast, whose defeat was inevitable, had suddenly gained so much power. After sensing the current aura of the QE beast, the great Tao rules of the heavenly river realm caused a 5-colored ray of light to descend from the spirit void immortal realm above the 9 heavens tribulation, instantly landing on the Xuan Sea and enveloping the QE beast. This is the light of ascension. However, the QE beast still had some time before it forcibly ascended. Sensing an even stronger power of the great Tao than before, the QE beast's eyes turned bloodshot as it coldly stared at the myriad swords avatar blocking the way in front of the wandering mountain. Roar! With a roar, the QE beast stopped fleeing and unleashed all its power, transforming into a huge, gleaming blue lightning ball. Carrying its true spirit body, it crashed straight into the wandering mountain. The myriad swords avatar immediately recalled the primordial bell and the purple lightning sword, unleashing the power of these 2 magical artifacts to their fullest extent in an attempt to block the QE beast's final attack before its ascension. However, once it reaches the 6th rank, the power of the QE beast is no longer comparable to what it used to be. Moreover, it was very clear that with its severely injured state and forced breakthrough, it would be difficult to survive the 9 heavens tribulation. Therefore, it planned to burn everything it possessed before ascending to eliminate the great enemy, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, for its master. The purple lightning sword evolved into the Tao Annihilation Sword, slashing into the surging blue lightning ball, but this sword was once again knocked away by the bull's horn. Seeing this, the myriad sword's Dharma body could only carry the primordial bell and go to meet it. The 6th-grade jade bell burst forth with dazzling colors in an instant, but it still could not stop the QE beast from advancing, and the myriad sword's Dharma body retreated step by step towards the wandering mountain. Even though the QE beast could not perfectly control the 3 surging great Taos, with a clear goal, it was close to achieving its objective before ascending. Amidst the deafening roar, the myriad sword's Dharma body had retreated to the edge of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Its enormous form began to become illusory, and the primordial bell wailed, seemingly unable to withstand the QE beast's ferocious power. The nascent soul cultivators of the heavenly river realm, witnessing this scene, also gazed intently at the figure sitting atop Mount Wandering, preparing to witness the outcome of this battle. At this moment, Chen Mobai's true form finally moved. Chapter 1277, When will this cycle of vengeance end? Chapter 1277, When will this cycle of vengeance end? Chen Mobai originally thought that he wouldn't need to take action in the battle against the QE beast. Unexpectedly, even the myriad sword's Dharma body couldn't stop it. It can only be said that the strength of these top beings in the heavenly river realm should not be underestimated. After he got up, the void around him distorted slightly, and then a flash of silver light appeared. He had already left Wandering Mountain and teleported to the edge of the heavenly curtain earthly network array. Seeing this, the nascent soul cultivators watching from the 9 heavens all looked at Takesu Immortal with some surprise. After all, this was their lineage's signature spell. The Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness cultivated the void body. Takesu Immortal remained unfazed and explained the reason. Chen Mobai did indeed use the vacuum body technique for this teleportation, precisely to let Takesu Immortal see through it. After all, If he encounters a powerful enemy in the Heavenly River realm in the future, he will definitely need to use secret techniques such as void walking. By demonstrating the vacuum body technique now, he can prevent people from associating him with the Takesu Misty Palace in the future. In this way, as long as he doesn't directly face the nascent soul cultivators of the Void Palace, Chen Mobai can use teleportation at will, since everyone knows he has cultivated the void body. In fact, it's not just Chen Mobai. In the Tian realm, because those who have successfully cultivated the vacuum body will have the ability to teleport in the void, many high-level cultivators will try to cultivate it as well when they have the opportunity. However, the void body that the Takesu Misty Palace deliberately spread out for selection can only cultivate to the peak of core formation at most. The range of teleportation is limited, and many cultivators cannot sense the power of the void. Therefore, they need to absorb the energy from the void stone and store it in their bodies, and then activate it when needed. This has many limitations, and in many cases, it is not as good as a fifth-order escape technique. This was Chen Mobai's first time using the vacuum body technique. He found that compared to the exquisite way the immortal sect moved through the void, this was rather crude, as it involved directly tearing open the void to move his body. It wasn't that Chen Mobai couldn't do better. He possessed the original void body technique given to him by the old man at the Big Dipper conference, its exquisite nature no less than walking in the void. However, Chen Mobai wasn't a member of the Takesu Misty Palace, so in front of the Takesu Immortal, he could only display this benevolent version of the void body. After revealing this skill, Chen Mobai landed right on the shoulder of the Myriad Sword's avatar. Before them lay the Kui beast, now completely enraged. The intense lightning spheres even shattered the void, and the five-colored ripples of the Hunyuan bell had been suppressed to within 3 zhang of its body. It's not that the primordial bell is ineffective, but rather that the Myriad Sword's Dharma body is ineffective. Although it is equivalent to the perfect nascent soul stage and has 4 great Taos related to the One Yuan Tao scripture, with these enhancements, it can only unleash 30–40% of the power of the Hunyuan bell at most. Thanks for your hard work. Standing on the shoulder of the Myriad Sword's Dharma body, Chen Mobai spoke gently to the primordial bell that was struggling to maintain its position. A colorful primordial spirit Dharma image rose from the top of his head, like a beautiful 5-colored peacock, but in an instant it transformed into a round, precious pearl. It was the primordial pearl, cultivated to the divine transformation realm through the One Yuan Tao scripture, that flew down and inlaid itself on the primordial bell, transforming into the bell's nose, carrying a dazzling array of colors. At the same time, Chen Mobai raised his right hand, which had been behind his back, and gently held up the complete Hunyuan bell under the gaze of all the nascent soul cultivators in the heavens. Boom! An unparalleled radiance emanated from the jade-colored bell. The entire battlefield was enveloped in this brilliant 5-colored light. Even many nascent soul cultivators above the 9th heaven could not see through this light, but everyone could sense the terrifying aura of the collision between the two vast 6th-order powers. Having just been grazed by the purple lightning sword, Wu Xuan Jushi, who had lost a century's worth of cultivation, felt that his primordial spirit and Dharma form were becoming somewhat unstable. This was because the aftershocks of the two 6th-order powers even spread to the 9th heaven, aggravating his injuries. This scene horrified him even more, and he wondered whether he should still avenge the patriarch of his 5 extremes temple. Although he had cultivated diligently for 1,000 years, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and ranking among the top experts in the Heavenly River realm, he still seemed to be a level below the person below. Or should we just forget about it? Meanwhile, in the eyes of the immortal Haoran Yiki, a purple ring lit up, and with the sage's favor from the 1,000 Autumns Ink Forest, he pierced through the 5-colored sea of light above the Xuanhai below. However, after seeing it clearly, he looked surprised and doubtful, because he saw that Chen Mobai's true form held the Hunyuan bell in one hand and put the other behind his back, easily blocking the lightning ball formed by the Kui beast burning its essence and spirit. How is that possible? Although the Kui beast broke through by force and was considered the weakest of the void refinement stage, it was still a void refinement stage. Even he and Takesu Immortal would need to use the power of their Tao-attaining treasures to resist it. Chen Mobai, however, merely wielded the 6th-order Hunyuan bell, standing atop the Myriad Sword's Dharma body, like a towering and resilient mountain wall on the seashore, unmoved by the raging waves. Soon, the brilliant 5-colored light began to dissipate, and all the nascent soul cultivators saw this scene, their eyes widening in disbelief. They were certain that Chen Mobai had not yet reached the void refinement realm. Yet, even at the nascent soul realm, he had almost fully unleashed the power of the primordial chaos bell, easily blocking the QE beast's desperate attack. It should be noted that even the top nascent soul cultivators present could barely achieve the power of the void refinement stage in an instant, but only for a fleeting moment. Several breaths had already passed between Chen Mobai and the QE beast. Even the aura of the primordial bell grew stronger over time. It was as if it couldn't adapt to Chen Mobai's power infusion at first, which is why it flickered all over the sky. But now it gradually condensed and concentrated all its power, directing it all towards the QE beast. What exactly is the cultivation level of this Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness? Or is it the primordial chaos bell, left behind by the true Lord of One Yuan that's so powerful? It possesses both qualities, but it's not a practice of emptiness cultivation. Why then can it unleash such power from the Hunyuan bell? The gods in the 9 heavens were all discussing it, finding it unbelievable. Only Heoran Yiqixian and Taixuxian seemed to have figured something out, especially Taixuxian, who looked thoughtfully at the eastern continent behind Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai was able to do this not because he was particularly skilled. He activated the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, which covered the 3 regions of the eastern continent's borders, and the power of the entire array was poured into the primordial bell through him, the master of the array. This 6th-order grand formation in terms of pure power is equivalent to the void refinement stage. However, if the enemy does not enter the formation, it can only be used for defense. However, the Hunyuan bell requires 6th-order power to unleash its true power. That is why Chen Mobai only got up when the myriad swords, Dharma body, retreated to the edge of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Before making his move, he had calculated everything using the small book. However, he still miscalculated one thing. Even with the support of a 6th-order grand formation, he could only unleash about 80% of the power of the Hunyuan bell. Even so, it is more than enough to withstand the final blow from the QE beast. Clang! The primordial bell rang again, one bell after another. Amidst the deep, resonant sound of the bell, the azure lightning ball that was about to crush the myriad swords' Dharma body gradually began to dim. Although the QE beast has mastered 3 great Taos, its most powerful one is still the great Tao of thunder. Previously, it was because his realm had surpassed that of his opponent that he was able to control the lightning ball and suppress it. Now, with the blessing of the heavenly curtain and earthly network, and the power of the 2 great Taos of primordial chaos and end of fortune, the primordial bell has begun to suppress the QE beast. The first to give way was the great Tao of thunder. The bell tolled for the 6th time, reaching the heavens and shaking the ocean. The blue lightning orb that the QE beast had transformed into suddenly collapsed amidst a violent roar, revealing its true form. The face of this truly spiritual bull was filled with shock. It didn't expect that its all-out attack would not only fail to kill Chen Mobai, but wouldn't even cause him any harm. Buzz! After deflecting his opponent's final blow with the Hunyuan bell, Chen Mobai formed a sword finger with his other hand behind his back. The purple lightning sword, which had been watching from the sidelines after being deflected, suddenly sprang to life, bursting forth with dazzling lightning and slashing towards the QE beast's head. Master, this is all I can do. Sensing the purple lightning sword hurtling towards it from afar, the QE beast sighed, abandoned its idea of self-destructing its inner core, and released the suppression of the ascension light. The QE beast had already planned that its final attack would force Chen Mobai to reveal his true form. If the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor still had any trump cards to defend against it, it would be loyal to its master and self-destruct its 6th-order inner core, which was the essence of the Great Tao, to take this terrifying enemy away. But little did anyone know, its final attack did force Chen Mobai to reveal his true form, but it couldn't even harm a single hair on his head. Facing the Hunyuan bell, which was now almost at its full power, the QE beast felt that even if it self-destructed its inner core, it would at most injure the opponent and destroy half of the spiritual veins of the eastern continent. Although it could completely destroy the 5-element sect of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, for the QE beast, its sacrifice would be worthless if it could not kill its opponent. It's better to keep your body useful and try your luck at ascending to immortality. With that thought, the QE beast completely merged into the multicolored light, gave up resisting, and directly followed the ascension light to the ninth heaven. The purple lightning sword, which was rushing towards them, missed its target and left a sword mark that stretched for 10,000 meters on the sea surface. As the Kiwi beast flew into the sky carrying the first tribulation of lightning, it immediately saw the assembled deities from the 5 continents and 4 seas. However, as an anomaly, although it was the spirit beast of the heavenly spirit true lord, it was not familiar with these human nascent soul cultivators. It merely nodded to the two, Haoran Yiki immortal and Takesu immortal, and then stood still, beginning to absorb the power of the lightning tribulation to recover its injuries and essence as much as possible. Amidst the thunderous roar, countless bolts of lightning were generated, and at the summons of the Kiwi beast, they continuously struck towards it, disappearing into its skin like flowing water the instant they made contact. Faced with the Kiwi beast's action, all the nascent soul cultivators present waited. Although it's an ascension of an alien species, it still allows them to observe and accumulate some experience. However, some people think differently. Fellow Taoist, you can fight whenever you want and leave whenever you want. Don't you think you're taking me too seriously? Above the Xuanhai Sea below, Chen Mobai still stood on the myriad sword's Dharma body, but his eyes pierced through the 9 heavens and saw the Kiwi beast that was recovering. He couldn't help but shout out. Today, the struggle between us and the Kiwi beast is basically a matter of life and death. Chen Mobai couldn't rest easy unless he watched it die before his eyes. Naturally, it couldn't just stand by and watch it comfortably absorb the power of the lightning tribulation to recover. After a loud shout, the purple lightning sword responded first. The myriad sword's Dharma body pointed its sword to the sky, empowering it with the heaven-slaying sword domain, causing the destructive white light on the blade to shine again, like a shooting star flashing with blazing white lightning, shooting straight up from the Xuanhai Sea to the 9th heaven, slashing towards the Kiwi beast. Ding ding ding! At the same time, Chen Mobai's true form also held the Hunyuan bell in his hand up to the sky. The jade bell, which had absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy, also burst out with dense 5-colored divine rays of light, which, along with the purple lightning sword, blasted towards the heavens. From afar, it looks like a blazing white meteor, trailing 5-colored light, cleaving the universe and striking the heavens. Upon witnessing this scene, the 5 mysteries hermit's primordial spirit and Dharma form couldn't help but tremble. Because he saw the edges of those 5-colored divine rays, some of which had even condensed into 5-colored light needles as fine as cow hair. The Great 5 Elements Annihilation, Divine Light Needle. Thousands of years ago, the One Yuan True Lord roamed the 5 continents and 4 seas, forcing the Holy Lord of the 1,000 Autumns Ink Forest to summon the treasure of enlightenment in order to deal with his supreme divine power. The former nascent soul ancestor of the 5 Extremes Temple was instantly killed by the One Yuan True Lord's move. Having obtained the ruins and inheritance of the 5 Extremes Temple, the 5 Mysteries Hermit saw the supernatural powers described in great detail in the classic texts appear before his eyes, and all doubts vanished from his heart. When will this cycle of revenge end? Our ancestor, your grudges are thousands of years old, your bones have turned to ashes. We, your descendants, should try to be more open-minded and not wallow in hatred. After making up his mind to give up hatred, Wu Xuanjushi suddenly felt that his future was bright and clear. Even the loss of a century's worth of internal energy, due to being grazed by the purple lightning sword, was something he felt he should pay for. Consider it settling the score with the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. While the 5 Mysteries Hermit was able to think things through, the Kiwi beast was not, because it had already fought with Chen Mobai and become enemies. Faced with the purple lightning sword and 5-colored light slashing straight down from the Xuanhai Sea, the Kiwi beast estimated that even if it could block them, it would consume a lot of its essence, and its injuries might even worsen. So after making its judgment, it chose to escape. Young man, if I successfully ascend to immortality, your lineage will suffer greatly in the immortal realm. After leaving behind a harsh remark, the Kiwi beast paused on its lone foot, followed the ascending spiritual light, and left the first tribulation of lightning, stepping into the second tribulation of fire. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that his plan had succeeded. The Kiwi beast is now at the 6th rank. Even if Chen Mobai were to suppress it with the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, it would exhaust the spiritual veins of the 3 regions of the eastern continent, resulting in more harm than good. But Chen Mobai wanted it dead, so the only option was to force it to ascend. Chapter 1278 The Chase. Chapter 1278 The Chase. Given that the QE beast fought a fierce battle with Chen Mobai and was still injured when it forcibly broke through, the probability of it ascending and passing the nine heavens tribulation is less than 10%. Even a sliver of hope is a chance, so Chen Mobai decided to extinguish all its hopes. He would rather watch it die right before his eyes than be able to put his mind at ease. Even if the QE beast ascends, it will still need to find the one Yuan true lord, but if Chen Mobai can handle it himself, he definitely doesn't want to cause him any trouble. So when he saw the QE beast being forced into the second fire tribulation, Chen Mobai immediately carried the Hunyuan bell and rode the myriad swords Dharma body towards the nine heavens, indicating that he would not let it go and was determined to pursue it to the end. The reason we are going up now is because the QE beast is enveloped in the light of ascension and can only go up, not down. After he left the heavenly canopy and earthly network array, he no longer had the spiritual veins of the three border regions of the eastern continent as a backup energy source. If he encountered a QE beast that was so desperate that it self-destructed its inner core, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Now that the QE beast has ascended, there is no longer this worry. Chen Mobai roused himself and entered the first tribulation of lightning. There he saw various forms and magnificent appearances of primordial spirits, and he politely greeted them all around. Of those present, he only recognized a handful. For example, King Feng Zhenjun of the western continent, Li Yaoshi of the southern continent, and Dagu Zhenjun. After witnessing Chen Mobai's true strength, these acquaintances all wanted to get closer to him. Fellow Taoists, I'll go and slay the QE beast first, and we'll catch up later. But Chen Mobai said something like that, and then, carrying the Hunyuan bell, flew up to the second level of fire tribulation. Upon seeing this, all the deities from the 5 continents and 4 seas present showed admiration. The nascent soul cultivator is actually chasing after the void refiner. Such a thing has never happened in the heavenly river realm since ancient times. Indeed, the longer one lives, the more one sees. Today has truly broadened one's horizons. Isn't this person afraid that the QE beast will self-destruct at the cost of its life? Seeing Chen Mobai's action, several nascent soul cultivators also had this thought in their minds. If it were them, facing such humiliation, they might have been enraged and exploded at Chen Mobai. Upon reaching the second level of the heavenly tribulation, Chen Mobai saw the back of the QE beast, which had just entered the third level of the heavenly tribulation. The reason it could make such a precise judgment was that the purple lightning sword was chasing after the beast with the 5-colored divine light all the way, and every time the QE beast was about to stop and rest, it would burst out with white light to exert pressure. Chen Mobai participated in the entire process alongside the purple lightning sword, and thus had a clear understanding of these situations. The QE beast, which had survived the fire tribulation by using the great Tao of armor, originally planned to catch its breath in the third level of the frost heavenly tribulation. However, when it went up, it saw Chen Mobai carrying the Hunyuan bell and following behind, and couldn't help but show anger on its face. But the QE beast had no choice but to press on and continue its tribulation. With his nascent soul cultivation, he could at most only break through to the 4th level of the void tribulation. Once I pass the 4th level, he won't be able to follow me anymore. Thinking this way, the QE beast unleashed the power of its 3 great Taos, maintaining the temperature of its essence, energy, and spirit under the cold aurora, to avoid being frozen solid without realizing it. With a sword cry, the purple lightning sword, trailing a 5-colored tail, flew up to the 3rd level of heavenly tribulation. Seeing this, the QE beast forced itself to remain calm and focused on 2 things at once: undergoing its tribulation while reserving some of its power to defend against the purple lightning sword's attack. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, from the fire below, the sound of bells rang out, as if urging the QE beast to come up, reminding it that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was about to arrive. Damn it! In its agitation, the QE beast inadvertently discovered that it could no longer move the corner of its mouth. This was a sign that it had been invaded and frozen by the icy aurora. It immediately calmed its mind, unleashed the power of the great Tao, and expelled the cold energy from its body. The QE beast, which had originally planned to conserve some energy, could no longer afford to do so at this moment. It unleashed the power of its 3 great Taos simultaneously, and overcame the icy tribulation at the fastest speed. After entering the 4th level of heavenly tribulation, the QE beast suddenly realized something. It stopped at the entrance and looked down coldly. This void tribulation is the limit of the nascent soul stage. However, for someone who has mastered the void realm, who is already able to manipulate the power of the void and penetrate space, this is a relatively easy challenge. If QE Beast were to fight Chen Mobai on this battlefield, he felt he would have a chance of winning. It even made up its mind that if it still couldn't win in the end, it would risk self-destructing its inner core to drag Chen Mobai down with it in the void tribulation. However, after waiting for a while, he only saw the purple lightning sword fly up and heard the clanging of bells. But Chen Mobai was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, this kid tricked me. At this moment, the QE Beast finally realized what was happening. It gritted its teeth in hatred, but it was helpless if Chen Mobai didn't come up. Because it can only go up, not down. At the same time, the surrounding void began to become strange. Pitch-black cracks like shards of a mirror spread towards the QE Beast from all directions. There were even wisps of silver-black whirlwinds, carrying the power to annihilate everything. The QE Beast pushed its great Tao of armor to its limit, but within the void tribulation, it was constantly being distorted. Fortunately, after reaching the 6th level, it had gained an understanding of the void and could barely manipulate the surrounding void power to reduce the approaching heavenly tribulation. Under these circumstances, it stepped towards the 5th heavenly tribulation step by step. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai watched the entire icy tribulation below live, using his purple lightning sword. Because he was carrying the primordial bell, the freezing aurora surrounding him, which was terrifying to ordinary nascent soul cultivators, was not so bad for him. But if you go any higher, you'll reach the threshold of the divine transformation stage. Those who can come and go freely are all top-tier nascent soul cultivators like Takesu Immortal. Although Chen Mobai considered himself to be quite capable and had the Hunyuan bell in hand, he certainly wouldn't go up while the QE Beast was still undergoing its tribulation. Having finally cultivated to this level, I can't afford to take any risks. However, just as he stopped, 2 beams of primordial spirit light flew up and transformed into the images of a Confucian scholar and an old man. When Chen Mobai saw them, he hesitated, wondering whether he should greet them. But since he didn't know them, he didn't know how to start the conversation. Greetings, fellow Taoist. My name is Jiang Shuyu. The scholar took the initiative to speak, introducing himself with a smile. So you are Senior Takesu Immortal. I've heard so much about you. Chen Mobai recognized the names of these top-tier nascent soul cultivators and returned the greeting very politely. May I ask who this senior is? Chen Mobai looked at the old man next to Takesu Immortal and couldn't help but ask. I am Kong Wenyan. Although Kainkyu by Malin and Yiyu and Zhenjun had a conflict, Heoran Yikixian would certainly not offend Chen Mobai, who had shown terrifying strength. As soon as Chen Mobai asked, he directly introduced himself. Greetings, Senior Heoran Yiki Immortal. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression showed realization, and he was very courteous. Chen Mobai had anticipated this. After all, there aren't many nascent soul cultivators who can get here, and those who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Takesu Immortal are even fewer. Although you had a great reputation in the Eastern continent before, you were not familiar with other Taoist friends from other holy lands because you did not participate in the previous Holy Tao Conference. But today's battle has proven that you are worthy of being ranked among the top experts in the Heavenly River realm. That Thunder Lord, as one of the 9 true spirits, is the guardian true spirit of the Myriad Spirits sect. Today, he actually came to the Eastern continent to cause you trouble, which does not conform to the principle that righteous holy lands cannot attack each other. After returning, I will talk to Tianling about this matter and see how he explains it. From now on, I urge you to control your temper and refrain from using 6th-tier weapons unnecessarily, so as to avoid turmoil across the world and leave behind a legacy of disaster for thousands of years. After introducing himself, Heoran Yikixian couldn't help but start lecturing. Chen Mobai was not surprised by this, after all. When Yi Qing introduced him to the top nascent soul cultivators of the Heavenly River realm, he mentioned that this holy master of the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest was fond of teaching others. Just like him. However, although Chen Mobai liked to teach others, he didn't like to listen to their teachings. If this were any other time, he would definitely find an excuse to interrupt him directly. But now is just right. Because the QE Beast was still undergoing its tribulation, he was struggling to come up with a reason not to, especially since he had made quite a show of chasing the QE Beast up to the heavens. Chen Mobai pretended to be receptive to the lesson and listened attentively. Seeing his polite demeanor, Heoran Yikixian felt that he had been a bit too prejudiced against him because of his background. This was a promising junior in the righteous path. With a little guidance, he might truly succeed him and take Suxian as a pillar of the righteous path in the heavenly river realm. I have heard that you are also cultivating the great path of saintly virtue. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will see if I can ask the patriarch to introduce you to the path. Chen Mobai's teachability aroused Heoran Yikixian's interest in talent, and he even considered taking him under his wing. Even for ancient holy lands like theirs, those who can reach the void refinement stage are all great talents worthy of being cultivated. Many cultivators who ascend to the immortal realm of spirit void switch allegiances. Heoran Yikixian felt that if Chen Mobai switched allegiance to their lineage, the karmic ties between him and Yiyuan Zhenjun could be resolved. Perhaps that connection was for this very reason. Let's skip that. I've already received the inheritance from the longevity sect and the One Yuan Dao Palace. If I can't achieve sainthood, I'll just choose another path. Chen Mobai immediately shook his head and refused, explaining that he was doing this for the good of Sage Kainkyu. After all, he had already entered the Zixel Palace and was the last disciple of the Zixel Daizun. Even if Sage Kainkyu was a Taoist of saintly virtue, he couldn't bear such a seniority. Upon hearing this, Heoran Yikixian was not annoyed at all. Because he felt that Chen Mobai was loyal and righteous, consistent to the end, and had a firm belief in the Tao and was full of confidence. What a fine successor! How did the One Yuan True Lord manage to get this advantage? Gentlemen, I need to continue my pursuit of the QE beast. At this moment, Chen Mobai also saw through the purple lightning sword that the QE beast had stepped into the 5th level of heavenly tribulation and continued its pursuit. Eternal Night Overlord. Gods and demons resurrect. The world undergoes a transformation. In the era of extraordinary awakening, some awaken the power of light and darkness, standing atop skyscrapers clad in magnificent armor and wielding dragon spears, overlooking the dazzling metropolis. Some people awaken demonic abilities, growing scales and wings, their demonic aura overwhelming. Some have awakened ancient witch runes, resonating with the ancient past, surrounded by a domineering and ferocious black aura. Jiang Hu was also quite lucky. Under the influence of pollution, he awakened his talent and could transform into a world-destroying behemoth. Chapter 1279, The Death of the QE Beast. Chapter 1279, The Death of the QE Beast. Young friend. Seeing Chen Mobai's posture, Taixu Xian wanted to warn him that the void tribulation was extremely dangerous, but when he saw the Hunyuan bell in Chen Mobai's hand, he kept quiet. 5 colored lights spread continuously from the jade-colored bell wall, transforming into a huge transparent bell that enveloped Chen Mobai's figure, propelling him toward the 4th heavenly tribulation. This was not the first time Chen Mobai had entered the void tribulation. After the true monarch of shattered jade ascended, he attempted to pass through the 9 heavens tribulation to see what level his strength was at. Even without using the primordial bell, he could enter and exit the 4th level, but that was his limit. If he tried to go up again, Teng Xianji began to warn him that he was in danger. Of course, with the primordial bell in hand, he could still enter the 5th level. That was the golden wind tribulation, capable of tearing apart anything, whether tangible or intangible. Without a powerful protective technique, one would need a magical artifact to overcome it. As Chen Mobai attempted to ascend to the 6th level, Tongshan Jai issued a severe warning. This was even true when he was wielding the Hunyuan bell. Because the 6th level is the tribulation of inner demons, the Hunyuan bell is helpless against it. Chen Mobai can only rely on himself to withstand it, or upgrade his natal magic weapon, the Morning Bell, which is specifically designed to target inner demons. However, now that Chen Mobai has inherited the power of the Supreme Heart Demon, he has a few more ways to resist. But this tribulation is meant for cultivators at the void refinement stage to perfect their mental state and strengthen their Tao heart. If they were to take shortcuts to get through it, it would actually be detrimental to their future cultivation of the great Tao. The 7th level above is called the primordial magnetic tribulation, and the 8th level is the starlight tribulation. In the past, the Hunyuan bell, even when fully unleashed by the true lord of One Yuan, barely survived the Yuan magnetic tribulation. However, it nearly shattered under the bombardment of billions of starlight from the 8th level. As for what the 9th heavenly tribulation is, even the primordial bell doesn't know. As Chen Mobai carried the Hunyuan bell into the void tribulation, several primordial spirit avatars flew up from the tribulation below and witnessed this scene. Taeksu Immortal and Haoran Yiki Immortal exchanged a glance, then offered a word of advice to the nascent soul cultivators who were following them before stepping forward with Chen Mobai. However, even if the two of them didn't say anything, the other nascent soul cultivators wouldn't overestimate their abilities. The Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is indeed exceptionally powerful. He has actually managed to enter the void tribulation. I think it's just relying on the power of the magical artifacts. Are magical artifacts not a form of power? As a weapon refiner, one must fight using weapons. To be able to unleash the power of a 6th-tier magic weapon to this extent is already unparalleled across the 5 continents and 4 seas. The last sentence was spoken by the 5 Mysteries Hermit. After thinking it through, his hatred for Chen Mobai had turned into admiration. He also possessed a 6th-tier magic weapon from the 5 Extremes Peak, but the weapon's spirit, relying on its seniority, felt that even though he had mastered the 5 Extreme sects techniques to a high level, it was still inferior to the 5 Extremes ancestor. Because the 5 Extremes ancestor had ascended to immortality, he was indeed no match for him, and the 5 Mysteries Hermit had always served the spirit of the artifact as a junior. But now, seeing Chen Mobai take action, whether it's the purple lightning sword or the Hunyuan bell, they act like obedient children, letting him do as he pleases and even fighting desperately. Compared to that, it feels somewhat unbalanced. The purple lightning sword was all right. After all, it was personally forged and upgraded by Chen Mobai. But the primordial chaos bell belonged to a true monarch of 1 yuan, and it had now completely transformed into the shape Chen Mobai desired. Moreover, a cultivator's combat strength is inherently comprehensive, and magical artifacts have always been one of the most important components. None of the nascent soul cultivators present would dare to say they wouldn't use magical artifacts when fighting against others. Therefore, as soon as the 5 Mysteries Hermit said this, the nascent soul cultivators of the Profound Fire sect, who had just arrived after receiving the news, immediately fell silent. Chen Mobai mastered the 6th Order Purple Lightning Sword in front of so many nascent soul cultivators from all over the world, which had the greatest impact on the Chuanhu sect. This sect has a flame immortal who is known as the #1 weapon refiner in the Heavenly River realm, and he has a terrible temper. But other nascent soul cultivators can only put up with him for the sake of a suitable magical weapon. But things are different now. Many nascent soul cultivators are already thinking about how to ask the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness to help them refine magical artifacts. The difference between a 6th-tier and a 5th-tier weapon refiner is like heaven and earth. Many sacred sites possess treasures that are only of the 6th rank. Some nascent soul true monarchs who had good relations with the Taeksu Misty Palace thought of several 6th-order materials that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness wanted, and it seemed that they were in the treasure vault. They didn't even dare to hope for a 6th-tier item. Even a high-grade 5th-tier item would be enough to satisfy them. Although Yan Zhongxian has a bad temper, he is skilled and can at least refine 5th-grade items. However, most of the time he produces low-grade items, and if he is lucky, he can produce mid-grade items. There's a very small chance that he can refine high-grade items, so the nascent soul cultivators of the Chuanhu sect flock to him. Therefore, if Chen Mobai is willing to take on the order, he is guaranteed to monopolize all the high-end weapon refining business in the Tian realm. The Xuanhu sect had no way to deal with this. Even a 6th-tier QE beast was brutally beaten by this Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, and had no choice but to ascend and escape. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that, after demonstrating his 6th-order weapon refining skills, he had become a highly sought-after figure among the nascent soul cultivators of the Heavenly River realm. He had already stepped into the 5th level of the Golden Wind Tribulation, carrying the primordial bell. The 2 Taeksu immortals who had just followed him in were greatly surprised when they saw his retreating figure. This junior is far too bloodthirsty. Haoran Yikixian felt that, given the QE beast's current state, the probability of a successful ascension was very low. Under normal circumstances, all that was needed was to wait for news. Yet Chen Mobai, having chased it all this way, still insisted on going up, clearly wanting to witness the QE beast's death with his own eyes. Should we go up again? Taeksu Immortal asked hesitantly. The limit of the nascent soul stage was this 4th level of the void tribulation. If they went up any further, they would have to use the power of their Tao-attaining treasures. There's no need to disturb the ancestral master over such a trivial matter. Let's go down and wait for the outcome, said Heoran Yiqixian, shaking his head. Although the two of them could use the treasures of enlightenment, it was equivalent to a disciple asking an elder for help. If it's a major sect matter, or a righteous act of subduing demons, then speaking up is fine. But to join in just to watch the spectacle is making a mountain out of a molehill. Yes, I think so too. Taixu nodded. The Taixu measuring ruler that their lineage worships is particularly arrogant. It was used for a long time for the central demonic pathmaster, but it failed to completely wipe them out, which has already earned it a lot of scolding. So now, he avoids using it whenever possible. After the two went down, all the nascent soul cultivators from the heavenly river realm who were waiting in the third level of the frost tribulation surrounded them. Upon hearing that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness had actually ventured into the fifth level of the heavenly tribulation in order to hunt down the QE beast, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. They all decided in their hearts that they would never have any conflict with this person again. As expected of a sword cultivator who earned the title of God of Slaughter after his debut. After this battle, Chen Mobai's name has become renowned throughout the heavenly river realm. Although he had previously slain the old dragon and was hailed as the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the eastern continent, he felt somewhat undeserving of the title because he hadn't participated in the Holy Tao Assembly to let them see him. After all, Chen Mobai's time to become a nascent soul cultivator was too short, and the old dragon's strength relied entirely on the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. As long as this magic artifact could be broken, there would be more than 2 hands worth of nascent soul cultivators who could kill it across the 5 continents and 4 seas. Just as they were discussing the strength of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, and where he ranked in the heavenly river realm, a series of extremely muffled thunderclaps came from overhead. Heoran Yiqixian and Taixu exchanged a glance, as if they had thought of something. In the 5th level of the Golden Wind Tribulation, Chen Mobai held the Hunyuan bell, sensing the terrifying pale golden aura surrounding him, his expression slightly solemn. Any one of these auras was equivalent to a 6th-tier sword aura, capable of killing any nascent soul cultivator. The transparent bell on his body, under the endless, continuous barrage of sharp attacks, erupted with brilliant 5-colored sparks. The power previously stored within the Chaos Pearl, through the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, was being rapidly depleted in this process. This tribulation is a combination of the powers of various great Taos, including the great Tao of metal, the great Tao of wind, as well as sharpness, tearing, and so on. For sword cultivators, this is a blessed land. As long as they can hold out here, they can hone their swordsmanship and sword intent to perfection. However, all those who can come here are cultivators at the void refinement stage. For sword cultivators at this level, these things are not of much use, because they have already chosen their path and may have even surpassed the Golden Wind Tribulation. The purple lightning sword moved back and forth here, sensing the power of the great Tao, including the sharpness associated with swords. Although it has only just entered the 6th rank, its sword body has now been completely replaced with 9 heavens profound thunder gold, a rare treasure of heaven and earth that fell from the spirit void immortal realm. It even contains some innate Taoist charm, and has been tempered by the 9 heavens tribulation for thousands or tens of thousands of years, making it extremely sturdy. The purple lightning sword here even evokes a sense of homecoming. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai instructed it to intercept a wisp of the Golden Wind Tribulation, intending to take it down and give it to Mo Duguang for comprehension. However, nascent soul cultivators certainly cannot directly come into contact with the power of this heavenly tribulation. Chen Mobai's idea was to seal it into a sword as a treasured heirloom of the 5-element sect's metal lineage. After Mo Duguang's death, it could also be passed on to Jin Linger. And this golden wind calamity is also the limit of the purple lightning sword. The next inner demons that arise could be fatal for someone with a childlike mind. The primordial bell had no memory of the inner demon tribulation. It was directly taken through by True Lord Yiyuan. But afterwards, it heard from True Lord Yiyuan that it had lost control, believing that it had ascended to the spirit void immortal realm with True Lord Yiyuan. After tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, it became a 7th-order primordial golden cauldron, and its ego had grown incredibly inflated. Hearing this, Chen Mobai dared not go up even more. He has little confidence in his own character, and now is not the time to challenge his weaknesses. However, waiting indefinitely during the Golden Wind tribulation is not a solution. After all, the energy stored in the Chaos Pearl is limited, and at most it can only help him sustain himself for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai sighed and decided to take the purple lightning sword and the primordial bell down with him. Boom! But at that moment, a deafening thunderclap suddenly resounded from the heavenly tribulation above. A thick, gleaming blue bolt of lightning pierced through the 9 layers of heavenly tribulation, crashing down from the inner demon tribulation onto the golden wind tribulation below. Chen Mobai was lucky. The gleaming blue lightning bolt struck far away from him. If it were to be hit head-on, it might instantly deplete the power of the Hunyuan Bell. That was about the same level of power the QE Beast used in its final attack. The spirit of the Hunyuan Bell commented that it had withstood most of the attacks from the QE Beast on the Chuanhai battlefield, and was therefore the most qualified to speak on the matter. It's gone mad. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai was overjoyed. If one can overcome the inner demon tribulation, it is the easiest of the 9 heavenly tribulations, like taking a leisurely stroll and enjoying the scenery. However, if one needs to unleash power, it is clearly because one's mind has been corrupted by demons, one's consciousness has been controlled by the inner demons, and one has begun to go mad. Rumble! After the first thick bolt of blue lightning struck, a second, a third. Moreover, the azure lightning behind it even faintly glowed with blood-red light, which meant that the QE Beast was burning its own essence and blood to unleash the great Tao of lightning. When Chen Mobai saw this, he felt it was such a waste. After all, he had long regarded the QE Beast as his own. The essence blood of a 6th-order true spirit is extremely precious, even in the purple cloud universe. However, the fact that the QE Beast had become a demon was the best news for him. After all, in other heavenly tribulations, if the QE Beast saw that it could not overcome it, it would probably rather self-destruct than leave behind a corpse for future cultivators to take advantage of. But after becoming possessed by a demon, his mind went awry. As expected, after the 5 blood-stained blue lightning bolts, although there were still thunderbolts coming from within the inner demon tribulation, they were only muffled. This meant that the QE Beast had exhausted all its power, but was still forcibly unleashing the power of the great Tao. Gradually, the thunder became as faint as birdsong, and eventually it was inaudible. Chen Mobai felt that the thick thread that had just wrapped around him suddenly dimmed and disappeared, but transformed into several threads that were dozens of times smaller. This should mean that the QE Beast is dead. However, it should have left descendants within the Church of All Souls, so it has not been completely eradicated. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai understood why the locals like to go to extremes to eliminate everything. It was simply a matter of basic experience. If we don't kill them all, this line won't be broken. Perhaps hundreds or thousands of years later, the originally thin line will become the thick line of a great calamity. However, these were minor matters for Chen Mobai. He only needed to be responsible for killing Tianling Zhenjun, and the remaining details could be left to Zhuo Ming and other disciples to consider. My role as a disciple is to handle these kinds of small matters. What a pity, a 6th-tier QE Beast, full of treasures. After confirming that the QE Beast had died in the heavenly tribulation, Chen Mobai felt relieved but also regretful. However, he certainly wouldn't risk going up to try the inner demon tribulation just for the corpse of the QE Beast. Just as Chen Mobai turned to go down, a flash of azure light appeared in the tribulation clouds that had been split open by the azure lightning, and then the lifeless corpse of a 1-legged azure ox fell down from it. Is there really such a good thing? Chen Mobai was overjoyed and immediately commanded the purple lightning sword to fly over and bring back the corpse of the QE Beast. In military journey amidst the flames of war, starting in 1978, Chu and wakes up to find himself on a troop transport train in 1978. The tide of time, accompanied by the clanging of the train, carried Chu and all the way to the battlefield. Chapter 1280 Contract. Chapter 1280 Contract. At the moment the QE Beast died, Tianling Zhenjun, who was fleeing towards Jiangzhou, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, followed by a sense of impending death. Intense pain surged from his heart throughout his body, causing him to tremble violently and bleed from all 7 orifices. Even the sea of consciousness in the purple mansion began to show cracks. Oh no, the QE Beast is dead. Due to the contract linkage, I will also be affected by the heavenly tribulation. Tianling Zhenjin quickly figured out the reason. He immediately found an unnamed island, set up an array, and then summoned another fifth-order true spirit guardian from his spirit beast bag. After that, he took out the beast plate and began to circulate his energy. He and the QE beast did not have a contract of life and death, but at the moment the QE beast died, he, as its master, still suffered a backlash. Tianling Zhenjin felt he was extremely unlucky. But all he could do was grit his teeth and hope to avoid the backlash from the contract worsening his injuries and affecting his foundation. After obtaining the QE beast's corpse, Chen Mobai initially intended to store it in the Dharma realm. However, upon further reflection, he realized that there were still many fellow cultivators below who had reached the nascent soul stage, and it was necessary to use this to warn them that ascension was extremely difficult. So he enlarged the purple lightning sword, making it resemble a door panel, and carried the QE beast's corpse behind him as it flew down. Seeing the fourth heavenly tribulation completely empty, Chen Mobai was slightly disappointed. He thought that Taixu Immortal and Haoran Yiki Immortal would be waiting here, so he wasted his time tidying up his appearance. Then, one after another, magnificent and varied primordial spirit Dharma forms fell into Chen Mobai's eyes. The nascent soul cultivators of the heavenly river realm, who were chatting, stared wide-eyed at Chen Mobai as he descended with the corpse of the QE beast, their faces filled with disbelief. The QE beast's failure to transcend its tribulation was within their expectations. However, given its sixth-tier nature, it should have been able to advance to the later levels of the heavenly tribulation, a realm that no nascent soul cultivator had ever set foot in before. If he died over there, Chen Mobai couldn't possibly go up to collect his body. May I ask, young friend, how many levels of heavenly tribulation have you ascended? Even the great Qi Immortal couldn't help but be shocked and asked. It was only the 5th level. Before I could even get up there, the QE beast had already died on the 6th level. Chen Mobai said this with a regretful expression. Fellow Taoist, you actually managed to survive the 6th heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing his words, all the nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly river realm gasped in astonishment. Not at all, not at all. The QE beast was controlled by its inner demons before it died, and its power went berserk, blasting open the tribulation clouds. After it died, it just happened to fall through a crack and I picked it up. I'm only at the 5th level. Although when traveling, one's status and realm depend entirely on boasting, Chen Mobai is rather honest and doesn't dare to brag about this. He tells the truth. Young friend, you are too modest. Taixu Xian and the others thought that Chen Mobai did not want to reveal more, so they did not ask any more questions and changed the subject. This QE beast is said to be the guardian spirit of the Wanling sect. Although it deserved to die in the heavenly tribulation, the grievances have their source and the debtors their culprits. I think the Wanling sect needs to give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, although I don't like to go out, I will have no choice but to take up my sword and ask Zhanglu Zhangzhu for an explanation. Chen Mobai didn't know if any of the 10,000 spirit sects nascent soul cultivators were present, but at this point, the feud was already established. He directly shouted in front of so many nascent soul cultivators, hoping to force true monarch Tianling to take desperate measures. Young friend, please calm down. After I return, I will communicate with Tianling and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. As the holy master of the 1,000 Autumns Brush and Ink Forest, Haoran Yiki Xian is nominally the leader of the Righteous Path Alliance in the Central Continent. The Myriad Spirits sect, as a holy land in the Central Continent, has now clashed so badly with the Eastern Continent. In order to avoid a war between the cultivation worlds of the two continents, it must be handled properly. Of course, this is also because Chen Mobai has demonstrated formidable strength. Once enraged, he is capable of causing turmoil in the Central Plains. If it were the Western Continent or the Northern Continent, he would ignore them completely and let them handle it themselves. In that case, I'll wait and see. Hopefully it won't take too long. Upon hearing Haoran Yiki Xian's words, Chen Mobai immediately went along with it. According to his personality, he would definitely not leave Dongzhou, since only with the Tianmu Grand Array could he fight against Liangsu. If the QE beast can reach the 6th rank, then perhaps the heavenly spirit true monarch has also reached a level where he can ascend at any time. Chen Mobai was always cautious, and he wouldn't risk doing something that could backfire. Seeing that he listened to advice so readily, the other nascent soul cultivators from Central Plains, including Haoran Yiki Xian, all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this person's combat strength is already no less than that of a void-refining cultivator. If he were to truly unleash his anger in Jiangsu, wherever the battlefield is, it would become ruins. Then Chen Mobai greeted the nascent soul cultivators he knew, including True Lord King Feng, and under their guidance, he also got to know other fellow Taoists. Those present could basically encompass all the holy sites across the 5 continents and 4 seas. I was looking forward to meeting you, fellow Taoist, at the Holy Tao Assembly. The speaker was a monk sitting upright on a white lotus, wearing a black robe and with a shaved head. He was introduced by pharmacist Li of the Medicine King sect of Nanju. This is layman Fanyan from Nichiren and Temple. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately returned the greeting. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Rillian Temple is the most secluded holy site in Nanju. In the past, the One Yuan True Lord and the White Lotus Hermit of this lineage were close friends. The Hunyuan bell in his hand was made by the two of them together. Moreover, this White Lotus Hermit ascended to the spirit void immortal realm after refining the primordial bell. This humble monk pays respects to the patriarch. After exchanging greetings with Fan Yun, a lay Buddhist from Rillian Temple, Chen Mobai respectfully bowed to the Hunyuan bell in his palm as a junior. Why don't you come out and return the greeting? After clarifying the relationships, Chen Mobai gave instructions to the Hunyuan bell. With a clear chime, the spirit of the magical artifact, having received Chen Mobai's permission, transformed into a 5-colored divine light and floated out, gently nodding to the hermit of Fanyun before him. This scene also greatly impressed the onlookers, the gods. Many of those present were nascent soul ancestors from top holy lands, possessing 6th-tier magic weapons. However, unlike Chen Mobai's effortless control, they were the opposite, needing to obey the commands of their magic weapons. Such mastery of weapon control is undoubtedly the best in the Heavenly River realm. After layman Fanyun, many other nascent soul cultivators came to chat and exchange message talismans with Chen Mobai. Everyone, recently there have been signs of demonic forces appearing in the eastern continent. Seniors Wuchen and Dakong are still trapped, and I need to go and help them. Chen Mobai, who disliked socializing, remembered this matter and immediately took his leave. Oh, is that so? I'll go with you, fellow Taoist. Upon hearing this, the great ancient true monarch beside the hermit of Brahma Cloud patted his chest, ready to help. As fellow nascent soul cultivators from the Taeksu Misty Palace, he and True Lord Dakong had a good relationship. I'll go, I don't have anything else to do anyway, Taeksu Xian suddenly said. Yes, master brother. True monarch Dagu seemed to have great awe for immortal Taeksu, and nodded respectfully upon hearing his words. Chen Mobai was naturally happy to do so. After all, if he could save 2 people, with the help of Taeksu Immortal, he would only need to use his second primordial spirit, while his true body would remain firmly seated in the heavenly curtain earthly network array. By the way, I feel something is amiss about this matter. The demonic path just attacked my eastern continent nascent soul cultivator. After receiving the news, I was about to help, but I was stopped by the sudden appearance of the QE beast. Moreover, many of the inner demon incarnations of the central demonic path lord were causing trouble in the eastern continent before. I think the myriad spirit sect is colluding with the demonic path. Chen Mobai said these words to Heoran Yiqixian as he went down. He didn't mention the matter of the central demon lord's incarnation as a giant kun, since it involved the Dharma realm, the spirit venerable, and the Usra disc. However, the central demon lord previously believed that victory was assured, so he directly revealed that he had helpers to cause trouble for Chen Mobai's true form. Since the QE beast is the guardian spirit of the Wanling sect, it is obvious that the problem lies with Tianling Zhenjun. Chen Mobai was also very blunt in his speech. I will investigate this thoroughly. Heoran Yiqixian nodded solemnly in response. After all, the world is in turmoil right now, and those ancient demon giants from beyond the heavens are all sending down demonic treasures and inheritances. It is very possible that some nascent soul cultivators could not withstand it and fell into demonic possession. As the leader of the righteous path in Jiangsu, Kainkyu Bai Malin was also the one who took the lead in suppressing the demonic treasure, so he attached great importance to this matter. As they spoke, the assembled deities parted ways. Chen Mobai, along with Taeksu Xian, chose the sky above the eastern continent and fell from the heavenly tribulation. After successfully overcoming 3 tribulations, they arrived in the skies above the eastern continent. A beam of light flew over, It was the second primordial spirit guarding this place. It nodded to Chen Mobai, then transformed into a precious pearl, which was retrieved along with the Yuan Yang sword and other pure Yang magical artifacts. Young friend, you are truly wealthy. When Teixu saw yet another sixth-tier sword, he couldn't help but be greatly amazed. It should be noted that as the head of the Teixu Misty Palace, he did not possess any Dao-attaining treasures. He only had two sixth-tier magic artifacts, one for offense and one for defense. These are all the sect's resources, not entirely refined by me. Chen Mobai was very modest, but after completing the upgrade of the purple lightning sword, even by the standards of the immortal sects, he could rightfully call himself a sixth-order weapon refiner. If other fellow Taoists come to me for help in the future, I hope that, when you are crafting magical artifacts, you will consider this world a little, said Teixu Immortal in a slightly tactful manner. Chen Mobai didn't understand at first, but after thinking about it for a while, he realized it. The power of a sixth-tier magic weapon is simply too great for a world. If it weren't for the protection of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, the aftershocks of his battle with the QE beast would have at least sunk the 3 border regions of the eastern continent. However, the advantage of magical artifacts lies in the fact that they need to be handled and controlled by someone to unleash their true power. Moreover, only those at the top nascent soul stage can unleash the power of a sixth-tier magical artifact. On the Tian realm side, the number of sixth-order magic artifacts is far less than that of nascent soul cultivators. If Chen Mobai were to refine a large number of magical artifacts, upgrading the magical artifacts of these nascent soul cultivators who already possess the power to change the world, then in the event of any quarrel or conflict, 1 or 2 continents might be lost one day, or even the world might return to the state of being a vast ocean at the beginning of creation. It is precisely for this reason that Qianqiu by Malin joined forces with the major holy lands of Jiangsu to seal the magical treasures that descended from the heavens. Because these magical treasures, once they fall into the hands of the central demon lord and his ilk, can truly destroy the world if they become ruthless. I understand your meaning, Senior. However, I can only guarantee that I will not refine them for others on a large scale. If any of my disciples are outstanding enough to advance to the nascent soul stage, I will definitely provide them with a set of good magic weapons. Chen Mobai also gave his own answer. When others advise you to give up weapons of mass destruction, you should try to persuade those around you to give them up, but you absolutely cannot give up your own. In fact, you should continue to develop them. After all, the atmosphere in the heavenly river realm is fierce. Without some strength and resources, one might just be a historical figure a few thousand years from now. For example, the burning heaven pure land and the ice and snow land in the eastern continent. Chen Mobai analyzed why these 2 holy lands were gone. Besides failing to maintain good neighborly relations, the main reason was the lack of a sixth-order magic weapon to suppress them. The Moral Sect and the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect are typical examples. Even if they decline temporarily and lose their nascent soul cultivators, they can still rely on the sect's resources to survive until the next nascent soul cultivator appears. That's good, that's good. Teixu knew that he could only offer advice, and whether Chen Mobai listened or not was entirely beyond his control. Then I'll go rescue Senior Wuchen first. I'll leave Senior Dakong to you. Chen Mobai took out the communication talisman of True Monarch Dakong and handed it to Immortal Teixu. The latter nodded and accepted it. After infusing it with spiritual power, the communication talisman began to fly back towards the location of True Monarch Dakong. Chen Mobai also used the same method, using the messenger talisman of True Lord Wuchen to return and follow. To his surprise, through the location tracking provided by the primordial demon talisman, Chen Mobai discovered that Tu Ming had also landed on the other side of the eastern continent and was currently heading towards Dongli with the same destination as himself. It's the central demon lord's doing again. Chen Mobai immediately pinned the blame for Wuchen and Dakong being trapped on Su Wen, since the events were just too coincidental. In the eastern continent, only Wuchen and Dakong were able to participate in his battles against the central demon lord and even the QE beast. This was clearly done to prevent the two from receiving the news and then coming to Chen Mobai's aid, thus drawing out the blood god of the Jade Mirror Demon sect in advance. So it's actually because of Chen Mobai that Wuchen and Dakong were trapped. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai felt a little guilty. He had no idea that it was all a coincidence. Yaoguang Immortal City. Having just lost his wife and taken over the Sun family's property, Hong's life became happier than ever before. That day he went fishing at a cave in the suburbs. When he was casting his bait, he found the box was empty. He frowned slightly and thought about replacing his servants. Just then footsteps suddenly came from beside me. Hong was wondering which servant was so inconsiderate when he turned around and was immediately stunned. "Weren't you dead?" Chapter 1281 Blood God. Chapter 1281 Blood God. Standing before Hong was a female cultivator dressed in a light blue dress, with a delicate and refined appearance. Although he had never met her before, he recognized her at first glance as his deceased wife. "It's just the application of demonic transformation techniques. I always keep 3 demonic incarnations. 100 years ago, I was blind and offended the true body of ancestor Chen, so I was killed and revived by Sun Huengling. After Sun Huengling died, I was resurrected in this incarnation. Shouldn't you be happy to see me?" As Du Menjian spoke, she looked at her Taoist partner holding the fishing rod with a slightly scrutinizing gaze. "Of course I'm happy, but you should have told me beforehand so that I could bring you back as soon as you were resurrected after you died." After thinking for a while, Hong decided not to take action. After all, he had made a vow to Du Menjian that he would not harm her. Even though Du Menjian had changed bodies, that vow would probably still be effective. Although there are unorthodox methods such as having others do the work, Hong he believes that having a knowledgeable Taoist partner by one's side in the territory of the righteous path, with whom one can share one's innermost thoughts, is actually better for one's Taoist heart. Moreover, in her previous life, Du Menjian had at least nurtured her, and Hong would not do anything ungrateful. Even after falling into the demonic path, he still upheld basic morality. "My original plan was to use this opportunity to escape the 5-element sect's territory and hide far away." Hearing Hong say this, Du Menjian lowered her guard. She came from the demonic path and didn't trust anyone. She came to find Hong this time not only because she wanted resources to help her avatar form a core, but also because she received some shocking news. "Then why did you come back?" Hong asked curiously. As Taoist partners, although they did not consummate their marriage, they knew each other well. He knew that Du Menjian had always wanted to get rid of Chen Mobai and regain her freedom. "I might have done that before, but now, in the Heavenly River realm, the territory of the 5-element sect is the safest place." Du Menjian then recounted how Chen Mobai had fought a great battle against a 6th-tier QE beast from the myriad spirits sect above the Qunhai Sea, forcing it to ascend. Yet, she still chased after it to the heavens with her sword and bell, eventually bringing its corpse back. Her avatar happened to be a Foundation Establishment elder from a core formation faction in the eastern barbarian lands, and thus received first-hand information. Knowing this, Du Menjian, who had originally planned to run away, suddenly stopped. Chen Leazu has already slain the 6th-tier QE beast, so if the Lord of the Central Demonic Path dares to come, he will surely be suppressed as well. Moreover, the Heavenly River realm is about to undergo a great change, a calamity of the decline of the Tao and the rise of the demons. Although she herself is a demon cultivator, she does not believe that she can stand out in this great trend. After all, none of the magical treasures that descended from the heavens took a liking to her and ended up hitting her on the head. Is our ancestor really that powerful? Hong was also shocked when he heard what Du Menjian said. Although he knew that Chen Mobai was already the #1 person in the eastern continent, chasing down a 6th-tier QE beast was still beyond his imagination. After all, the realm of ascension is the highest and strongest in the cultivation world, a realm capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Ancestor Chen should be at the level where he can ascend at any time. However, the 5-element sect currently has no other nascent soul cultivator besides him, which is why he is suppressing himself and staying in the Heavenly River realm. We must take advantage of the safe time while he is still here to cultivate diligently and improve our own realm, so that we will not be swept away by the torrent and turned into dust of the times when the world changes in the future. Du Menjian shared her thoughts. After this reincarnation, she had decided to completely cling to Chen Mobai's coattails. Hong nodded slightly. He was about to send someone to Baiyuan City to buy some spiritual medicines from Dangxia Pavilion to help him form his core when he found Du Menjian coming to his side and taking his hand. Just as Hong was filled with doubt, Du Menjian blushed slightly and said another plan. "We too have already fallen into the demonic path, and we probably can't clear our names in this lifetime. But we can't forget the kindness of ancestor Chen. Why don't we have a child and have him join the five elements sect to serve him? If the child achieves something in the future, we will have a powerful backer. After listening, Hong hesitated. He has no interest in women, only in spiritual practice and fishing. If he were to have a child, wouldn't that disrupt his current blissful life? But what Du Menjian said also makes a lot of sense. Chen Mobai's words last time clearly indicated that their relationship was over. If it weren't for the five elements sect's backing, and he and Du Menjian had actually encountered the Jade Mirror Demon sect coming to hunt them down, they would probably have been left to die. Just as he hesitated, Du Menjian leaned into his arms and reached out to undo his belt. Of all the regions in the eastern lands, Chen Mobai has never been to the eastern Li region. This place was originally the territory of the demonic path, but after the decisive battle between the righteous and demonic factions, it fell into the hands of the major sects of the eastern land. However, the eastern Li region is vast, with numerous deep mountains and wild ridges, so no one knows which valley harbors the demonic path. Following the message talisman of true monarch Wuchen, Chen Mobai arrived at a deep sinkhole. The sinkhole was filled with miasma mixed with a faint spiritual energy. Unaware cultivators who came here would think it was a small spiritual vein polluted by miasma and would not look closely. The message talisman transformed into a yellow light and flew into the pit. Flames flickered behind Chen Mobai's head, and the pure yang pearl rose up like a sun, emitting scorching light and heat, dispelling the cold miasma within the pit. Under the radiant light of the pure yang pearl, everything hidden was illuminated. After the miasma on the surface dissipated, a crimson demonic aura, like a cold wave, began to surge upwards, vaguely transforming into the shadows of ferocious and terrifying demons. However, the moment it came into contact with the radiant light of the precious pearl, it let out a mournful cry, as if ice and snow exposed to the sunlight began to turn into black smoke and dissipate. The pure yang pearl continued to fall into the pit, and wherever it passed, whether it was the chilling demonic energy, the scarlet demonic shadow, or even various demonic restrictions, frost and cold flames, they all crumbled upon contact. The demon-dispelling properties of the pure yang scroll played their due role at this moment. Soon, the pure yang pearl landed on a light barrier that was a mixture of blood red and dark blue. Chen Mobai sensed it and found that it was actually a 5th-grade high-level formation. Originally, it was a 5th-grade spiritual vein that flowed underground, but it was transformed by the experts of the Jade Mirror Demon sect into the sect's ancestral land, which was extremely well hidden. If he hadn't come close and confirmed that the place below was his destination, he probably would have missed it. The fact that Wuchen Zhenjun was able to find this place only proves the power of the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument. With his mastery of the earth spirit realm, Chen Mobai saw through the entire array, which was both naturally formed and artificially modified. Then, the Yuan-Yang sword lit up, and the sword light split, with hundreds of beams of light descending from the sky, piercing into all the key nodes of the array like a meteor shower. With a series of muffled thuds, the light shield flickered a few times before shattering and dissipating. Then, the seemingly bottomless pit began to tremble violently, as if it were about to collapse. Who dares to be so bold? A sharp shout rang out, and a beam of bright red light shot into the sky, transforming into a blood god with blood-red skin and 2 horns on its head. The blood god emitted a ghostly blue snowflake that landed on the mountainside, turning frozen rocks to powder, a testament to the extreme cold. This power comes from a strangely shaped magical artifact held in the hand of the blood god. Is this the heavenly calamity frost blade? Chen Mobai looked at the long, narrow, crescent-shaped, dark blue magic weapon and couldn't help but think to himself. With a loud bang, from the depths of the pit, a yellowish-brown spiritual light burst forth, and a Taoist priest was enveloped and rushed out. It was none other than the true Lord Wuchen. He was bound by the Jade Mirror Demon sect's formation and the blood god's restraint, unable to escape. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai, outside, broke through the formation and fled like a bird soaring into the sky, seizing the opportunity to immediately use the heaven and earth Xuanji instrument to withdraw. Upon seeing this, the blood god immediately swung his heavenly calamity frost blade, unleashing a powerful, cold, azure strike at the incoming dustless true monarch. With a loud bang, true monarch Wuchen withstood the blow, but his figure froze, and frost appeared on his eyebrows and hair. "You old bastard's shell is pretty hard. you actually managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. While Blood God suppressed true monarch Wuchen with the heavenly calamity frost blade, his eyes were always fixed on Chen Mobai in the sky. She knew that compared to the one from the moral sect, the number one person in the eastern continent was the biggest problem. Young friend, lend a hand. This demonic blade contains the calamity and calamity of the first frost and snowstorm that froze the Milky Way at the beginning of creation. I am old and my body cannot withstand the cold. The dustless true Lord, who had withstood the heavenly calamity frost blade with the heavenly and earthly Chuenji instrument, saw Chen Mobai in the sky and immediately called out to him. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded. As he activated his sword technique, the Yuan Yang sword slashed through the air, deflecting the Blood God's blade for true monarch Wuchen. The instant the swords clashed, the two completely opposite forces of the great Tao, scorching heat and icy cold, caused the world to collapse in an instant. With a deafening roar, the ancestral land of the Jade Mirror Demon sect was instantly reduced to ruins. However, since true monarch Wuchen had a sixth-tier magic weapon in hand, he directly withstood this earth-shattering power and flew out, only stopping when he landed next to Chen Mobai. Young friend. As soon as the shivering true monarch Wuchen opened his mouth, a dark blue blade of light, capable of splitting the sky and cleaving the earth, rose from the ground and slashed towards the two of them. Clang! With the tolling of the bell, the primordial bell fell, easily suppressing the blade light that was powerful enough to freeze the void. The Blood God had already cleaved the earth, gripping the heavenly calamity frost blade, and flew to Chen Mobai's side with a cold smile. With the help of the demon blade, I have already achieved great success in my cultivation. I am about to settle scores with you righteous sects of the eastern continent one by one. Let me also settle my grudge against you today. As the Blood God spoke, his body flashed with demonic light, transforming into the shape of a female cultivator familiar to Chen Mobai. It was Dio Xianlin, who had a feud with Chen Mobai during the war between the righteous and the demonic forces. Young friend, this person has been controlled by the heavenly calamity frost blade. His strength is almost equivalent to an ancient demon descending to earth. Let's join forces and see if we can suppress him to prevent him from escaping and causing trouble in the eastern continent. If it really doesn't work, we can go back and gather all the nascent soul cultivators of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance to take action and kill him. At this moment, Wuchen Zhenjun had also expelled the demonic cold energy from his body and looked at the Blood God in front of him with a solemn expression. Chapter 1282, Refining with a Single Sword. Chapter 1282, Refining with a Single Sword. Don't worry, Senior, she will surely die today. Chen Mobai, however, looked confident. At this moment, he really didn't know who in the vast Tian realm could be his opponent. Young friend, this Blood God is no ordinary demon. It has already separated from its physical body, and all its essence, energy, and spirit have condensed into a blood-transforming demonic light. No tangible sword or magic weapon can damage it in the slightest. The only way to kill it is to suppress it and then slowly refine it with Yang fire. Seeing Chen Mobai's arrogance, Wuchen Zhenjun couldn't help but speak up to remind him. During his confrontation with Dio Xianlin, he wasn't just taking hits. He tried all sorts of methods, but only the true fire he had condensed for alchemy could harm the Blood God. However, his alchemy fire was only at the 6th level, and it couldn't even ignite when facing Dio Xianlin, who was wielding the heavenly calamity frost blade. Judging from what you've said, Senior, this person is no ordinary demonic cultivator. It seems I'll have to go all out. Chen Mobai nodded emphatically after hearing what Wuchen Zhenjun said, indicating that he would not hold back. His words enraged Dio Xianlin, who laughed in response. You ignorant brat, today I'll show you the power of the heavenly calamity frost blade. With a sharp shout, the long, narrow, curved demonic blade, carrying a chilling blue aura that seemed to freeze the void, slashed down in front of Chen Mobai in an instant. The primordial bell rang again, and amidst the flashes of 5-colored divine light, it froze the dark blue blade light. However, the heavenly calamity frost blade in Dio Xianlin's hand seemed to have inexhaustible power. After being immobilized by the first strike, she raised the blade again and unleashed a second and a third strike. These dark blue sword lights were all at the 6th level. No wonder even the dustless true Lord, who possessed the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, was trapped and unable to escape. Moreover, because Dio Xianlin was completely sacrificed to the ancient demon from beyond the heavens, She was practically the blood god incarnation of that ancient demon, perfectly serving as a tool to wield the heavenly calamity Frost Blade. To unleash the power of a sixth-tier magic weapon while at the nascent soul stage, aside from special cases like Chen Mobai, the most effective method is through the demonic path, which involves sacrifice and controlling people with the weapon. Because nascent soul cultivators worry about their essence being excessively drained by sixth-tier magic weapons, damaging their foundation. But Dio Xianlin didn't care about these things at all. She wished she could be devoured by the heavenly calamity Frost Blade and become a part of this demonic blade. Moreover, as long as the blood god has even a wisp of bloodlight, even if he has lost 99% of his power, he can recover by absorbing the essence, energy, and spirit of others. Under these circumstances, Dio Xianlin displayed strength that was almost no less than that of Ming Zun during the war between the righteous and the demonic. However, even if the Mingzun were to come, he would have to kneel before Chen Mobai now. Facing the heavenly calamity Frost Blade that unleashed a chilling blue light, Chen Mobai didn't waste any words and immediately attacked with his true form. His five-colored peacock primordial spirit transformed into the Chaos Pearl, unleashing the power of the Chaos Bell. Although it is not currently within the scope of the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array, since it did not take action during the Nine Heavens tribulation while chasing the QE Beast, some of the power in the Chaos Pearl has not been consumed, which can be used here. After receiving the blessing of the Chaos Pearl, the jade-colored bell wall immediately lit up with an incomparably rich five-colored divine light, as if a five-colored sea of clouds had descended from the sky, trapping the dark blue heavenly calamity Frost Blade at its very center. However, the heavenly calamity Frost Blade, as expected of a sixth-tier peak demonic treasure containing calamity and tribulation energy, actually unleashed an even more terrifying demonic light than before under the suppression of the primordial bell. At the very center of the five-colored sea of clouds, centered on the demonic blade, a dark, deep blue moonlight shone forth. The surrounding five-colored divine light, upon contact along with the void itself, was instantly frozen. However, with the blessing of the Hunyuan Pearl, the Hunyuan Bell continuously draws energy and emits five-colored divine light, restricting and suppressing the dark moonlight erupting from the demon blade at the very center of the sea of clouds, preventing it from spreading. I implore you, Senior, to also intervene and suppress it with the heavenly and earthly QNG instruments. Without this demonic blade, I could kill Dio Xianlin without breaking a sweat. Chen Mobai was cautious, and sensing the demonic blade's fierce resistance, spoke to Wuchen Zhenjun beside him to avoid any accidents. Good. Without a word, True Monarch Wuchen nodded and immediately deployed the heavenly and earthly QNG instrument, setting up an array in the void to control the spiritual veins within a radius of 10,000 miles. He extracted and refined the five elements of spiritual energy from them and continuously transported it into the five-colored sea of clouds before him. His move immediately made Hunyuan Zhang Guangque even more superior. The celestial and earthly QNG instrument, while perhaps not the most powerful artifact for combat, is arguably the best in the Eastern continent when used for defense and support. If Chen Mobai had this, with a few modifications, he could possess a portable heaven and earth network array. With the help of True Monarch Wuchen, the Hunyuan Bell no longer needed to worry about extracting too much essence from the Hunyuan Pearl and damaging Chen Mobai's foundation. It directly began to absorb the massive amount of five-element spiritual energy that was constantly flowing in from all around. Clang, clang, clang. The bells tolled one after another, each one louder than the last. The five-colored divine light was almost solidifying, becoming incredibly dense. The edges, which had been frozen solid, began to shrink inward inch by inch, and the dark demonic light was slowly forced back into the heavenly calamity Frost Blade. This scene left Dio Xianlin in shock. She never expected that the Hunyuan Bell could be combined with the heavenly and earthly QNG instrument in this way. Judging from the current trend, the heavenly calamity Frost Blade will soon be suppressed by the two great magical artifacts of the righteous path, and she will certainly not escape the fate of being sealed away. Although the blood god Dharma form makes her formless and intangible, and she is not afraid of weapons, the righteous path has a profound foundation and must have a way to deal with her, so she must find a way to break the deadlock. At this moment, a thought emanated from the heavenly calamity Frost Blade. Although it was suppressed, its grade was higher than the two major magic weapons of the righteous path. Therefore, as long as there was a slight gap, it could unleash calamity energy, cut through the five-colored cloud sea and take Dio Xianlin away. This tiny gap needs to be created by Dio Xianlin. Without hesitation, Dio Xianlin immediately targeted Chen Mobai, who was controlling the Hunyuan bell. If she could distract him, the situation would naturally be resolved. Considering that Chen Mobai was protected by a sixth-tier sword, a dark blue demonic aura surged from the heavenly calamity frost blade and merged into Dio Xianlin's blood-red light. This is the power of the ancient demon, the master of the demonic blade. With this assistance, Dio Xianlin instantly transformed into the most powerful form of the blood god, her entire body even igniting with cold flames, which condensed into a sharp, blood-red spear that pierced towards Chen Mobai above the five-colored sea of clouds in an instant. When Wu Zhenjian saw this scene, his expression became slightly solemn. He had also experienced this move when he fought with Dio Xianlin. Even his protective divine power, which he had cultivated to the peak of the 5th level, could not stop it. He could only use the heavenly and earthly Quenji instrument. Young friend. Wu Zhenjian spun the golden ball at the center of the Quenji instrument, about to help intercept it, but was stopped by Chen Mobai's telepathic message. He has never been afraid of opponents who are demonic cultivators. Perfect timing. Let the demonic path witness my glorious sword of holy virtue. With a loud shout, the pure Yang Pearl had already transformed into a second primordial spirit, grasped the Yuan Yang sword, and landed in front of Chen Mobai. As the sword technique was activated, the Chengping sword had reached its peak. The golden sword light wove together into a magnificent tapestry above the five-colored sea of clouds, depicting mountains, rivers, and the land, as if a splendid civilization had descended upon the world. At that moment, the crimson spear thrust forward, its sharp, bloody light colliding directly with the brilliant golden light. Just when Wu Zhenjian thought that the two great divine powers would erupt in a violent roar, he found that the blood-red light that had caused him so much trouble did not cause any waves under Chen Mobai's sword light. It was as if it had been thrown into a lake and was beginning to sink and dissipate inch by inch. Dio Xianlin's supernatural power was undoubtedly at the 6th level, which could be said to be the strongest that a nascent soul cultivator in the heavenly river realm could unleash. Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit's all-out Chengping sword was even slightly inferior. However, when faced with demonic techniques, the pure Yang scroll unleashed 3 times its power. Thus, Dio Xianlin's highly anticipated supernatural abilities were utterly defeated after encountering Chengping's sword. These blood-red lights were the convergence of her essence, energy, and spirit. During this process, she also felt her own existence being constantly dissolved. Once the blood-red light is completely purified by the sword light, she will disappear completely. That would mean death. Wait a minute, I've become a blood god. As long as my lifespan isn't exhausted, I should be immortal, right? The thought flashed through Dio Xianlin's mind. An instinctive fear made her immediately stop this suicidal act. However, at this point, it wasn't something that could be ended simply by her stopping. Seeing that the crimson light was no longer stabbing towards him, and had even transformed back into Dio Xianlin's form, retreating towards the heavenly calamity frost blade in the center of the five-colored cloud sea, Chen Mobai immediately unleashed the peaceful sword. This sword strike, though it was a defensive sword strike. However, when facing demonic cultivators, they can use a defensive posture to crush them squarely. Beneath the thunderous sword aura, Chengping's sword descended with even greater speed than Dio Xianlin's, like a magnificent golden scroll, sweeping up the blood-red light she had transformed into, and bringing it back to Chen Mobai's side like a gleaming jade slip. The blood-red light twisted and struggled within the brocade text, but compared to suppressing the heavenly calamity frost blade, the second primordial spirit suppressed her with extraordinary ease. It didn't even need any other pure Yang magic artifacts to help. Just the fall of the Yuanyang sword was enough to immobilize Dio Xianlin. Let's end our connection today. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he activated the pure Yang scroll, and the phoenix and azure bird from the 3 phoenix Dharma image appeared together, landing on the Yuan Yang sword to enhance it. Dio Xianlin, who was caught by Chengping's sword, let out a violent scream, but under a burst of brilliant sword light, she was instantly reduced to ashes. When Wu Zhenjian saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chapter 1283, How to Deal with Magic Treasures. Chapter 1283, How to Deal with Magic Treasures. Wu Zhenjian knew Dio Xianlin's strength best. Although she was only a low-ranking blood god, she had obtained the heavenly calamity Frost Blade and the ancient demonic power within it, so even he could only resist her. In his view, dealing with Dio Xinlan might require the combined efforts of himself, De Kong, and Chen Zaiyu, the three nascent soul cultivators of the eastern continent. Now Chen Mobai alone, with just one sword strike, has turned Dio Xinlan to ashes. Isn't this level of skill a bit excessive? When the old dragon was slain, true monarch Wuchen was not present at the scene. He only knew the result, but he believed in his heart that it was not the work of Chen Mobai alone. There might have been the Water Mother Palace helping him behind the scenes. But after witnessing Chen Mobai easily annihilate Dio Xinlan today, he felt that his guess might be wrong. Was the old dragon really killed by young friend Chen alone? Upon realizing this, Wuchen Zhenjian's gaze towards Chen Mobai completely changed. He had originally thought that even if his strength was inferior to Chen Mobai's, the difference would be limited. After all, he was in the late stage of the nascent soul realm and possessed the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, a magical artifact with boundless power in the eastern continent. But now we know that the gap is quite large. Senior, what should we do with this heavenly calamity Frost Blade? After casually beheading Dio Xinlan, Chen Mobai withdrew his two primordial spirit avatars, pointed to the demonic blade suppressed by the Hunyuan Bell and the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, and asked, "This is a demonic treasure, and it contains the will of an ancient demon. Logically speaking, it should be destroyed. However, in the heavenly river realm, the only way to completely destroy a demonic treasure of this caliber is with the help of the sacred virtue treasure of the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest. Of course, that would be a bit wasteful. The best way is to erase the spirituality from the magic treasure, re-refine it into a magic weapon embryo, and then find a disciple with a compatible physique to refine it into a natal magic weapon. If this disciple achieves something, he will not only be able to cultivate a successor to the nascent soul stage, but may even leave behind a sixth-order magic weapon for the sect in the future." After hesitating for a moment, Wuchen Zhenjian still told the righteous path the best way to deal with the demonic treasure. This is the method of the former Eastern Imperial Court. The original human emperor banner, which commanded the major sects of the Eastern continent, was a modified version of a sixth-tier myriad soul banner magic treasure. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was filled with admiration for the wisdom of his ancestors. This method of erasing spirituality and then recultivating it was not developed by the immortal sects. However, it could also be because the magical artifacts in the heavenly river realm are generally more arrogant in their spirituality. The magical artifacts from the immortal sects will work as long as you pay them. The people here are quite aloof. If you're not compatible, they won't let you use them. If you encounter a ruthless cultivator, they'll simply recycle you and format you. They might as well not use you at all. I wonder if you, Senior, are aware of this method of annihilating spirituality. Chen Mobai was not ashamed to ask questions, and it just so happened that he had more than one, including the Hell Plate, which was in a similar situation. The specific method has not been passed down, but my ancestor, who served in the Eastern Imperial Court, collected some information on the human emperor banner. I copied it all down before I came. Please take it, young friend. True Monarch Wuchen directly took out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it over. Chen Mobai accepted the gift and thanked him repeatedly. According to local customs, being able to pass on this kind of knowledge is already an immense favor. However, true monarch Wuchen waved his hand and said, "Young friend, you came all this way to save me today, so I should be thanking you. Since the heavenly calamity Frost Blade has been suppressed by your primordial bell, it is clear that it is destined to be with you, so please take it with you." What Chen Mobai liked most about the locals was that they knew how to adapt to the times. He was just thinking about how to bring up the idea of taking the heavenly calamity Frost Blade back to study, when true Lord Wuchen directly offered him a way out. "Not at all, not at all, how could I accept this? Senior also helped suppress the demonic treasure." But on the surface, Chen Mobai still needed to be polite and declined. "As the #1 weapon refiner in the Eastern continent, young friend, the probability of this magical treasure being successfully reforged in your hands is much greater. Perhaps hundreds or thousands of years later, it will become another divine artifact of the righteous path of the Eastern continent. It should rightfully belong to you." True Monarch Wuchen offered another reason, and this time Chen Mobai no longer declined. "Since you've said so, Senior, I will do my best to handle this magical artifact properly." At this point, the two became very friendly and chatted happily. Not long after, a message talisman flew over. Chen Mobai saw that it was from Takesu Immortal. The latter had already found Dakang Zhenjun and suppressed Wen Baiyu. He asked if Chen Mobai needed any help. As expected of senior Takesu Immortal. After reading it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire it, saying that its efficiency was almost on par with his own. Senior brother Jiang has also come to Dangzhou. It seemed that true Lord Wuchen knew immortal Takesu, and he was slightly surprised upon hearing this. "While you two were in trouble, I was also blocked at the gate by the Kui beasts of the Wanling sect on the other side of Wandering Mountain." Chen Mobai briefly recounted what had happened not long ago. Having just calmed his shock, true Lord Wuchen was stunned and speechless for a long time after hearing this. Just as he was wondering if Chen Mobai was exaggerating, two flashes of silver light appeared, and Takesu Immortal and Dakang True Monarch instantly appeared before them. Since Wuchen and Dakang were both in Dongli, the two nascent soul cultivators from Takesu Pyomeo Palace teleported over as soon as the message talisman reached their location. "I knew it, my friend would definitely handle it faster than I could." When Takesu Immortal saw the suppressed heavenly calamity frost blade, he smiled and said to the great void true lord beside him, whose face was still showing surprise. Clearly, Takesu Immortal had already informed him about the Kui beast. "In such a great world, it is fortunate that the eastern continent has you, young friend," said true monarch Dakang solemnly to Chen Mobai. "Not at all, not at all. I alone can only save one side. Only when we, the righteous sects of the eastern continent, work together can we protect all living beings in the eastern continent." Chen Mobai was always a very humble gentleman when facing outsiders. "Would you like to send this demonic blade to the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, young friend?" At this moment, Takesu Xian pointed to the Tian Xuanghue blade, which was gradually calming down after losing Dio Xianlin's support, and asked, "What are the benefits of sending it?" Chen Mobai was also very realistic. After all, according to what true monarch Wuchen said, if he stayed and reforged it, he might be able to obtain a magic weapon embryo that could be upgraded to the 6th rank. We are all acting for the righteous cause, so it would be too formal to talk about benefits. However, if you take a fancy to any of the spiritual materials in the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, please just ask. Takesu Xian chuckled, but still revealed something. Clearly, Kainkyu Bimolin is willing to make sacrifices for the sake of the magic treasure. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai decided it was better to keep the heavenly calamity frost blade and use it to try the reforging method mentioned by true monarch Wuchen. However, he could give away the hell disc on his body in exchange for some 6th-order spiritual materials that he and the spirit venerable needed. "I'll think about it carefully when I get back." However, Chen Mobai did not give it away right away, since he had not yet looked into the market price of 6th-tier magic treasures. What if the purple cloud universe is more valuable? Compared to that, what he needs more now is Taoist cultivation. Without a single suspension pill in hand, he felt uneasy about his practice of void refinement and was filled with anxiety. Takesu Immortal nodded slightly in response. After all, it was a matter concerning the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, and his mention of it was already considered a favor to Heoran Yiki Immortal. The sacred treasures of the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest can purify the spirituality of those demonic treasures, transforming them into magical artifact embryos without damage. So, as long as the value of a magical artifact embryo does not exceed the 6th rank, they will basically agree to whatever you propose, young friend. Takesu Immortal seemed to have a high opinion of Chen Mobai and suddenly said this last sentence. "Thank you, senior." Chen Mobai, however, thought that Takesu Immortal was reminding him that the key to purifying the spirituality of the demonic treasure lay in the great Tao of sacred virtue. "Now that things are settled here, I'll take my leave. There are still some matters to discuss with the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect." Takesu Immortal bid farewell to the group, while Dakang True Monarch accompanied his senior brother, the sect leader, and acted as their guide. "Senior brother Jiang, please take your time. My Dayad sect is also located in the eastern lands. You can stop by and visit me," said true monarch Wuchen. Immortal Takesu nodded slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, he and true monarch Dakang teleported away. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt a bit dumbfounded. According to polite etiquette, he should have invited Takesu Immortal to visit the Five Elements sect. However, he wasn't a sociable person, and with the turtle treasure in his possession, it wouldn't be a problem for him to distance himself from Takesu Immortal. At this moment, true monarch Wuchen suddenly said, "It seems that in the upper realm, the nine heavens demon-subduing ancestor has already reached an agreement with true King Takesu." Chen Mobai roughly guessed that it was about the 6 paths of reincarnation, but at least only Tao lords could participate in such matters. His cultivation level was too weak at the moment, so he pretended not to understand. When the Kui beast attacked the mountain, there was also unrest in the area under my sect's jurisdiction. Now that the blood god in Dongli has finished dealing with the situation, I will head back first. After using the Hunyuan bell to suppress the Tian Shuanghu blade and storing it in his storage bag, Chen Mobai bid farewell to Wuchen Zhenjun. Wuchen Zhenjun thanked him again for his help, and then the two parted ways. After flying away from Dongli, Chen Mobai changed direction according to the location of the primordial demon talisman and blocked Tu Ming, who was coming ashore from the other side of Dongzhou. Tu Ming, who had just stepped out of the gates of the underworld, saw Chen Mobai waiting for him on the desolate mountain not far away. He couldn't help but shudder and instinctively turned to run away. "Come over." But as soon as Chen Mobai's words reached his ears, Tu Ming was furious, but his body obediently flew towards the barren mountain. What a coincidence, fellow Taoist is here too. Tu Ming hated being ordered around, but he had just experienced Chen Mobai's strength and couldn't beat him. For the sake of his life, he could only endure it for now and spoke with a smile. "Of course I'm waiting for you. Why did you suddenly come to Dongli?" Chen Mobai didn't want to beat around the bush with Tu Ming and asked directly what he wanted to know. "The Lord of the Central Demonic Path ordered me to return and reorganize the Eastern Continent's demonic path, preparing to storm Tangshan Peak soon." Tu Ming's eyes flickered as he came up with a reason, not wanting Chen Mobai to know about the heavenly calamity Frost Blade. "The Eastern Continent demonic path. Apart from you, only the two blood gods of the Jade Mirror demonic sect have some strength, but unfortunately they have already been wiped out by me and Takesu Immortal." Chen Mobai believed it to be true, and really thought that the demonic path was going to cause trouble and attack the Nine Heavens demonic sect, but he was very doubtful about the strength of the demonic path. "Ah?" Tu Ming was shocked upon hearing Chen Mobai's words and couldn't help but ask. "The blood god is gone, so what about the blood calamity ancient demon's heavenly calamity Frost Blade?" "I killed the man, so the item is naturally in my hands. What you want it?" Chen Mobai frowned and looked at Tu Ming, beginning to suspect that the guy had ulterior motives. No, it's just that the demonic blade is extremely terrifying. Even the blood calamity ancient demon was controlled by the blade before he attained enlightenment. I'm afraid you don't understand, fellow Taoist. If you're not careful and come into contact with it too much, you might also have your Tao heart corrupted by the blade. If this creates a demon in your heart, you might be taken advantage of by the central demon lord, or even have your body possessed." Tu Ming immediately shook his head and came up with another excuse, saying that he was standing on Chen Mobai's side and considering his feelings. "Don't worry about that. After you left Dongzhou, the Lord of the Central Demonic Path joined forces with the Kui Beast to besiege me at Wandering Mountain. The Kui Beast's corpse is currently in my storage bag. The Lord of the Central Demonic Path severed his inner demon and left behind an avatar before escaping." Chen Mobai recounted his recent achievements with practiced ease, this time including the fate of the Lord of the Central Demonic Path, as he had told true monarch Wuchen. Unexpectedly, the first person to know all of his achievements was Tu Ming. Clearly, Tu Ming was also taken aback. Although he knew that Chen Mobai was powerful, he was no match for him. He had fallen into an ambush and walked into the sixth order formation that his opponent had set up in advance. As for the Central Demon Lord and the Kui Beast, both of them are stronger than him. Even if he falls into a sixth order formation, he feels that he can fight Chen Mobai to the death, and it will be 2 against 1. They actually lost. How can you be so bad? The mutually destructive outcome he had envisioned did not materialize. Tu Ming harbored resentment towards his partners, the Central Demon Lord and the Heavenly Spirit True Monarch, and even began to doubt their strength. "Your demonic path intends to attack the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Do you have any detailed and specific plans? Tell me in detail." Chen Mobai and Yi Qing were sworn brothers, and now that he knew the demonic path was going to attack his friend's sect, he naturally wanted to find out the details. "There's no concrete plan yet, it's just been talked about verbally. Currently, we're gathering experts from all walks of life, including demons, monsters, and other unorthodox sects. That's why they sent me to the Eastern Continent." Tu Ming dared not say that their most detailed plan was to first destroy the Five Elements sect and retrieve the evil ghost disc from Chen Mobai. The Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect was ranked after the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect is still around, so the plan to attack the Nine Heavens Demon Slaying sect, the next target, is still just a plan in mind. Yes, inform me as soon as you have detailed information. After leaving those words, Chen Mobai vanished from the spot in an instant. Tu Ming wanted to spit out his anger and ask Chen Mobai what kind of person he was, daring to order him around. But after considering his own conduct, he decided not to take any action against it. Chapter 12, 84 3 Spiritual Medicines for Nascent Soul Transformation. Chapter 12, 84 3 Spiritual Medicines for Nascent Soul Transformation. Before leaving Dongli, Chen Mobai wrote on a communication talisman the news that the demons were going to attack the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect and sent it to Yi Qing, telling his good brother to be careful, before returning to Wandering Mountain. Although the Central Demon Lord and the QE Beast escaped and died respectively, the Heavenly Spirit True Monarch has not shown his face. With the opponent hiding in the shadows, we cannot let our guard down. However, after he returned, the Tongxianyi connected to the Five Elements sect's signal and immediately displayed numerous text messages and missed call notifications. The great battle with the QE Beast took place along the coast of Dongyi, causing a huge commotion. By the time he traveled to Dongli, news of it had spread throughout the Five Elements sect. King Nu and the others were very worried and immediately expressed their concern upon receiving the news. Chen Mobai simply left his second primordial spirit at Wandering Mountain to oversee things, while his true body first used the void shift technique to return to the Yellow Dragon Cave. When he returned, he sensed through the primordial demon talisman that Du Menjian had returned to Yaoguang Immortal City. After sending Song Huangda to investigate, he discovered that Hong had married a new Taoist partner. Chen Mobai wondered if these two were truly in love. Considering Du Menjian's merit in capturing the Central Demon Lord, Chen Mobai decided not to interfere further. At this time, the nascent soul cultivators and leaders of the Five Elements sect also received imperial edicts and came to the Yellow Dragon Cave to pay their respects. Chen Mobai briefly recounted the three major battles he fought against Tu Ming, the Lord of the Central Demonic Path, and the QE Beast. He expressed that, although the environment in the Eastern continent was currently peaceful, a major battle was bound to occur soon. Moreover, the demonic and monster paths were already gathering, and the Five Elements sect, guarding the coastal gateway of the Eastern continent, had to be prepared. After hearing this, the nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect all looked shocked and solemn. They were fortunate that their sect had Chen Mobai, a pillar of strength, but they were also worried about the great changes that would happen to the world in the future. After all, almost all the nascent soul cultivators in the Heavenly River realm have already shown up. In the upcoming great battle, even nascent soul true monarchs will only be able to protect themselves. Compared to other holy lands, the Five Elements sect has a slightly shallower foundation, with only one nascent soul cultivator and not many others. As long as I am here, the sect will surely be safe and sound, but I don't know how long I can hold on. Perhaps one day I will encounter a powerful opponent and have to break through the shackles to advance to the void refinement stage. So in the next 100 years, I hope that a second nascent soul cultivator will emerge in the sect, so that even if I leave, I can rest in peace. Chen Mobai spoke, putting pressure on the nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect who had been summoned today. Over the years, thanks to his protection, those below him have lived a relatively comfortable life. In particular, the disciples who entered the sect in the last 100 years are showing a tendency to develop in the same direction as the immortal sects. Although Chen Mobai considered most of the local customs to be bad habits, the spirit of enterprise and the courage to strive even with only a 1% chance of success were commendable during wartime. Over the years, Chen Mobai has managed and protected the Five Elements sect's territory so peacefully that many cultivators have become somewhat ungrateful. Now is the time to help them regain that mindset. Yes, sect leader. The Five Elements sect cultivators, sitting on both sides, all nodded in agreement. Although Chen Mobai knew that among the sect cultivators present, only a handful had the potential to reach the nascent soul stage, he still wanted to give them hope for advancement. The immortal sect is so peaceful, yet it hasn't become stagnant because the channels for ascension have always been open, even if they are very narrow, at least allowing those below to see hope. The five element school should follow the same principle. So Chen Mobai spoke up about something else. Master Dengxia has already deciphered the nascent soul pill formula left by the longevity sect. Although it is an ancient formula, and many of the spiritual materials no longer exist in the world, when combined with the great Tao pill formula of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, a new nascent soul pill formula has been developed. I plan to leave a furnace for the sect as a foundation before I ascend, and I plan to start collecting materials to refine it soon. Within the sect, whoever reaches the nascent soul stage first can directly exchange one pill using contribution points. Hearing his words, the nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect, who were already full of fighting spirit, became even more motivated. Sect leader, is it all right to form a separate sect? Chen Lingaming couldn't help but ask, though he felt that Chen Mobai would definitely agree given his magnanimity. However, he feared that Chen Mobai might ascend before the pill was finished, and the Five Elements sect's nascent soul cultivators present would then ostracize him as a branch sect member. Therefore, he wanted a definite answer. If Chen Mobai has said something, then no one would dare to deny it. They are all of the same lineage, so naturally they should be treated equally. Chen Mobai nodded. Although the nascent soul cultivators from the One Yuan Dao Palace were generally at a higher level than those from the Five Elements sect, they couldn't be treated differently for the sake of the bigger picture. Besides, they had caused trouble for the One Yuan true monarch of the spirit void immortal realm, so they should help him with the Dao lineage he left behind. Moreover, besides the Yiyuan Dao Palace, there's also a branch sect under the Zhou Wang God in Dongling, and it is even possible that there will be 5 elements branch sects in the 5 continents and 4 seas in the future. At worst, we can set a threshold for contribution points later. After all, contribution points can only be obtained through missions issued by the 5 elements sect of the Eastern Wilderness. In order to maintain the value of contribution points, Chen Mobai had long ago closed the channel for exchanging spirit stones for contribution points, and even the transfer of contribution points can only be done after a cultivator passes away, and then be handed over to his disciples or bloodline descendants. Nascent soul cultivators from branch sects who want to earn contribution points for exchanging for nascent soul pills will definitely have to complete many tasks for their main sect, probably for hundreds of years without stopping. Over such a long period of time, they become almost as important as the main sect. Thank you, sect leader. Chen Lingaming was overjoyed to receive Chen Mobai's reply. After he reached nascent soul stage, he essentially considered himself a cultivator of the 5 elements sect. Under Chen Mobai's command, he made many great contributions. Among the younger generation of nascent soul cultivators, the number of contribution points in his account was second only to Zhu Ming, a major contributor. However, Zhu Ming's nascent soul stage was relatively short, and Chen Lingaming was confident that he would reach the nascent soul stage before her. After all, he has now refined the primordial Dao fruit, and his speed of cultivating the One Yuan Dao scripture is almost 1,000 miles a day. Chen Lingaming was unaware that Chen Mobai had already arranged for Zhu Ming what he was competing for. After the sect meeting ended, Chen Mobai kept his 2 disciples behind for a small internal meeting. Minger, this is a heavenly spirit pill, a nascent soul transformation pill refined from the essence and blood of an earth attribute true spirit. It's perfectly suited to your cultivation method. I originally planned to give it to you when you were on the verge of nascent soul transformation, but considering that your master might accidentally ascend and take it with him, I'll give it to you today. Thank you very much, master. Zhu Ming accepted the gift with both hands, her face beaming with excitement. After so many years of mentorship, she would no longer be polite to anything Chen Mobai gave her. Zhang Heng is just waiting for this batch of longevity pills. Chen Mobai did not show favoritism and spoke to his other disciple. Jiang Xingheng, yes, master. Over the years, Qing Nu has used the myriad transformations and dark union to analyze and integrate the formulas of the 3 major pills, the Great Tao Pill, the True Spirit Pill, and the Heavenly Spirit Pill. She has created a new divine transformation pill formula using the Great Tao Pill formula as a framework. Because it used the name of the longevity sect, it was named Longevity Tao Pill. With the 5 elements sect's current strength, even if they were to refine a nascent soul pill, no other force would dare to say anything. Even the Dayad sect could only reluctantly come over to offer their congratulations. Let's use the old dragon's essence blood for the first batch. Since true monarch Wuchen was able to refine 4 pills before, I'll be on the safe side and prepare the medicinal materials according to 4 pills as well. King Nu began to explain her plans. She was confident in refining 5th-grade pills, but since it was her first time, she planned to copy the successful experience of the moral sect. Even in her opinion, this essence blood could be refined into 5 or 6 pills. Yes, I'm at ease leaving the alchemy to you. Minger will assist your master's wife. If there are any missing materials, we can collect them through the channels of the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance and the Texumisti Palace, or even directly purchase them from the morality sect. I doubt they would dare to disrespect me. The prototypes of both the longevity pill and the saintly spirit pill are the great Tao pills, sharing many auxiliary ingredients. Furthermore, the moral sect cultivates over 90% of the auxiliary ingredients needed for the saintly spirit pill. Even though they've depleted their reserves by refining 2 batches in recent years, gathering enough of these ingredients will still be helpful. Good. After hearing this, Qing Nu nodded directly. After saying this, Chen Mobai gestured for his 2 disciples to leave. It was getting late, and he still had other things to discuss with King Nu. Besides the longevity pill, Qing Nu has also mastered the formulas for other pills such as the blood-refining pill and the spirit-shocking pill over the years. These 3 ingredients combined can help a cultivator's essence, energy, and spirit break through to the 5th level, similar to the 3 spiritual medicines used by immortal sects to help them form a nascent soul. In Qing Nu's opinion, if one had this set of 3 nascent soul transformation pills, even the most ordinary nascent soul cultivator could increase their success rate in achieving nascent soul transformation by 20%. Chen Mobai was also very tempted by this. With this, the number of nascent soul cultivators in the 5 Elements sect would definitely not be small in the future. At least for now, Qing Nu, Zhuo Ming, Jiang Xingheng, Chen Lingaming, and Yin Qingmei all have Dao fruits, and with the addition of pills, their chances of reaching the nascent soul stage are higher than his own back then. It can only be said that one generation plants the trees, and another enjoys the shade. However, if he could see that the sect was full of nascent soul cultivators, then Chen Mobai felt that his hard work as a predecessor was worthwhile. By the way, I obtained the corpse of a 6th-tier QE beast this time. Will it be useful for your alchemy? Chen Mobai waved his hand, bringing Qing Nu into his own realm. Even though the QE beast was dead, the pressure of the 3 great Daos still lingered, so he left the purple lightning sword there to suppress it. Of the 3 great paths, one is the great path of thunder, which the purple lightning sword can draw upon to grow stronger. Upon seeing Chen Mobai enter with Qing Nu, the purple lightning sword immediately flew over to greet them, displaying utmost politeness. These 6th-tier materials are a bit too advanced for me. However, I can add a wisp of essence blood when refining the longevity pill. As long as I can maintain a good balance with the dragon's essence blood, it might have a better effect. But whether it will work or not, I need to further refine the pill formula. With Chen Mobai's protection, Qing Nu, enduring the immense pressure of the QE beast's great Dao, arrived before the corpse. After examining it, she shared her thoughts. Let's wait until you reach the nascent soul stage before making any changes. The formula for the longevity pill is already perfect. There's no need to modify it further. Chen Mobai, however, was a cautious person and felt that it was better to wait until he was more certain of success before doing something that might not work out. After hearing this, Qing Nu nodded, since she was only at the nascent soul stage and had no way of processing these 6th-order materials that contained the power of the great Tao. Your strength is getting stronger and stronger. I didn't expect that even a 6th-tier QE beast is no match for you. King Nu followed Chen Mobai back to Huanglong Cave, her tone full of admiration. Not at all, I only kept the enemy at the door. It was all thanks to the heavenly curtain and earthly network array and the primordial bell. Besides, the QE beast died during its ascension tribulation. Chen Mobai wasn't so vain when facing his Taoist partner. However, seeing the reverent look in Qing Nu's eyes, he still felt immense satisfaction. Realizing it had been a long time since they had been intimate, he couldn't resist reaching out and pulling her into his arms. After several rounds of lovemaking, it was already the next morning. Chen Mobai wanted to linger with King Nu some more, but Zhuo Ming had already knocked on the door. King Nu had told her that today they would start collecting various medicinal herbs to refine the nascent soul pill. In front of their own disciple, Chen Mobai and his wife were still quite restrained. After all, one must be a role model for others. While Qing Nu and Zhuo Ming were scouring the eastern continent for the medicinal herbs needed for the longevity pill, Chen Mobai also planned to return to the Zixel universe to see if he could sell his magical treasures, such as the QE Beast Corpse, the Hell Disc, and the Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade, for a high price there. If he could gather enough Taoist cultivation points for even one suspended void pill, he would definitely do it without hesitation. Before leaving, Yin Qingmei secretly greeted him using the Tanshiani, a type of telescope. When Yin Qingmei heard about the nascent soul pill during the previous meeting, she became somewhat anxious. After all, as a heavenly spirit root, she had always been a key nascent soul seed cultivated by the Five Elements sect. However, her cultivation speed could only be described as average, since she also had a natal spiritual plant in addition to herself. Therefore, it was definitely not her turn to reach the nascent soul stage the fastest, so she wondered if she could follow her previous successful experience and get a spot through the back door. She was very sensible and didn't call directly, but sent a text message to avoid any misunderstanding from the sect leader's wife. Chen Mobai immediately understood her thoughts and simply replied, "Cultivate diligently. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, and if the sect still has the resources, they won't shortchange you." Upon seeing this, Yin Qingmei immediately felt relieved and her anxiety subsided. The best thing she ever did in her life was to bow down in reverence at the sacred tree secret realm. After calming Yin Qingmei down, Chen Mobai activated the turtle treasure. On the Zixel universe side, the pricing information is more transparent. A 6th-tier peak magic weapon typically costs 20 Dao Gong in the market. The price is based on the boundary gate as the standard, and may fluctuate depending on the negotiation between the two parties. However, magical artifacts from the demonic path will be discounted, and if their origin is unclear, the price may be further reduced. Chapter 12. 85 Methods to Solve the Household Registration Problem. Chapter 12. 85 Methods to Solve the Household Registration Problem. How many? The preliminary estimated value is 10 Dao Gong, a unit of currency, but the exact price will be determined by our shop's appraiser after you send the item to us. Who pays for the mailing fee? The customer pays up front. If the ritual object is unsuitable, it will be refunded, but the postage will not be reimbursed. If the object is accepted by our shop, then we will split the cost equally. Chen Mobai spoke with the customer service representatives of shops that bought and sold magical artifacts within the Jimen, Chinese letter, and received varying prices. Since the magical artifacts from the demonic path were of unknown origin, they were generally offered at a 50% discount. The other processes are similar. That means the online price is only a preliminary estimate. If you really want to sell it, you have to mail it to an offline store for authentication. After all, a 6th-tier peak magic weapon isn't cheap, and videos and photos alone certainly can't be reliable. Chen Mobai currently wants to sell the Hell Disc, since it has long been refined by the Black Fly Demon God and contains the Demon God's will, making it a hot potato. However, the postage was too expensive, which made him hesitate to make a decision. He planned to look for a shop at the Xuanhu Dojo so that the Spirit Venerable would have to make the trip. Moreover, if Liangsu were to handle the transaction, at least it wouldn't be too much of a ripoff. Besides the magic treasure, Chen Mobai also inquired about the QE Beast's corpse. However, since it wasn't alive, basically no one was interested. After all, the true spirit bloodline of the QE Beast wasn't particularly high level, and the one in Chen Mobai's hand had lost control during the inner demon tribulation, exhausted its essence, and died, which was equivalent to the worst 6th rank. Chen Mobai contacted several beef shops but was rejected by all of them, fearing he might buy a diseased or dead beef. Finally, he consulted Qi Yuheng, a professional who suggested another approach, selling to pet food stores. The regulation in this area is relatively lax, and those who make money in this area are often unscrupulous and unafraid of trouble. After Chen Mobai contacted several companies, more than half of them sent him their contact information to discuss the details. In the end, he found one that was closest to Fusheng Star and could deliver the goods to his door and sold it to them. The price is half a Dao Gong. If it can be sold, it's considered a success. Besides the QE Beast meat, the hardest part, the ox horn, was also bought by a weapon refining shop for half a Dao cultivation point. This could be considered the essence of the QE Beast. Chen Mobai originally planned to keep it for himself if he couldn't sell it, and use it for weapon refining in the future when he had time. The shops he sells to are all located in the local area of Chuanhu. If he asks the spirit to deliver them, he can save on postage. The remaining QE beast hides were deemed unworthy of Dao merit by the weapon refining shop, which only offered suspended pot coins. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai decided to keep it for himself. It can be used to upgrade one's pure yang robe, or to craft another tier 6 robe separately. Of course, he also extracted the essence blood of the QE beast. After all, the QE beast's meat needs to be bled before it can be made into food, so Chen Mobai did it for the shopkeeper. Once Qing Nu has used up the essence blood of the old dragon and the fox spirit, she can try to use the essence blood of the QE beast to refine the longevity pill. Although the QE beast exhausted its essence before it died, the remaining true spirit blood could still be used to refine 5 or 6 batches of 5th-grade pills. This can be considered as leaving behind the foundation for the 5 elements sect to become an ancient holy land. Chen Mobai also fed the 6th-tier inner core of the QE beast directly to the purple lightning sword. After absorbing the essence of the great Tao within, the purple lightning sword should be able to advance to the peak of the 6th-tier low grade. Next, he will continuously refine it by imbuing it with the great Tao. If he is lucky, it might be able to advance into a Tao-accomplishing treasure along with him when he merges with the Tao. However, this possibility is extremely slim. After all, Chen Mobai did not cultivate the great Tao of destruction. How about we give it to Bai Guang in the future? Chen Mobai thought of his wife who was working hard away from home and realized that he had never given her any expensive gifts. The purple lightning sword was just right, and it matched her attributes perfectly. I wonder if Bai Guang wants it, since she already has the forgetfulness sword. Next, Chen Mobai investigated the air defenses of Fusheng Star, and found that the Great Formation here would only trigger an alarm when someone entered or exited without prior notification using a void technique. If you fly off the planet directly into an uninhabited area, no one will care. However, on the outermost layer of the heaven and earth membrane of the healing star, there is a ring of strong winds from the deepest part of the suspended pot dojo, containing both hot and cold energies. If an ordinary nascent soul cultivator is entangled by these winds, his primordial spirit will dissolve, and his body will decay. Only through passages opened up by a few cultivators at the void refinement stage can one safely pass through the midday cold and heat winds. Of course, there are also some smuggling routes. However, since the spirit venerable was a void refining being and had stepped into the great path of wind, he tried it out and found that entering and exiting the midnight cold and heat gale was just like going home. Chen Mobai explained his situation to the spirit lord, who did not refuse at all. He then took the QE beast corpse he had disposed of and flew away from Fusheng Star without making a sound. A month later, 1 Dao Gong was deposited into Chen Mobai's account. Watching his balance jump from 3 to 4, Chen Mobai sighed deeply, realizing that earning Taoist merit was truly difficult. He still had 3 Taoist cultivation talismans given to him by the Spirit Lord, and he only needed 2 more Taoist cultivation talisman to buy the suspended void pill. He inquired about the business of acquiring magic items at many shops in the Xuanhu Dojo, but all required proper procedures. Moreover, at the Xuanhu Dojo, any transaction of a 6th-tier magic artifact needed to be registered because it was subject to taxation. Of course, there are also black markets that don't charge taxes, such as the Magic Market platform. This bypasses the official channels, allowing buyers and sellers to connect directly, with the price entirely dependent on negotiation. As a result, without the guarantee of an official platform, the price of the magic treasure will be further reduced, basically only selling for 5 Dao Gong. Although Chen Mobai was already satisfied with 5 Dao cultivation points, since the Hell Plate was practically free, and selling it would free him from the trouble of being categorized by the Black Fly Demon God, he would definitely prefer to sell more to obtain even more Dao cultivation points. Moreover, Song Kingi's suspended void pill is still in the pre-order stage, and Chen Mobai himself has not yet reached the nascent soul stage, so he is not in a hurry for the time being. Another point is that Chen Mobai doesn't know if leaving the Hell Disc here will affect the important matter of reorganizing the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Heavenly River realm. After all, the 5 Elements sect and the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer sect were allies, and Chen Mobai still did not want the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer ancestor to fail. So I posted this first to test the waters for the price. This is an 80% new peak level 6th tier magic weapon, obtained after purifying a demon-infested planet. It contains the thoughts of a possible seventh-tier true demon, a half-enlightened treasure, and has some innate Taoist charm related to life and death. Chen Mobai originally wanted to put the heavenly calamity frost blade up as well, but after thinking about it, he realized that Luo Yixuan might be able to use this magical artifact in the future, and it would also be a good opportunity to practice the method of erasing the spirituality of the demonic treasure, so he decided to keep it for now. We'll talk about it when we really need more spiritual practice in the future. After the post was published, many people inquired about the price, but they were all very stingy and were basically only willing to offer around 5 Dao Gong. Moreover, all of these required him to provide free shipping or deliver them personally. Chen Mobai definitely couldn't accept these conditions. After all, if the journey is too far, the Taoist merits sold might not even cover the postage. However, there are some closer options. For example, many of the cultivators who inquired via private message are located in the Xuan Palace, which is right next to the Xuanhu Taoist Temple. They even indicated that they would be willing to pay an extra 1 or 2 Taoist merits for delivery if the goods were delivered to their door. Within the Xuan Palace, due to its unique and extinguished environment, many demonic cultivators are hidden. So, it's obvious that most people who buy demonic treasures are demonic cultivators. Even if a spirit venerable who has mastered the great Tao of Wind and possesses unparalleled speed went there, he would probably never return. Chen Mobai chuckled at these people and didn't reply. Senior, what happened to that giant Kun avatar from before? That day, Lingzhen returned to Fushing Star. After Chen Mobai took her into the Dharma realm, he asked about this matter. After some recuperation, I can barely train it to become an incarnation. The spirit lord shook his head and waved his hand at the sea. Soon, a giant Kun, as huge as land, emerged from the water. However, compared to when the central demon lord controlled it, the current giant Kun had a profound aura and had merged with the entire ocean. This means that the Tao of water has reached its peak, and is only one step away from stepping into the 6th level of void refinement. However, since this giant Kun was cultivated by the central demon lord, the peak of the 5th rank is already its limit. If it tries to cultivate the void, its bloodline will collapse and it will explode and die. What a pity! Chen Mobai was also very disappointed after hearing this. He had originally thought that the demonic incarnation of the central demon lord could, like the QE beast, step into the 6th rank at any time. After all, they were all there to kill him. If they were below the 6th rank, he could suppress them all with one hand, one sword at a time. Let's make do with it for now. Maybe after a few hundred years of nurturing and nourishing by the great Tao of water, my foundation and bloodline will be replenished, and I can step into the 6th rank. As the spirit lord spoke, Chen Mobai saw 2 spirited fish, one black and one white, swimming in the seawater around the giant Kun. They looked somewhat familiar, and after a moment's thought, he remembered them. When the Zixel Palace descended from Kangliuxing Star, these 2 fish happened to fall into the seawater and landed on the steps representing the 2 great paths of yin and yang. They not only underwent a complete transformation, but also completed the awakening of their spirits. These 2 fish are clearly only at the 3rd level, yet they possess the power of the great Tao. I plan to take them under my wing after they transform into human form. Following Chen Mobai's gaze, the spirit lord smiled slightly and spoke. Excellent, excellent. This is an incredible opportunity for them. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai clapped his hands and laughed. These 2 spirit fish were born with the Tao, and if their development went smoothly, reaching the nascent soul stage would definitely not be a problem, and there was even a slight possibility of reaching the void refinement stage. However, because of the attainment of the Tao of yin and yang, the key to this possibility lies in the hands of the being who has mastered the Tao of yin and yang. Then Chen Mobai consulted the spirit lord about various knowledge concerning the Dharma realm and the practice of emptiness. Your foundation is solid. As long as you cultivate step by step, you will definitely have no problem taking the first step into the void refinement stage. The key lies in choosing the right path. The spirit lord also had high hopes for Chen Mobai, this outstanding junior of the immortal sect. He not only carefully imparted his knowledge to him, but also helped him analyze the path of cultivating the void realm. I chose the avenue of saintly virtue. Chen Mobai didn't hide anything and told him directly. As for the other path to doom, it's still in its infancy, and all the beings in the purple cloud universe know that it's the demon lord's path, so he didn't mention it. As far as I know, this great road has not been occupied yet. However, I have lived on Earthstar for thousands of years, and I don't know if there are any newly merged true immortals in the central Taoist temple and the four palaces. Before you begin your void refinement, remember to inquire about it carefully. Chen Mobai nodded repeatedly after listening to the Spirit Lord's earnest teachings. That day, after receiving news from Chen Mobai, Cheng Xuan and the other two, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, all came to his villa in the suburbs for a gathering. The first person to arrive was Qi Yuheng. Upon entering, he was startled to see the blonde woman sitting next to Chen Mobai. After confirming her identity several times, he rushed over and bowed deeply at Chen Mobai's nod, saying, "Greetings, Spirit Lord. I never expected to see you again." For the Kunpeng lineage, the Spirit Lord is equivalent to their patriarch. Meeting an old friend, especially an elder, in a foreign land filled Qi Yuheng with immense joy. "Get up. I was able to escape this calamity thanks to Chen Yang's intervention." The Spirit Lord smiled and helped Qi Yuheng up, gesturing for him to sit down. At that moment, Cheng Xuan also arrived. Peach Blossom was the last one. Her shop had been quite busy lately. When she came in, she was still wondering what Chen Mobai wanted to do. After all, he preferred to stay in seclusion and would rarely come out unless something major happened, let alone ask them to meet. Upon entering the hall, Peach Blossom's mouth dropped open in disbelief when she saw the Spirit Lord surrounded in the middle. "Everyone's here now, perfect for sharing this joy with everyone." Chen Mobai smiled and waved to Peach Blossom True Monarch, who was standing there dumbfounded at the door upon seeing the Spirit Venerable, and then began to recount his process of finding the Spirit Venerable. I'll omit the important points that can't be mentioned, but the key is that the Spirit Venerable has mastered the Void Realm. All beings in the immortal realm would be pleased about this. This is truly a wonderful surprise. Peach Blossom True Lady was so excited she almost cried. She took out some peach blossom wine she had brewed and personally poured it for the Spirit Lord. "It's great. I recently met a very influential top-ranked fan during my live stream, and he told me some things about the Suspended Pot Dojo. As a void refining cultivator, the Spirit Venerable can represent Earth Origin Star to find void refining cultivators in the Suspended Sun Star system to prove their local identity. As long as the 4-star verification is approved, then the beings of Earth Origin Star can directly obtain official residency at the Suspended Pot Dojo." Seeing that everyone was present, Cheng Xuan also talked about the results of his hard work over the years. His account, which features a handcrafted immortal figure, has over 1 million followers. After he revealed his difficulties in a fan group, someone immediately messaged him privately, offering various solutions. When he met the Spirit Lord, this was the first thing that came to his mind.